See, guys, so what's important, guys, is to understand that if you want to go and really make music, then have your earphones inside of your ears and then just go and really pronounce yourself as a music producer in life and just be able to go and understand that you have to give people ideas. So when you're giving people ideas, I understand that now when I use Maximus, I sometimes go and actually go with the low and high and frequency knobs with the middle range as well, and also I boost all the knobs up. So when you look at Maximus program, I look at the master and high and low and mid. And now with some frequencies, I lower the high and low and mid. And sometimes I'll also increase the high and low and mid in some frequencies. And then also in some frequencies, I go and boost all the frequencies of the Maximus. And I raise it as much as I can. So with my kick over here, I have a nice and beautiful way to say with the Maximus, I did raise the low frequency all the way up and the mid frequency all the way up, and then also the high frequency all the way down, and then the high in terms of the nice and beautiful master frequency all the way up. And that's my kick. And then with the hat, I go the low frequencies all the way down and the high frequencies all the way up, and then the high frequencies of the hat in this one, because it's a low pitch, I went all the way down. And then also with the master frequency of Maximus, I went all the way up to boost that sound with the kick. So this is how it sounds. I'm understanding either way, guys. So what's important for myself is understanding that I want to show you something. So alright, this is my kick, for example. So this is the mid kick and low kick vibe. I mean, that's my kick right here. But then my hat with the kick goes like this. Alright, now that's that. And then also with the nice and beautiful pad, where I boost all the frequencies. So here, in the low and mid and high range and the master, I boost all the frequencies up because I want to hear everything. And this is how it sounds. I mean, you understand? So what I can do here is I can place a nice and beautiful sound gradizer to understand, to just test everything out and see. I say, although, guys, that what's important is if you want your nice and beautiful instruments to be playing in a nice and beautiful rhythm, that where it works, just make sure you always have your earphones on when you're speaking in voice memos, because it does make everything easier and you never have to hold anything down in terms of you never have to place your earphones somewhere else so that you can speak with that, but making sure that it's with you all the time. So you never have to always take off your earphones, even when you're doing a video, for example. So if you understand that, it's much more important to just see your face regarding everything, and that way you understand no matter what, that it's much more of a nice way to say, hey, it adds to the photo, so why not? So make sure you understand that when you're actually doing something around town and when you're doing something around your life, make sure that you understand you have to boost all frequencies up in some kind of, let's say, frequency of a sound, and in some other ones you have to also go and deliver a quality of sound in different ways. But making sure you understand that no matter what, that if your sound never works really, let's say if it's never really loud in terms of how it is, then make sure you understand that what you need to do is focus on understanding that the sound quality of the actual sound in your phone records the sound that is crap on the outside. So let's say if I place my portable speaker on 20% and you hear it with a phone, where I record it with a phone, then it sounds fucking loud over a phone. But to me, it sounds fucking never even loud. So if I turn it up to 80%, then it sounds the same kind of volume even with the phone. So the 20% volume of a portable speaker is the same kind of volume at 100% of the portable speaker with a phone when you're hearing it, because it's all recording anyway. So make sure you understand that it's that kind of point. So make sure you understand that what's important even more is understanding now that when I press play and it never hits on rhythm, then your nice and beautiful track is out of rhythm when it's playing. So that's the thing. I mean, when you play a track, always play on the rhythm of the kick. So that's the whole point. So make sure every single day that what you want to do is when you press play, that it's actually working. Because I was recently making a video, and what I was doing is I did recover, and what I just done was I went to turn up the nice and beautiful portable speaker range of vibration, and I see this nice and beautiful idea about all of that. Then I'm making sure that no matter what, that once I'm really, let's say, doing something better, I realize I play again, and there's no freaking, let's say, sound, and then I play it again, and then it really connects this time into the rhythm. So now, because I did play it on the rhythm, I was actually pumping and fist pumping my hands because it was in the rhythm. But before, when I was playing it, or else I had to go and turn up the nice and beautiful portable speaker and do it all over again and all over again to hit the rhythm this time, to make sure that it's that kind of nice and beautiful vibe going, of trance vibe. So make sure every single time that what you need to do is focus upon loving your life in different ways so that we can go and love life all the time. So I love life. So what I want to do all the time is I want to go and try out this sound godizer. I just want you guys to understand that what's important is understanding that you can also go and volume automate your nice and beautiful percussions. So you can do that as well if you want, and also understand that it's much more worthy that if you do so, that there is much more going on in the track if you do so, and it's much more better for you. So that's what I do all the time, and I'm making sure that no matter what, you guys understand now that also that sometimes a sound godizer never really works on an instrument that you're trying to, let's say, do in your life in terms of that you're trying to thicken up. So what you do is make sure you just let it be and just raise the volume. And that's the best you can do. But what you can do now also is make sure that you can just play a pad with a kick. And because it's so loud, I mean, now you understand that no matter what, that's a basic function of music. So if you have only two percussions actually going for it in your mix, while everything else is fluctuating, then that's the best kind of mix all the time that you can have in your music, because you have a kick and a melody, and everything else is fluctuating. And and you're actually arranging your music around the way, in terms of around the world, and you're doing a nice and beautiful way of life over here. So that's amazing, and that's what I'm doing, and that's my ×2 module now. But I'm understanding that since I'm doing a ×2 module, that it's all ×1 module, because I understand it's all together. But I'm understanding either way that what I want to do is I want to add a melody to that, because I want my melody to be in that as well. I say because I understand that when I start off with a melody, I want to be able to understand that melody all the way. I want it to be actually pumping in the mix. So let's have a look over here. I just also want to show you guys that the pre-gain inside of the Maximus is more of a nice and beautiful, let's say, ambience over the nice and beautiful pluck version of your nice and beautiful instrument. So if you have a melody and it's plucking, but then you place it into a Maximus and you put the post all the way up in terms of the post gain, and then you put the pre-gain all the way up, and then what the pre-gain does to your melody is it no longer is a pluck melody anymore. And that's what I'm learning now. So I'm understanding that if you want to use nice and beautiful pre-gain, then use it as a nice and beautiful sound effect in your nice and beautiful music, but make sure the post gain is all the way up, because that way we have a nice and beautiful feel of the track. So it's depending on making sure that no matter what, if you want your melody to sound ambience, then you can, or you can also sound it in a nice and beautiful pluck way, but whatever works for you. I also want to say, guys, that if you want to go do anything, let's say around EQ and reverb and also around your sounds, then make sure you EQ and reverb around the portable speaker, because you have to have a portable speaker that's the largest portable speaker you've ever had, so you can understand how to reverb and EQ your sounds. So every single day, make sure that your sounds and your soundtrack is playing together with a kick and percussion and melodies together while you're actually EQing and placing a reverb on, so you can understand exactly what's going on in your track all the time. So that's a very important aspect, and go and really understand that, please. I also want to teach you guys very quickly that on your pad trans gates, never ever add a fluctuation melody on that, because that's something that has to be energy. So if you have energy going in the music track, then never ever place fluctuation in an energy mix. So if you have energy on your sound effects and it has a delay, then never place a delay to have a fluctuation with a volume modulation in terms of a automation in volume, because guess what? Realize that since you have energy in delay and you're using all these frequencies and all these sounds with sound effects to create some energy, then never ever volume automate that up and down, and never fluctuate your energy mix with delays and frequencies and what you have about energy with delay, and understand, because we want to have an energy mix, and that's why. So no matter what, that I realize now that you can use two Maximus sounds and you can use two Maximus compressors to boost the sound quality of your nice and beautiful mix whenever. But when you're boosting sound, then do it with a nice and beautiful portable speaker, and make your music in the daytime much more outdoors, somewhere where you can pump the music all the time, and you can and you can listen to the nice and beautiful atmosphere while you're going along. But to the point of that, you must understand that what's important is the arrangement as well. So making sure that no matter what, you just go and do it right from the beginning, and make sure you're always making music around the melodies of your statements of life, because understand that what's important is understanding that we need a nice and beautiful rhythm of life every single day to focus upon something that's going to help us. So making sure all the time you're making sure that you want to go and boost you want to boost the quality of life in your nice and beautiful sound design, while teaching everybody really quickly about the ideas about everything, because that's what you do behind the scenes, and that's why you're going to be famous. And that's why you are famous, because because you care. You care about people, and that's why. I just want to say, guys, very quickly, that what you need out of, let's say, a nice and beautiful Transgate pad is, understand, I was looking for some nice and beautiful ways to go and pluck my nice and beautiful Transgate. But since it's an energy field, I understand that the pluck was never really in it as much. But why is that? Because I have a growth speed that has a nice and beautiful I have a nice and beautiful volume modulation on my growth speed. But what you want to do is, if you're teaching people, then teach people new aspects of life in how to make energy music. So what you do is understand that if you have a trance melody, then if you want to create a better pluck for that trance gate, then go and change the volume modulation on the growth speed, or that nice and beautiful volume modulation energy pitch that you are an individual who may have done that. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you go and let's say you did place a volume let's say you did place a volume automation on a nice and beautiful trance gate. So what I do is I go in growth speed and I place this nice and beautiful growth speed volume modulation. And because I have that, I'm looking to search for a pluck here. And I want to make a pluck. I want to make some kind of energy field that's really, really much more absorbing for me in a way that it's working for me. So what I want to do is change the energy line. And I want to make the energy something different kind of energy to make sure there's a different effect that I'm looking for. And I want to make it pluck a bit more. I want my nice and beautiful energy track to have much more plucking inside of it. So that's why I have to go and change the volume modulation of the nice and beautiful frequency of what I'm doing around here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding that the Transgate has a pluck of its own kind in terms of the nice and beautiful, let's say, synth that you want. So what you need is a pitch. You may want a pitch or something like that where you can pitch in terms of pitch it, and then you want also to understand that if you want to add the pitch line, then it's much more likely to pluck. So I'm understanding that either way, that if you want to do that, then you can, but you can also test out the sounds and understand the pitch. In terms, I realize the pitch in terms of the nice and beautiful Adventure Synth plugin is something that you can go and add a pitch into your nice and beautiful category, and it's going to start plucking everywhere in your type of mix. So if you want to do that, then go ahead and do it. But make sure you understand that either way, if you love the sound how it is, and if you want to get a better nice and beautiful energy line going, then go and tweak the nice and beautiful time and volume modulation with growth speed in terms of the FL Studio, and understand that you have to go and correspond into an energy track that you want in your track. So make sure it's all vibing with the energy field, because the better your energy, the better your plucks in terms of your music. So make sure you understand that you're using those pitches and making sure that you're using those plugins that can go and pluck your way into freedom. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that as I'm traveling the world, I'm understanding that I'm always free to be building my legacy, and that's the whole point of building a business, because today's business is being able to build a legacy for yourself. So either way, I'm understanding that no matter what I do now is I'm just testing sounds, so any kind of ideas I get, I just give you the ideas quickly. I give you the ideas quickly because I understand I pause the audio and then I go into my nice and beautiful application over here and I do something, and then I learn something, and then I just put it into a audio program right here, so that you can go and really, really understand why, because then I never have to write it down. I can write it down in a way that it's in my audio program and my video programs, so that way it's all done. So make sure you understand that the audio and videos are the most fastest ways to just speak your audio content really quickly out, and also make sure you understand that writing it all out physically is much slower than talking it like this. So make sure you understand that that's why I'm using an audio program like Voice Memos, and I'm just speaking to the phone right now, and there's no jack in terms of, there is a jack, but there's no earphones or microphone inside of the phone that I'm speaking with, other than the actual phone right now that has a microphone inside of the phone, but there's no, let's say, earphones that is right now where you're listening to my sound with the earphones or anything like that. I can say that my sound is really, really just coming from the phone speakers right now. So I'm understanding that my phone microphone is recording my voice right now, and that's it. So make sure you understand either way that what's amazing is understanding that you go and really target everything in a way that you can speak it, and then we're understanding life. Or so what's important, guys, is before you even speak on the phone, just make sure you stop the FL Studio sound altogether and be working with your nice and beautiful earphones altogether, so you can understand that the earphones now is really in connection with my laptop while I'm doing my music production, and while I'm talking to you right now, there's no music going on other than my voice. And then make sure you understand that what's amazing about life is understanding that if you want a nice and beautiful pad gate, then make sure that sometimes where you place a growth speed automation, make sure you understand that when you're playing that sound, it goes back to the old sound that you were playing before. So make sure you place a new automation there so that it connects with a new type of sound that you want. So make sure you understand that, and make sure you understand that with growth speed especially, you have to do that, and with every single plugin you have to do that as well. So just make sure that you just create a new automation clip, just place it underneath where that melody is, so you have a new tone or a new sound coming or a new effect coming into that segment of the track every single time, because otherwise your track goes back to the old sound. So make sure you place automation clips anyway there, so you can understand that you can progress with the track. I see, guys, it's very important for you to be able to speak in an audio fashion like this and be able to go and understand now, since I have voice memos, I can go around the world and I can go and get my voice memos because it's my tape recorder, and I can just go and speak anything anywhere like this. And I can go into a supermarket or Woolworths and I can speak my audio like this. And I can go and be, for example, talking like this, and it's like I'm talking to somebody over the phone or something, but I'm using my voice memos and I'm just talking like this in my audio program as I'm going anywhere. So what's amazing is if I go, let's say, on an airplane or something like that or anywhere, I can be doing one of these audio programs really quickly in front of people, and it's very nice and beautiful, and it's useful to be able to understand that now I have that nice and beautiful tape recorder that I need, and it's just voice memos, and just being able to understand that no matter what, that when I go and really dwell upon giving you information about everything, I'm making sure you understand that it's much more appropriate when you're doing it around a voice memo, and such as a phone that has a nice and beautiful, let's say, A20 Galaxy, where it's around $120 in life, and you have to understand you give $120 and more, and guess what? I mean, you have yourself a Samsung Galaxy, and I did get mine for around, let's say, an amount of money, but guess what? I approach now, it's much more. They understand that because I do that, I make sure I'm giving my nice and beautiful life here in a way that I'm learning how to correspond with better numbers in a way that I'm using my word I. But what's important for me now is understanding that I want to make new music in a way that I'm making melody music. And since I'm making melody music around the world and I'm also tape recording now everywhere, I have my phone and I can go and talk whenever I want. And what I do now in terms of writing my journal, I get my nice and beautiful voice memo now. And since I get my voice memos, I understand that I never even have to write words down anymore that much. But what I do is I write everything down in audio now. And since I write it down in audio in terms of like this, I'm having much more fun being able to speak it all out like this. And I understand that now, since I'm realizing that my nice and beautiful journaling in terms of physical journaling is, my physical journaling is still helpful and it helps me so much. But now I'm understanding that I can really understand how to really, let's say, just get out my voice memo instead of, let's say, getting out my nice and beautiful journal. I go and make a voice memo, and I make all these voice memos, and I post it up into my Mega Drive online into one storage folder, and then I download it all and I connect it together into Audio Merger, and I upload it as a video somewhere else. And now, no matter what, I understand now I'm very quick about everything, and I'm much more quicker about as entrepreneurship goes. I understand that what's important now is I have a tape recorder everywhere, and that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I understand that before that they were having that nice and beautiful tape recorder everywhere, and they were able to suss out and talk to the tape recorder. But that was back then, and that's why back then they were doing these tape recorders, and they were speaking to the tape recorders, all their programs. But now it's actually the phone. Now it's a different phone, and now it's a different tape recorder. So I understand now what's happening around the world much better. But now I realize that I never have to do my audio podcasting around a laptop ever again. So I never do anything on video work and audio work or even writing work on a laptop anymore. I just do everything with music on a laptop now, or graphics design on a laptop, for example. So if you're making images or graphic design or paintings or some kind of images or something, if you're doing image work, then you're making, let's say, cover works or something like that with a software that a laptop needs, for example, or something like that. If you need a laptop to do graphic design or music production, then that's why you have a laptop today. But that's the only reason. And now make sure you understand that no matter what, that with audio and writing and all that cover design and everything I do is over a phone. And now my music is what I just use with my laptop. And now since I do that, I'm understanding that's why I'm a music producer, and that's why I'm doing something around my nice and beautiful way of life. But now I'm understanding that no matter what, I get my tape recorder and I just start writing much more audio content now. And since I'm writing much more audio content, I can actually get more words in, and I can actually succeed even faster now because I have a tape recorder everywhere. So what I want to do is at my seminars or wherever I go, I want to be able to speak my heart out into a phone. And I want to just, on the bus somewhere, I want to talk to somebody. I want to understand that I want to speak out all my ideas. So I get out my nice and beautiful tape recorder like this, and I just go on the bus, I go on the train, go on the plane, I go on the boat, and I'm just speaking what is in my mindset. And I'm looking at the nice beautiful stars, I'm laying down, I'm going anywhere with my audio podcast, and it's really, really done quickly now. So I'm understanding no matter what, that I can go and do my audio podcast in the shower or in the bath or whatever, and then you guys can hear me out as well because I can tape audio. So what's amazing is I can go anywhere now with my audio production, and I can get a bulletproof phone that has waterproof on it, and I can go in the ocean and do this nice and beautiful podcast too. I can go anywhere now. So no matter what, what's amazing now about my life is I'm understanding that I'm always doing my nice and beautiful music production along the way, everywhere. So I'm making sure they understand that when I do music production, I do it indoors and outdoors. And I'm very flexible about what I do. But now, what's even more important is I'm understanding that at 9 to 5 jobs, or else if you're a security guard or somebody who can have a phone with you, then make sure you're always understanding to look at people and be doing audio programs while you're doing a 9 to 5 job like this. And be making sure that no matter what, that you're always signaling for yourself to be working on your business while you're doing a 9 to 5 job with a voice memo. And now understand that they may say no phones allowed or something like that. But guess what? Make sure you understand to keep going with the phone and keep producing content regardless of what they say. So make sure you understand that you always allow yourself to have phones. And regardless of what they say, just make sure you never care about what they say. Care about what you say. Make sure you understand that either way, that since I'm now producing content and I'm understanding now I can make these short audios, I can make short audios, I can make long audios, I can do whatever I want, I can place it all together, and I can place a nice and beautiful symphony of products around music production and business and all together and everything together, and I'm making sure that I'm going around the world quickly now. And what I can do is while you're driving, just make sure you have no phones, of course. But what you can do is you can place a voice memo and you can place it on the dashboard somewhere, and then you can talk while you drive. And that's it. It can be an audio program, or it never has to be a video program. But make sure you understand that. And although that your voice memo can also be just around your shoulder or something like that, and you can go and do whatever you want. Just make sure that you're talking much more in your day, and then making sure that you're going around the world as an entrepreneur and relaxing and just enjoying. So when I'm walking the streets, I'm making sure now that as I walk, I have a voice memo playing. As I do anything in life, I have a voice memo. I have a voice memo with myself. I'm making sure I'm talking all the time. I'm talking as much as I can every single day. And that way I'm getting ahead of the crowd. I'm doing something along the way. I'm making sure I'm always doing my audio programs regardless of what I'm doing. And my video programs are coming up here and there. But making sure that no matter what, that my audios are now reaching to a point of podcasting to the best extent. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that now, since I'm understanding I'm doing a lot of voice recording, I'm understanding I'm catching up to that nice and beautiful feel where I was missing out on my audio in terms of my writing materials. So I'm understanding that now I can also catch up with my life coaching with audio now. I'm understanding that no matter what, that during a seminar, you can also talk it out with yourself and other people. You can record your seminars in audio. You can record it in audio if you want. You record it also. You can record it in video as well. So if it's much more affordable for you, then go and record everything with a phone. Typically with a phone. And what you do is record it with video first and then audios. So now you're expanding your mindset. And then what's happening with yourself every single day and around what you're doing is you're focusing on a greater life for yourself in different mannerisms, because it's never just about music production, but it's also about life, and it's also about family. It's also about family and life and everything in terms of the word I only, because you must know the word I only. I only ever know the word I only because I understand that no matter what, that if you skip a beat, then make sure you're speaking the word I all the time, and then come back to the word I all the time, because that's the only word that you can actually understand. So understand that no matter what, that every single time that when I look at nice and beautiful theories of words, I look at the word I, because I understand my word I only. And then now, because I know my word I only, I move on, because that's the only point of difference. And then make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're always looking at the word I and making sure that it's in your sentences much more. And then we're talking about much more quality of audio and whatever you have, fashion, in terms of fashion statements now. I mean, go where you want. I mean, if you want to be around people of the past, but go and do an audio program in front of them. I mean, go and do audio programs in front of everybody. I mean, guess what? I mean, now that's even better, because you can be around anybody now. And what you can do on the go as you walk a Camino walk in Santiago, or when you're walking somewhere with your parents or somebody, I mean, just be constantly talking to a voice memo while you're with them. And now you're talking and you're doing your audio program while you're actually going and doing something. So what you need to do is understand now you're actually never losing time, and you're never losing audio programs, and you're never losing anything about life, because you're recording your nice and beautiful journey in an audio or video or writing material. So you're making sure you're doing the most you can every single day. So that's the whole point. And now, since I'm understanding that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful life is actually ahead of me now, I'm actually understanding that no matter what, I'm a nice and beautiful entrepreneur. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I have a nice and beautiful attitude. But that's what you need. I mean, you need a beautiful attitude, and you need to be understanding life itself in every single mannerism, every single day. So the old way is radio only, in terms of just audio, in terms of the car and TV way is the old way. But today is a new way, and today we have phones, and phones is the best way to get your content out there. Promise you. I mean, hands down. But the laptop is the best way to get your music out there. I mean, now, you must understand that what you need out of life is understand that no matter what, that your music, in terms of electronic music and all that kind of stuff. So make sure you understand that what you want to do is record every segment and every conversation now with other people through a voice memo. And record that, and also if you want to record your video, you can. But make sure you understand that what's important is now you have more memory all the time with your audios and what you're doing around the world, and you can go and play poker in front of people, and then you can also speak into your phone, and you can also understand either way that if they never allow you to do so, then you can go and be around people, and you can schedule a nice and beautiful way to go around people, and you can go see people if you want from the past, if you want. But guess what? I mean, just make sure you're doing your audio content and your business along the way, and that way you understand either way that everything can fit in. I mean, everything can fit into what you want. So make sure you understand that as you're playing anything in terms of life and you're doing anything, just make sure you're never gambling. But make sure if you want to go around people, then you can. But why do you need to be around other people for? I mean, what for? I mean, just go be around yourself, and that's it. Alright, now every single day, understand that with the pluck, with the nice and beautiful content in terms of what I'm doing over here, I'm understanding now I never even need to place earphones into my phone, for example, to do this audio program, because I'm just holding my phone and I'm just doing it. And that's it. I mean, that's so simple, isn't it? Approach now, I'm focusing on understanding that either way, I can plug in earphones where I want to, but it all works. Now, I understand that no matter what, that I'm learning to just write my journal every single day in my audio fashion and video fashion and journal fashion sometimes, but making sure that no matter what, I'm never losing what I'm doing. Approach now, writing practice has really enabled, in terms of being able to enable me to be able to speak like this. So because of writing, I understand here I am. I mean, here I am, I'm doing much greater. I'm saying that no matter what, that now, since I'm really focusing on going around the world and I'm traveling and I'm doing everything I can every single day to succeed, I'm making sure that you guys understand that you get life coaching and music production and everything I am every single day in different mannerisms, and I'm making sure I'm always getting ahead of the crowd in different ways. Because what is getting ahead of the crowd? I mean, my audio programs and what I'm doing in writing and audio and video is getting ahead of the crowd, man. I'm getting ahead of them in my legacy, because my legacy is greater than theirs. I mean, that's what I'm doing every single day. I mean, that's my business. So make sure you understand that it's either through electronic music or live coaching or comedy or singing or whatever it is. I'm making sure I'm documenting my life as much as I can. And that's it. I make sure I love myself this way, and I realize what I can do now is a much greater life. And now, since I'm doing this, I'm making sure that I go into my nice and beautiful software here, and I'm making sure that I find my nice and beautiful range of differences over here. So what I want to do is I'm holding my phone all the time when I'm speaking, my voice memos. But now, since I can go around the world and travel and do my audios and I can go at the plane stops. I can watch people, and I can go and do my voice memos. I can watch people and do my voice memos. I can do whatever I want. I can record myself having a nice and beautiful sexual manner with a woman while recording a video or an audio fashion. I understand, and I can hear the whole thing. I mean, it's a nice, beautiful way to understand that it's all new, but make sure either way you understand that no matter what, you just go and promote everything that you are, and then make sure you understand that you can go around the world now, and you can sit in the Uber driver seat, and you can talk via your audio fashion, and then you can talk in conversations with other people, and you can record it as well. I mean, you can record your conversations with other people, and then you can go with other people. For example, you can talk with them, and you can go to their living room or where they are, and you can speak to them, and your voice is going to be there, and then you can be teaching people along the way what people are doing with their life through your audio content, and you can record that too. I mean, you can record your conversations with other people. So if you want to talk to other people, then make sure you understand to go around other people, but talk to yourself through the voice memo, and you can also be with yourself, and you can be doing whatever you want. I mean, every single day now, there's no waste of time. I realize if you want to go to a restaurant to meet somebody, or you want to go somewhere around the restaurant because of somebody else, or because other people are there that you recognize or whatever, then go sit on the restaurant and just go and do your audio content. And then that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that we're learning and we're understanding how to appreciate our life, and we're understanding that no matter what, you never need other people to see you. I mean, you never need other people to see you. I mean, you just need yourself to understand that no matter what, you need to travel the world. But if you have anything going for you in terms of trolley work or something like that, then just make sure that you understand that now. I understand that when I go busking performances and when I go and do something along the way, I'm pumping music along the way. And then guess what I'm doing with my audio content? I'm making sure I'm recording my nice and beautiful way of walking throughout life or the city. I can go around the city, I can go anywhere around the world, and I can be walking or I can be running. I can be doing whatever. I can be going around the shops. I can be going around clothing stores, and I can give you my ideas about what I'm actually getting and why I'm getting this, and how about this food over here and this and this and this, and I can talk about everything in my voice memo as I'm walking around the world and as I'm with other people and as I'm at live events, for example. So even when I'm at live events, for example, I can also be doing my nice and beautiful journaling. I can be doing my nice and beautiful video content. I can go to nightclubs. I can go and do audio content all around these nice and beautiful events at nighttime and festivals and wherever. I can go to festivals and I can do my nice and beautiful voice memos here too. So there's no waste of time. I'm recovering all that time that was lost before. And now you must understand either way. And now I can understand that no matter what, I can go around people of the past, because I can go and sit down by myself somewhere in front of them, and I can go and really, really explain my voice story in front of people. And I can go and understand that if you go around other people where there's nothing happening there, but you go there to make something happen for yourself, and you also understand that you are recognizing those people and they can see you. I mean, guess what? I mean, if you want to understand that, then guess what? I mean, it's never them. I mean, it's never those people that are going to make your time for you, but it's really you. So what you do is you hold your phone and then record your voice memo and go shopping centers and go and walk around people and go and walk around certain aspects of life that you never went before. And then as you travel and as you, let's say, document this world, I mean, make sure you go and document your voice much more and your words much more is what you need to document, really. I mean, it's your words. So, go and get software today that's going to document your words. I mean, that's your only purpose. I mean, there's no other purpose. I mean, never ever go taking images of other people when they already have those images. I mean, go document your voice through music and through whatever you are doing in terms of your content, in terms of your words. I mean, your words is the only aspect of life that you have to document, and that's, nothing else. I mean, go and understand that. And since I'm 28 years of age, I understand I have the next 73 years to show you guys a lot of content about coming up in terms of what's happening with me, in terms of my entrepreneurship. But I'm making sure you understand that it's been a year now since I've been doing this, and really do other people listen to me in terms of, let's say, until now. I realize, although you must understand, it's much more how they are unaware about me and they never find me attractive, and you must understand that. So most people never ever get to even hear me speak in life because they are too, let's say, unaware about me, and they're also unaware about life, and they are arrogant to even listen to someone who's so successful like me. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you want to go and really, really be a star or something like that, then go around the world and travel and sit at a cafe or a restaurant by yourself and go around other people that you've met before and go and have a conversation, record the whole session with them, and understand either way. They have to ask you what you're doing with your phone. Just say, I'm just recording my nice and beautiful voice over here. And that's it. I mean, just realize either way that you must understand that no matter what, you can go any way you want, but make sure you're never wasting time. I mean, make sure at the airports you can go and record your audio programs. I mean, you can do it behind a car. I mean, you can do it anywhere you want. I realize you can sit down and you can relax. I mean, you can do it anywhere. I mean, you can do it while you're pushing your trolley. I mean, you can do it while you're actually standing up and you're walking around elevators and stairs somewhere, and you can all record your audio programs like this. I mean, and all I'm doing is holding up my phone and voice memo, and I'm going around the world, and I'm really, really keen to teach you guys even more about life now. Because either way, I'm teaching you about music and life, but make sure you understand that no matter what, that when I make audio programs, I promise you everything's together into one bunch. I mean, in a sense, I teach you so much. So I may teach you 2 hours of life coaching, then 1 hour of nice and beautiful music production, then 30 minutes of comedy, and then guess what? I mean, either way, I'm learning how to do more audio work today, because audio work is much better than journaling, for example. So I'm leveling up. So just because I'm never doing my journaling in terms of physical writing now, I'm doing physical writing in audio. I understand that. So either way, I'm making music and I'm also enjoying my life. But either way, you must understand that what you want to do out of life now is focus on understanding that your music production is something that you need in life. I mean, you have to understand I'm a life coach and music producer. So when you go around the world traveling and you're a music producer and life coach, I'm pretty sure you get the best of both worlds. So go and practice all this nice and beautiful comedy and whatever you want in terms of singing, and go and record yourself singing while you're actually singing in a laptop. I mean, be recording yourself actually singing. So when I go and understand, for example, that when I go into my door over here, I understand that I want to go and place my nice and beautiful voice into the FL Studio B3 over here. So B3 is where the voice is. So let's have a look. I see now I can really understand when I talk, I can really go. Alright, now I'm pressing the nice and beautiful, let's say, the nice and beautiful B3 inside of the FL Studio. So because I'm doing that, I understand that I can actually sing as I'm really, really pressing these keys. So no matter what, as I'm pressing these keys in my FL Studio, and because I'm nicely, let's say, recording my audio programs in a voice memo of my 8 Galaxy 20 in terms of live, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm really fluctuating this nice and beautiful singing gig. So now I can go and make my audio programs around singing. And now I understand that all you have to do is just sing and teach people how to sing through audio programs. And then guess what? I mean, eventually you get yourself a superstar, and then that's you. And then understand no matter what, you're going around the world traveling, and guess what? I mean, you're just enjoying your life. But what I do is I tune and auto-tune my vocals in a way that suits me. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that when I sing by pressing the keys on my actual FL Studio. So when I press B3, I sing in B3. And when I press A3, then I sing in A3, and I sing in those tones. And then I try to tune my voice to those type of tones. And I just sing around those tones, and I sing around those tones. And I sing around different tones that I hear on the FL Studio, because I press the piano at A3 or B3, and then I hear the tone, and then the tone goes up, and then I tune and I sing around it, and I sing around those tones. So if I press C3, then I sing on C3, for example. I understand when you talk to me, I really go this way, I go this way, I realize every single day, I can see now, it's more like this, I realize, I see that nice and beautiful way, I realize I mean now that is a C3, so that's a 3, that's C3, and I realize now the way I'm able to sing like that is because I can actually hear that nice and beautiful tone over here in terms of what I actually made this nice and beautiful rhythm over here. So that's a beautiful way that I want to record that, man. I mean, wow. There's this nice and beautiful sound that I just made with this nice and beautiful plugin. So I'm understanding that I want to go and make that sound somehow. And I want to make sure that no matter what, that's a beautiful sound that I want to elaborate into the world. So I'm understanding I want to express myself through music as well. So this is D3 over here. So I'm understanding that with Edison recording, I can go and record my nice and beautiful tone. So I press a tone, and then I want to see it delay. I want to see the delay version of that all the time. So you can place a delay effect or something like that and record it with Edison. And you can also record reverb with Edison if you want, or you can record whatever you want with Edison in terms of what sound effects you want. But make sure it's a trance sound, and that's it. I mean, just make sure it's a trance sound, because trance sounds are in techno sounds, and it's also in R&B sounds, and it's also in any kind of music genre sounds. So make sure you understand that. And let's have a look at D3. I am here, I see that nice and beautiful tone is right here. I realize I can say that nice and beautiful tone. I can say it's right here, it's right. I see the time is right now when I realize when I go. Oh, that's D3, and the E3 is here. I see that nice and beautiful E3. I can see that E3 is nice and beautiful, baby. I realize it's right there. And then F3 is right here. I say, F3, I can say F3 is right here, and I really understand when you talk to me. I can really understand. And then we go G3. I realize that G3 is right here, but guess what? I realize no matter what, that G3 is here. I guess I realize that no matter what, I can hear me. Or else A3 is here. I see A3 is here, but baby, I can see that no matter what, that you hear me. But what about me? I see it isn't fair. I see I have love and I want my share. And this is B3 now. I say, what about me? I say it isn't fair. I say I'm out of love and I want my share. Can't you see? I wanna live. I say you just take more than you give. I say what about me? Whereas now, that whole tone, the whole sound of the nice and beautiful way of singing there is so different. So make sure you understand either way that what you need to do is record yourself doing whatever you want, but make sure you're learning and make sure you understand that since my earphones are never having to go around my nice and beautiful, let's say, ears in terms of when I'm doing my audio programs, because I understand I'm using my nice and beautiful phone, and it's like I'm talking to somebody over the phone, isn't it? But making sure either way I'm learning how to grow now. So what I want to do is when I want to go anywhere, and let's say if you want to go somewhere to meet somebody and you want to have a private night with them, guess what? If you want to go, let's say, to escorts or brothels or strippers, and you want to walk there, for example, during the nights, or you want to walk there during the daytime, then guess what? You can play your nice and beautiful audio program here, and you can start doing an audio program as you get there. And then by the time you get there in 1 hour, or 20 minutes, or however long it takes you to get to the woman or man that you want to meet personally in terms of having sex with them or whatever, then make sure you're also doing your audio program while you're getting there with a voice memo, or with a voice memo like this. So you can be recording a voice memo while you're actually getting to the point of going to see them. And however long it takes you to get there, you're actually recording a nice and beautiful audio program while you're getting there. And then you're never wasting time in the process of walking there and stuff like that. So no matter what, you must understand that you can do that, or whatever you want in terms of, let's say, dating applications and sex sites and all that. And if you're going on those sites and stuff, then make sure you understand that you can go and watch pornography and all that. And you can go on sites and try to swipe on Tinder and all that. And you can be doing your audio programs while you're actually doing all that. So if you want to have sex with somebody tonight or something like that, and then you go on the website and then you try to, let's say, you're trying to write all this nice and stuff in terms of nice and beautiful stuff to people online, and you want to go and, let's say, hook up with people and go on fuck sites and message people to have sex with you online and all that, then guess what? Go and do an audio program and teach people about life and all that in terms of business and everything while you're actually doing that. And there's no waste of time here either. So making sure either way that you can always go and do that now. So making sure that no matter what, if you want to go to casino and you want to go and tape a nice and beautiful, let's say, club vibe, and you want to be around people on a Friday night and you want to go and enjoy yourself and you want to go and do something around people, then guess what? You can. You can go during the night somewhere if you want. But guess what? I'm approaching that either way you're recording your business and you're alone, and just make sure you're alone, or you can be with other people, but they have to let you be to record your nice and beautiful audio program. And then guess what? I mean, just do your nice and beautiful business and just get away from people as much as you can. And then either way that you're just focusing on understanding that if you want to go and understand something about life, that you have to understand. I mean, you have to understand that it's much better to be alone than with other people altogether. And either way, that if you're just going around town to make sure that no matter what, you're going to go and really, really never block yourself from anything anymore, and just go and really, really enjoy yourself. And I realize if you want to go to a nightclub, and now the music's pumping over there, but guess what? I mean, either way, you have to understand that no matter what, you can journal, and you can journal something down, and you can enjoy yourself if you want. And you can go to a festival, and you can go somewhere as well in the back somewhere, and you can enjoy the festival, and you can go to festivals now, and you can go and understand that no matter what, that you can go do these audio programs everywhere, and you can go and get with people at their nice and beautiful house if they invite you. And if they invite you to their house, and then guess what? Realize you can go to their house as well, and then you can go and do audio programs with them. And that's it. I realize you can go and record yourself and them doing a voice program while you're both sitting down, and that's it. I realize now, imagine the scenario of you two on a couch, or somebody is with you on a couch, and then all you're doing is recording a voice program with you and them over the phone. And you have a selfie stick, and for example, you place a selfie stick. So let's say I do a selfie stick over here, and all I do is I go and really, really interview people on the street, for example. I can go and do that. I can understand either way. I can go and record people on the street, and I can go up to them personally and give them my business card. And all I do is, that's a smart idea, and I can go around the town doing these nice and beautiful busking performances. And then all I do is I record my nice and beautiful microphone like this, and I want to go and understand that no matter what, that my selfie stick is on, and then I can just make sure that you guys can hear me, and then this nice and beautiful audio program is actually working, and then I understand that no matter what, that you guys can hear me. I can hear you. I say, hey, I mean, how about that? I mean, how's it feel to be an entrepreneur, guys? I say, yeah. I say it feels great. It feels too. I mean, guess what, guys? I mean, when you're actually doing something around town, I mean, how are you actually helping people though? I mean, guess what? I'm actually holding a selfie stick while I'm doing this. So while I'm actually going around the city, I'm looking to see that I have a nice and beautiful selfie stick as my actual microphone, and I'm holding a selfie stick as I am actually recording my voice memo now. So I never even have to hold my nice and beautiful phone with my hands anymore, but I can use a selfie stick to interview people as my microphone. So my selfie stick is like a microphone, and I can extend my selfie stick 2 meters out to get to reach other people. And we are all actually going in an audio program, and we're talking like entrepreneurs now. So I mean, that's a nice and beautiful way to understand that no matter what, that since I'm doing that, I'm understanding that I want to go and understand now that I want to be around people, and understand that no matter what, that what's important is understanding that whatever you want to do, just make sure that you're never around people who smoke cigarettes in front of you. I mean, make sure you're never around those people, because they never have your best interests in mind ever. I mean, so make sure you understand that either way, that now since I'm understanding that I'm learning something about life, I'm learning about audio programs, and I'm learning how to actually dwell upon my life now, I'm understanding Jesus Christ can see this. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I can really understand how to really dwell upon life in a great way. So I'm just a winner now. I'm just a winner. So I'm understanding that I want to go and understand every single day that I'm just honest about who I am. And I see myself in a different light, and I see myself in my shadow, for example, and I see how dark it is. I see my shadow is very dark, isn't it? I mean, the shadow is a reflection in your mirror, man. I can see it. Whereas now, it's something that is just you, isn't it? I mean, just you, but it's just more how I feel every single day. I feel that I'm much more than everything else, and I'm making sure that no matter what, I can go wherever I want today, and I'm making sure every single day that I just want to stick to myself today, and I want to understand that either way. I want to understand anyway that I can go to a coffee shop, and I can go and place my nice and beautiful, let's say, selfie stick on the actual table, and I can go and speak and speak and speak all day long while people are watching me at the nice and beautiful cafe. And then I'm understanding I'm just giving my audio program, and then guess what? I'm just growing while I'm doing that. But I never need to go around other people to do my audio programs. I never need to go and be in front of people who are trying to, let's say, look at me doing it. I never have to do that. But you must understand that people look. I have nothing against anything, but I'm saying that you never have to go around people to be able to do your audio programs. I mean, you can do it at your house. I mean, you can do it wherever you want. I mean, you can relax. I mean, you can put your nice and beautiful shoes on the table, and then you can enjoy yourself in different ways. And I'm learning very quickly as an entrepreneur. I'm very glad I did come to Sydney, Australia to be able to do this now, by making sure either way that now I have a nice and beautiful setup of what I want to do now, because I'm really quick about what I understand about life. And I'm also using a nice and beautiful method here to understand that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful life is getting ahead of me. So what I can do also with audio programs is I can hold a selfie stick and also record my voice memo while the light is off, and I can be also sleeping and be able to turn on a nice and beautiful audio program. And I can also make music at nighttime now, and I can record my audio program, and it's just nice and beautiful to be able to just go and fly the world now. And I can just go and enjoy my life now. I can go and enjoy my life. I can understand I made it. I made it. At 28 years of age, I made it as a billionaire. And it's just a nice and beautiful way to understand. I'm a multi-billionaire, guys. I mean, you must understand, I feel like a multi-billionaire right now. So that's, I mean, it's the feeling you want. I mean, never the plastic money. I mean, I never care about the plastic money, man. I care about everything as a whole. I care about everything. I care about Jesus Christ more than plastic money, man. I care about I more than plastic money. I mean, I care about doing this content here much more than plastic money. So what's important for myself here is just to be able to persuade people to be more than they can be every single day. So I understand that what's important is never limit yourself. So if you look at the nice and beautiful lifespan of what you have, just make sure that you understand that because I came to Sydney now, I understand that my music production has really done the elevation over here. And also I understand a bit more about dogs, and I understand every single day more about cars and driving and also cooking now. I'm understanding more of a different lifestyle now. Because why? Because I went around the world. I went around traveling Australia with the government's money, and I went for 2 years, guys. In 2 years I went around traveling Australia with the government's money, and with the government's money I'm rich, and I'm just using all these programs, and I'm doing everything now to just succeed, and I'm just using my phone as my audio program now. I never even have to use actual, let's say, laptops anymore, because I remember 2 years ago when I was at Eastwood, and because I was at Eastwood, I just left my biological dad and I became independent for the first time, and I had to go through housing commission, and I had to go search a housing commission to get a house for myself and to get myself accommodation for about a week or something, to find somewhere like suitable accommodation. And then they did place me in Canning Vale, Australia, in terms of Sydney. And I went there, and there's all cockroaches, and it's just one bedroom, and there's all cockroaches here, and it's a broken window. And cockroaches, I mean 30 freaking cockroaches and more were in my bedroom every fucking night. I understand? And how does that feel, man? I mean, how does that feel when you have 30 cockroaches in a small setting of a bedroom that's, let's say, 2 meters by 1 meter? I understand? 2 meters by 1 meter, man. 2 meters by 2 meters is a freaking room. I understand? So make sure you understand. And 30 cockroaches a night and more in that fucking room, man. And I was trying to fucking place cardboard on the fucking nice and beautiful windows, but the fucking cockroaches were getting under the doors as well. You know, if I was fucking placing the fucking sticky tape and masking tape on the fucking doors, and then every time I fucking open the door, guess what happens to the masking tape? The fucking masking tape fucking rips off, doesn't it? And then I fucking close the door, and how do I fucking seal the fucking door from that point? When the cockroaches fucking coming in every fucking night. And I understand how that feels. And then I went around and traveling, and then from that point, I understand I left that place because some guy fucking was coming up to me at night time trying to fucking hit me. And I fucking hit him. I fucking hit him one. And he fucking fell on the floor, and I went to the coppers, and I understand I never went back that night. I went back. I actually never went back that night. I never did go back that night. I slept in the car. And I went to the fucking real estate agent from that point, and I was feeling unsafe to even go back there. So I went to the real estate agent. I said, "Hey, I'm returning the keys. I want my fucking deposit back for the house. I want to make sure that you can get me out of this situation now. I want to make sure that you come with me to the nice and beautiful accommodation over there, so that I can go and make sure that I leave that place, because I was parking my car there in terms of my biological dad's car that he didn't give money for. And guess what? That guy over there, in terms of some criminal, is fucking telling me to get the fucking car and to place it somewhere else. But it's my fucking driveway, man. And he's fucking telling me what to do about my driveway. Understand? So I just agree, and I just fucking went somewhere else, because otherwise he's fucking getting angry and about to stab me. So I realized I had to fucking get out. I had to get out from that situation. And then I found my nice and beautiful rental over there in Meadowbank, and I went to Meadowbank, and from Meadowbank I, for the first time ever, did settle for a bit in terms of 2 weeks, and then I understand that I had to move because something happened, and something did happen with the fucking landlord over there, and fucking this person was fucking telling everybody to, let's say, to fucking move, to go somewhere else. So I had to go somewhere else, and I had to find suitable accommodation. So I did ask the lady to search for me and to find some nice and beautiful ideas where I can go and stuff like that. And then she she gives me the idea to go to Eastwood to this guy where I went from $210 in terms of giving $210 to have more in life. And I understand I was giving $210 for rent for that apartment for 2 weeks. And then I went to another place where I was giving $155 per week. So she gave me a deal over here, and I went to a nice and beautiful place for 4 months in Eastwood, right next to the Ryde area in Sydney, and it's just about 25-minute drive to the Sydney centre of CBD in Sydney. And then I was there for 4 months, and then I did sign a contract and lease for fucking 6 months over there, and then I fucking left 2 weeks. I left 8 weeks earlier to go to Melbourne, and because I did go to Melbourne, I went around Melbourne, and for the first time I did get my Snapchat out. I did get my phones out, and I was also with my laptop, and I was just an entrepreneur for the first time traveling from that point. And I said 4 days I'll go to Melbourne because I can afford it. I can afford 4 days on Melbourne. And because I understand that mindset now and how I left in terms of life, I love life, I promise you. And then I went to Melbourne, and I said, I never want to fucking go back. I said, I never want to fucking go back. I never want to fucking go back to Eastwood. And then the fucking guy, in terms of the landlord, who is so nice to me, and he said, hey, just give me one more, just give me 150 and let's fucking end this fucking deal. And I just gave him fucking 150 and I fucking said goodbye. And I realized either way, I understand that he can never take me to court, but I understand that I gave him 150 and I understand that I'm fair about that. I understand either way that no matter what, that I really, really understand that I did get him off my back. And from that point, I understand that I did break the contract too. So make sure you understand that if you have a lease, then break the contract with the individual and they're never taking to court. First, they'll never take you to court. I'm saying because the court is too long for them to waste their time over a bit of money. So make sure you understand either way to go and never have a lease of rent anymore. And I've learned from that and understand that once you sign a lease, then they want to keep you there for that certain time. So never ever be there with a lease and never sign contracts, please. And that means never sign even contracts with the fucking phones out there and phone plans and anything like that. It's the biggest disaster in the planet. And you may believe that you have it all figured out in terms of the financing, in terms of how much money goes here and how much money goes there. But guess what happens? Suddenly your fucking car has no fucking service anymore. And then guess what? $600 gone. So, $600 gone there. And then fucking clothing is $500 per week. And then fucking, guess what? I promise you, no matter what, I promise you I'm doing better than all that. By making sure that no matter what, that you realize I'm just giving you ideas. And then fucking food is fucking on the table, but guess what? You need some more food here, and you need to get some petrol then, and then you have to do this and this and this. But guess what? I realize all you really need is you never need petrol, and you never need food and drink, and you never need anything that I just said in my life right now, other than the word I. All you really need is the word I. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that every single time that when you cancel something out that you said, just make sure that you're learning about what you're doing, but then make your nice and beautiful audio content in the night time, and make sure you understand that what you want to do is go around life and you want to go around wherever you want to go and just be around yourself. And if you're around other people doing content in front of them, actually what's going to happen is they get excitement about you doing something in front of them, but then guess what happens? You're the main attraction here and you are the center of attention. So once I go around, let's say anywhere around town as I'm walking, I want to be able to record myself doing my nice and beautiful program. So as I'm doing my program, I'm making sure that I can push my trolley and I can also use my selfie stick and also understand that. And it's much better for myself to understand that what I need to do with the selfie stick over here is understand that first. I understand I want to be able to use a selfie stick because I want to be using a selfie stick as I do my voice memos always now. I want to make sure that no matter what that you guys can hear, my microphone is the phone, and that's it. And that's it. I understand that no matter what, now I'm very simple about this, and I'm making sure I'm traveling the world. I can go anywhere now. I'm making sure I'm doing my content along the way, and I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this lifetime now. I'm enjoying what's happening around the world. But I'm understanding that it's because I can speak, and it's because I can speak these words. And how much words have I said in this video? You must understand that. That's infinity and beyond. I mean, make sure you understand that if you speak much more words and if you understand how to do that, then understand that you get better and better and better making these kinds of, let's say, audio programs that I'm making here. And then make sure that you understand that's everything. And you have to understand, I mean, imagine you have done all those words in this video. I mean, imagine how great you can be. I mean, so make sure you understand that's what I want to teach you. Broshi, it's much more to understand that no matter what, and now since I'm going around everywhere, and I can do my nice and beautiful audio programs and everything in terms of my business everywhere with audio, voice memos, and my audio programs and video programs and writing programs, I'm making sure no matter what, that now there's no limits upon where I can go. I'll make sure I can go everywhere, but I still choose to be alone. I still choose to get away from people as much as possible because I've learned some things about those people. I've learned that they never deserve to have me around. I mean, they never deserve to have me around because they talk a lot of smack about me and they talk a lot of crap about me. So I'm never crap, but make sure you understand that they're people who may say something about me. And now everything in terms of words is true. For sure, everything's true in terms of words. But what the thing is I realize is I understand that they are violent people. I understand that people who are arrogant. I understand that people who are, let's say, looking for trouble. And I never want to go around people who are looking for trouble. So either way, I want to be finding myself around security guards around those people. I want to be around security guards. I want to be around the police with those people. So either way, that I never need to be around those people. So I never want to be around those people. So either way, that since I'm understanding that I want to give you more ideas. And I'm understanding Larry King saying over here how I get a chance to do great over here. So I'm understanding because I'm recording something and I'm actually looking at my voice memo now. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that now I find entrepreneurship even better. And I'm understanding that I can actually expose my mindset now. I can actually go and do whatever it is. But I understand that electronica of the planet. I understand Nikola Tesla in terms of electronic and electricity and all that. So it's just amazing, isn't it? And it's just amazing to be able to do all this electric stuff in the planet. I love it. I love it. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you're going around the world and you're traveling, then you can sit wherever you want. I mean, you can sit in your camping chair. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, I have to go get my camping chair, for example. So all I do is I grab my phone like this, and I just go and grab my camping chair while I'm actually speaking to you now. And it's just a new lifestyle, isn't it? So before, I was actually doing it with my journal, and I just, without even doing my audio programs, I actually before was doing it without my audio programs, and I was having to do stuff without my audio programs. But now I can actually do my audio programs this way and go get my chair, for example. And here I am at the balcony over here. So making sure you understand my dog's over here, and my dog's over here, and I can be with them. I can be with my little dogs over here, and I'm understanding that no matter what, you can see my dogs are right here. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm scratching his little bum over here in a way that I'm tapping his nice and beautiful tail and back line over here, and I'm massaging him a bit. I'm making sure you understand that no matter what, I'm learning how to grow. So my camping chair is here before the rainfall comes. I want to make sure that this chair is nice and soothing. So make sure you understand what ideas I'm giving you right now. I'm giving you these nice and beautiful ideas because who am I talking to? I mean, it's like I'm talking to somebody over the phone, isn't it? But what happens is people are right now online, and I want you to see, I also want my dogs to come in my nice and beautiful room. So make sure, come on, boys. Come on. Come on, boys. Come on. Come on, boys. Come on. Come on. I say thank you. Alright, now my dogs are coming in. But guess what? Do you understand? I'm making my audio programs like this. And I'm making sure that every single time that you guys can pick up a nice and beautiful skill here. So I'm making sure that you understand my vlogs with that was getting angry before. That my dogs were coming in the house. But guess what? I just keep going. Because I understand that no matter what, I deserve something greater. Come on. I say, come on, boys. I say, come on. I say, every single time I'm focusing on always delivering content. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I have dogs who keep me company. So make sure you understand that dogs are very loyal and they're always able to give you what you need. I say, come on, Jack. I say, no matter what. So I realize that what's important for myself all the time is I make sure I'm always delivering the nice and beautiful aspect of life in different ways while making sure that my dogs are around me all the time. Because the thing about dogs is they're very loyal, or they're loyal animals, and they're animals that are just people in terms of life. In ways they're like people, but they give you silence, and they give you passion, and they give you happiness, just like people do. And you must understand, it's much more how you need to abbreviate yourself to have much more of a greater life. But then what I do is I make sure I do an audio program while also making sure that my camping chair is never outside anywhere once I leave the outdoor area. because I want to understand that I was making my music earlier. But make sure you have a light social bag in terms of anything like a shoulder bag on you when you're going to shop and when you're giving people ideas or something like that. And then you're making sure that no matter what, you have to go and do your content much better. But I deserve this. I deserve to be able to help people in ways that other people only dream of. I mean, in a sense, I deserve it because here I am. I mean, in a sense, I'm never crying because of this. But making sure you understand that when I eat noodles, I eat two noodles. I eat two noodle packets. I eat two noodle packets straight away. And guess what? I mean, most people get one. No, I realize they get one noodle packet, for example. And now I have one noodle packet, and I'm always number one in my. I'm always number one. I'm always first. I'm first. I understand that, but I get double the packets. So I have 6 packets here. Or else there's over here. It says what? I mean, where is it? I realize there's 8 packets. I see there's 5 packets in here. So I realize 5 packets. I realize either way I get 2, and I eat 2 per my bowl. So I get out of 5 packets of noodles, I get 2 of them, and I place it in a bowl. And I eat 2 at a time. I eat 2 noodle packets at a time. So why do I do that? Because it's just more for me. I mean, it's just more for me. So how is it more for me? Because I feel like having double packets. So either way, it does fill me up, and I feel the enjoyment of that. But make sure either way that I'm better than food. I'm better than all that. I'm vegan anyway. I'm never getting fat because of it. But either way, as I eat noodles, then I can eat on the side. I can eat soy milk. I can eat some spaghetti. I can eat pasta. I can make sure I'm eating something that's helping me move forward. And then my dog's always going into my bags to see what I have in the freaking bag. So it's so funny how they're just really amazing. I mean, you must understand that you can call dogs whatever you want, but make sure you understand that what dogs really are and what non-human animals are. I understand these kind beings, and they just want to show you exactly how life is. I mean, and life is giving people space, and it's giving people space like dogs can. So dogs never talk to you, but they talk to you through body language, and they look at you. I mean, do you understand? And they look at you so much, and you must understand it's that kind of vibe that you need in life. I mean, you need that kind of vibe. So make sure you understand that what I learned today is I went from pasta to spaghetti. And why did I do that? I have the fettuccine over here, and the fettuccine is also spaghetti. And you must understand that because I have spaghetti that's $1, I understand it's 500 grams per dollar that I can get at the nice and beautiful Woolworths here in Australia. And the Woolworths is a supermarket. So then at the 13 grams per 100 grams. So for every 500 grams, I understand that 5 times 13 is what? I mean, that's how much nice and beautiful grams of protein I have. So make sure you always have another phone with you. I understand that if I have to really, let's say, dwell upon times and multiplications and all that, I mean, 5 times 13, then we go 5 times 10 is 50. I mean, we'll have the first number. I mean, that's how you estimate the number. And then what's 5 times 3? I mean, 15. I mean, we have 75 grams of protein right here. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that's how you do multiplication. And let's say when you go, what's 5 times 7? I mean, make sure you understand that number. I mean, it's 35, but make sure you understand that when we're looking at the nice and beautiful, let's say 19 times 20. I mean, what's the number over here? I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that it's more that we go and calculate the tens in this number. So we go 19 and 20. So we go 10 times 10 is what? I mean, 10 times 10 is 100, yeah? I mean, we'll have the first number. And what's 90? I mean, so we have 100 times 190. I mean, do you understand? So make sure that when I say 19 times 20, that we have 9 times 10. I mean, what's 9 times 10 as well? So we have 10 times 10 and 9 times 10. I mean, of course, it's 190 altogether. I mean, do you understand? So that's how I do multiplication. So when you look at 19 times 20, I mean, first do 10 times 10. I mean, that's 100. And then the rest of the nice and beautiful multiplication is minus in a way that it's now 9 times 10 equals surplus of what? I mean, it's times 10, much more, into the nice and beautiful friction of saying that it's 9 times 10 is 90, and 10 times 10 is 100. So then we have 190. So either way, I mean, that's how you do multiplication, guys. Alright, now, if you have plastic bags, then save them. I mean, save your nice and beautiful plastic bags because you chuck rubbish in those plastic bags that you get from the nice and beautiful Woolworths. So make sure you understand that you never go trying to scare your human animal dogs and making sure that no matter what, that everything's human in this lifetime. But make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you understand that you're never limiting yourself, and you never try to be correct about anything, but you're making sure that you're spreading everything out, and you're making sure that you're looking at what you need to do. But if once you're cleaning, as you're cleaning something down, and as you're writing something down and cleaning, be making sure that you're making an audio program like this. And that's my tape recorder. I realized I was watching people and how they do tape recording before, and understand that since I was watching them, I understand that no matter what, I turn my lights off over here so my dogs can see what's happening. So I'm understanding that since I do that, just make sure that you realize something about life, that if you want to turn on the heater about your nice and beautiful dogs around you when they're in the nighttime, I realize that's a nice and beautiful feeling when dogs are around you in the nighttime now. Inside of my home, in terms of inside of my nice and beautiful biological dad's house, but I understand that what's important is I know my word I only. And now, since I'm actually focusing on what's happening around here, I'm focusing on understanding that for the first time ever, I did switch off my lights with the nice and beautiful dogs in the background with me. So they're just sleeping around me. But I understand that what's amazing is I understand that no matter what, it's just new. It's a new experience to be able to experience this kind of feeling. So when you're actually talking all day long like this, and you understand that no matter what, that you're going to go around the world traveling, and you're going to get your selfie stick as your microphone holder. And what is your microphone then? Of course it's the phone. Place your phone on the selfie stick, and now it's a microphone holder, isn't it? Now your selfie stick is a microphone holder because your phone is on the selfie stick. Or that's because your phone has a microphone. And that's why I'm understanding. I'm watching my nice and beautiful, let's say, phone, which has a voice memo. And then I understand that it's recording because I can see the voice memo. So it's so smart, but nobody else teaches me that. Or as nobody taught me that except I. Or as although now I get to enjoy my life. And now because I understand that no matter what, that I can go on Tinder today, and I can go and do whatever I want, and I can go and realize I can go wherever I want, so I can do whatever I want, but I can be recording these nice and beautiful, let's say, audio programs while I'm doing it. And that's amazing, isn't it? Make sure you understand that what you need to do every single day is focus on understanding that if you go and absorb every single time that if you want to do something and do audio programs around it, then make sure you understand that you want to be teaching something along with that. So make sure you understand that if you practice masturbation while you're doing audio programs and you're teaching people how you masturbate, guess what? That's the funniest thing. But make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you realize something about life, then teach people everything about life. Make sure you understand that no matter what, if you want to turn on the heater where a dog is, then make sure you understand that you can, because the dog then senses that there is a heater. So you're never trying to hurt the dog, but it's just like that. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that since I'm learning now my nice and beautiful friction of what's going on, I'm understanding now that I want to do my audio programs without having to play music in the background much. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that I can play some music in the background to just show you some examples of what's happening. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that this program is much more now, because I get to speak over and I get to do my content, and also I get to hold my selfie stick as I'm also looking for some new ideas over here. So what I do is I'm somebody who never looks in the nighttime to find anything other than my word I. But I'm understanding that if you want to go and make a difference, then make a difference, making sure that you're learning how to go and absorb your nice and beautiful sentencing and what you're doing. So make sure that you go around your nice and beautiful life, and making sure all the time that you're sitting somewhere where it's your camping chair or something like that, because I use a camping chair, for example, to sit on, because it's much more comfortable than anything else. And I understand that way I sit on the camping chair, because it's just that nice and beautiful feeling I get when I sit on a camping chair. So now, since I have a camping chair, I'm understanding I do bring it on my nice and beautiful passion in terms of my road everywhere. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that now, since I'm always delivering content much more, I'm understanding I never want to carry my portable speaker and camping chair and shoulder bag and shopping in my hands. So that's why I have a trolley. And that's why I'm understanding that no matter what, I bring everything with me, and I give $100 per ticket, much more. So let's say that from Tasmania to Sydney is a ticket one way of $220 online. But guess what? I have certain luggage. I have luggage as well, so it's $320 for me instead of $220. So if I get a ticket that's $1,800 to get around the world, then it's also $1,900 for me, because I understand that I give $100 extra to have my portable speaker and camping chair and also my shoulder bag and whatever else I have with me to get on the plane with me, and trolley. So that way I understand I bring around 40 kilos with me on the plane. So I give $100 extra because I have a portable speaker and camping chair and trolley, and I have a shoulder bag, understand, and I have food and drink as well. So I'm bringing this stuff with me. So make sure I understand that no matter what, that since I do that, I can bring clothes as well. But make sure I understand that what's important is understanding that you have to get ahead of the crowd. So I mean, since I'm understanding that now, since I'm doing my audio programs, I can go ahead and I can do whatever I want. But if you're trying to, let's say, go to a toilet and have a shit or a piss or something like that, and you want to do your audio programs, I mean, guess what you do? I mean, guess what? I mean, make sure you have some privacy here, and make sure you understand that you go and just do your thing in the toilet, and then just make sure your selfie stick is coming with you all along the way. But then make sure you just pause it as you are doing a shit or a piss or something like that. So make sure you understand that you be appropriate here, and make sure your content is uploading all the time. So I have, in 18 minutes, I have an 8-hour music track in terms of 8 hours of audio content coming up. So what I want to do is I want to upload much more. So that's the first time just yesterday that I done 16 hours ago a nice and beautiful 8-hour video of myself doing music production. Is a beautiful thing. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning something along the way, and I'm loving my life. So I'm always understanding I'm always loving I. I'm understanding that if I want to go and watch something now in terms of Netflix or whatever I want to do around the life, then I'm also able to go and watch Netflix right now, and I can go and press Netflix, for example, and I can go and do my audio programs while I'm doing Netflix. I can go and watch whoever I want, and I can go and understand I can watch entertainment, I can do whatever I want, but I'm doing my audio programs as I do it. So right now I'm watching a film, and I'm watching this nice and beautiful, let's say, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. So let's have a look. I mean, it's 4 seasons over here, so I can watch 4 seasons in less than an hour while I'm actually doing my nice and beautiful audio program. So how do I do that? I just watch the images of the actual pages, and I'm watching the images of everything. So I want to finish off my Doc Martin over here. I understand I have a season 7, episode 7 over here. So as you can see, for example, I mean, I pause the actual video over here, but then I go and what I do is I minimize the audio from this video, as I never need audio in the video. But I make sure I skip the intro or something like that. But then I watch my nice and beautiful actual incline of the video like this. So I'm actually watching it on the table while I'm actually watching that nice and beautiful screen of what's going on with people inside of Netflix. So what I do is I can place my nice and beautiful phone on my nice and beautiful lap over here as well, while I'm actually learning, and I'm actually learning something about what's going on. But what I can do also is I can place a selfie stick on the actual table, and I can place it on the table here, and now my selfie stick is standing upright while I'm actually watching Netflix with my 2 hands. So I have my other phone in my 2 hands now, while my selfie stick is on the actual, let's say, table. So I'm just focusing on understanding that is the way I do nice and beautiful content now. And I'm making sure I can watch Netflix, and I have my dogs in the room as well. And then I'm understanding that I can check people out as well, and I can do whatever I want. I can make sure that no matter what, that since I'm doing this, I'm understanding I do have a blissful time, making sure I have a great legacy, and that way I'm understanding that I'm just way ahead of people now. I'm understanding that no matter what, that people have to catch up to me, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you are lucky enough to be able to even understand what I'm doing today, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm actually single for the next whatever amount of years. But I mean, the more I stay single, the more I get ahead of the crowd here. I mean, in that sense, that's the whole thing. So make sure every single day that if you want to be greatness and you want to be greater than everybody, then be more single. I mean, be more single than everybody else. And that way you understand no matter what, that nobody can get around you. I mean, understand? Because no matter what, that you can always understand that you can test the time of eternity here. And you can understand that my kids, for example, are the ones who can actually do greater than me. I mean, in the sense that my kids and everything that I have in my life can actually do greater than me, always. I mean, understand, because I teach them all these ideas. And then my dogs are also sleeping around the floors around here. And I'm also getting ahead with my content over here with Instagram and everything I have. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can really, really absorb that. I'm never wasting time either. I'm never wasting time, but make sure you understand that you have to also absorb, that you have to go and do whatever you want in life, to understand that it's much more necessary for you to understand that if you shall understand that your Instagram and Netflix is the same kind of, let's say, deal for you, then understand that no matter what, that it's all equal as long as you are growing. So make sure you understand that everything is equal all the time. So make sure every single day that you pick a priority. So, I mean, for myself, in terms of Instagram or Netflix, I realized that, for example, for myself, I realized that Instagram is something of a business right here. I'm understanding that although Netflix is more entertainment, and I'm understanding that it's much more like that, but I'm understanding that I'm never wasting time because I am recording my program. And now because I'm doing that, I realize now that's a backdrop right here to understand that, yes, I realize in other ways, I understand that no matter what, that yes, I am moving forward, but what are my goals really? I mean, what's my goal? So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to give my best kind of content all the time, and I want to make sure I'm doing my Instagram up now, and I'm making sure that my Instagram is much more important than my Netflix. So I'm making sure that I want to go and study the game of art. I want to make sure that no matter what, that I'm getting ahead of people, and I'm understanding that I want to also be flexible. So I'm understanding that I want to post a new photo here. I want to make sure that it's something new today, and that way I'm focusing on understanding I let it be. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I understand the music is just around the corner here, but I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I have music production here, I'm understanding that my music is much more important than Netflix. And I understand that, but also my nice and beautiful music production is so much more important than my Instagram. I understand that. So what I do is I just do some music production now. I do some music production now. I make sure I connect videos and sources together. I make sure that no matter what, that I can go and do my organizing of my portfolios. And now, in terms of organizing my content and music production, now organizing my content is so much more in terms of life than my music production. I mean, why is that? Because without organizing my content, then there is no music production. Now, I understand that. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful content is all going to go in a greater direction. So let's have a look to see what's happening around here and how am I able to go and really absorb a greater time for myself over here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I want to learn the nice and beautiful art of what did I do before in my nice and beautiful content over here to merge audio together and to be able to go and do what I was doing before. So I make sure that no matter what, that I can do something much more now. Whereas that since I can do much more now, I'm understanding that this nice and beautiful video is still my life coaching video, but I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm really absorbing that nice and beautiful time with myself, I'm making sure that I'm planning along the way something that is helping me. And now what is helping me, I'm understanding, is my life right now. I'm understanding that since my life is helping me all the time, I'm making sure that you guys can hear my Zonified track, and I want to place this in my nice and beautiful tone of, let's say, voice, where I understand it's in my word I. I'm understanding I want to place it inside of my beautiful music production over here, and I understand that either way, as Zonified courses and everything in terms of extras, I understand that extras is something that helps you to, let's say, post whatever you want in terms of your content into your folders by organizing and teaching people organizational skills as well. It's very important. So what we want to do is always understand that you need to go and really sum up the nice and beautiful ability to go and really understand yourself and what you want out of life. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm doing this, or as my dogs are sleeping around me, I'm understanding that just give me peace and quiet to do my legacy over here. But let's say a woman has no patience like a dog does. I mean, they have no patience. I mean, they want to talk to you a lot. I mean, they want to talk to you so much that they want to have sex with you, because if they never get sex from you and they realize that you are doing something else other than sex with her or them, then guess what happens? I mean, you win bonus rewards over here, because when women want to talk to you, just be talking to something else. I understand? But if you talk to something else, I mean, make sure that something else is you. And then that way, they're so much more into you, aren't they? Because that way, you're going to realize something about life, that they fall in love with you like this. I mean, they fall in love with you because you are into yourself more than them. I understand? And that's why. But if you're into them more than yourself, then they run away from you. So that's like with men and women alike. So make sure that no matter what, that all men and women run to those who love themselves more. That's how it is. So everybody runs to Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ loves himself so much. Understand? So that's how I understand life, and understand that no matter what, that this is a test too over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and understand that I place it in my nice and beautiful categories of Idynotopia over here. And since it's a test, I understand that no matter what, I want to really record as much as I can. So since I'm recording as much as I can, I want to make sure that it's much that I mean, it's much more like a privilege to be able to understand what content I've done. So I realized that my nice and beautiful content over here has really gone its way. But I understand this one here can go away. I'm understanding that no matter what, I really want to understand that, because it's something really that it's my knowledge that I want to understand something about life. So that's the kind of content I understand that no matter what, that helps me, which is just being able to find the evidence that is necessary for you, and then going into the video of what you did make to see, is it the case? So what you want to understand is when you play your videos, then pause your nice and beautiful audio content and make sure you understand that what you want to do is when you're playing videos through your phone and you're doing an audio program, then pause your actual video and go and see, is that the case for you? Alright, now I did unpause that nice and beautiful track, and I want to just check my nice and beautiful, let's say, melodies over here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm doing my nice and beautiful course over here, I want to check this. Alright, now since I do have a course over here with my nice and beautiful programs with audio, now what I want to do with that is I want to make sure that my courses with audio over here with music production, and I want to understand either way that I understand that no matter what, that I do have an 8-hour program here. And since I do have an 8-hour program, I understand that no matter what, that these courses over here can go, because I can go and extract that nice and beautiful melody line, and people can listen to the whole melody of what I'm understanding about audio and what I've done in audio. So either way, that since this nice and beautiful content over here I have to go and see what it is. So I pause the audio program and then I go and check it out, and then I understand that it plays a sound, and then I understand I go and see what I have to do. And then from that point, I understand I unpause my nice and beautiful audio program, and then I make sure that I really elaborate about the ideas. I want you guys to understand that if your dogs are sleeping, for example, I mean, make sure that you understand that if you understand they're sleeping, I mean, please never go waking them up, for example. I mean, never go touching them if they're sleeping. So make sure you understand that it's much more appropriate that you let your dog sleep if they're sleeping, because they are they're never touching you, are they, when you're sleeping? Are they trying to touch you when you're sleeping? I mean, they're never touching you when you're sleeping, unless you have the dogs in your room. So make sure you understand that what's important is understand that when they're sleeping, just let them sleep, and when they're awake, just let them be awake. Understand? We never put them to sleep when they're awake, and never try to make them awake when they're sleeping. Just let it all roll. But if dogs wake you up because they are licking you, come on, man. Never get angry because of that. But just make sure you understand that no matter what, that it's much more that you have to get up anyway. So make sure you understand that what we have to do is go around dogs, and make sure you understand that dogs sometimes may come on your technology and may piss on your technology, because they never understand what that is, man. So make sure you understand that either way, why did you have technology in the first place around dogs or non-human animals? Guess what? Never kill anybody, but make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're learning. I see the amazing thing about, let's say, audio content right here is I can place my audio content all day like this to play, then I can give you some nice and beautiful ideas along the way about everything I'm doing. So it's so amazing to be able to do that, because I was always doing that in my phone. And because I was always doing that in my phone in terms of writing materials, and now I can also do in audio. I can also do it in my audio fashion. And now I understand that in my audio fashion and the audio statements is I can pause it and I can re-pause it all the time. But make sure every single day you understand that what's amazing is now I can do it also in video, and I can level up my nice and beautiful audio programs with an extra phone where I can go and understand that I can connect the videos together. But make sure you understand that audio is so fast to be able to go and do what you want to do. So make sure you understand that 1 hour video a day is more enough for you, but make sure you understand to do much more than that all the time. So make sure every single day that you have a nice and beautiful minimum requirement of you doing 1 hour video coaching with your face in it every single day, so you can focus upon understanding that you need to go and do much more audio content and everything much more. So whatever works for you in the moment is what you have to do. I understand that what's amazing about life is I'm able to pause my audio content in terms of my audio nice and beautiful friction of life, that is my life where I'm growing my word I, because I'm always better than friction. I'm understanding that no matter what, that when I really understand something about life, I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's much more enjoyable to be able to pause your content and then go and do what you need to do, and then go and restart your audio content and keep it going all day long. And then all you do is just that, and then you're really giving people ideas really quickly, and then you're enjoying yourself in the process of what you're doing, and you're making audio content along the way, and you're just enjoying yourself all the time. So I understand that my dog is reacting like an epileptic over here, and he's starting to snore, and he's having a nice beautiful dream over here. But I'm understanding that my dog is really I realize my dog Jack has a epileptic saga, and it starts to move. in the dream. So I understand that it's really that my dog's dreaming something. So I'm understanding that either way, I want to see that dog is probably dreaming about some other dogs or something like that. So I'm understanding either way that you must understand that it's much more like the case. So I'm understanding that this dog that my Jack is actually, let's say, trying to see or trying to, let's say, hypnotize itself, understand that it can be also, I probably all don't know. Probably dogs only ever dream of dogs. Understand? Probably dogs only ever have the dog dream. And dog dreams are only ever either scary or happy. So I understand that now. I'm actually understanding that. So my Jack over here, in terms of my dog, is actually shaking in its sleep. So it's some other dog that is trying to interfere with this dog, in terms of my dog. So my Jack is afraid of some kind of dog out there. And that's why it's shaking. That's why my dog Jack is shaking, because it's dreaming something. And when it's dreaming something, I mean, it's dreaming other dogs. I promise you, there's nothing else that the dog wants to be dreaming about other than dogs. You understand? That's the only thing that you have to understand that. And since it's shaking, I understand that I can understand that either way, that what's important is loving life in a way that I can really tap it right now. And since I understand that I realize something. That since it's really, let's say, dreaming right now, I understand that if you see your dogs shaking in a dream, that you can tap it and you can wake it up. And then what happens here is I send a signal to say, hey, I mean, never ever shake while you are doing that. So what happens is the dog becomes much more aware of what you did tell it and what you did say to it in the moment of where it's actually shaking. So what you need to understand is if you want to do that, it's much more plausible for you to understand that I'm already talking, aren't I? I'm already talking while my actual dog is sleeping. So what I want to do is understand if I find a dog shaking, I want to go tap it. I want to go touch it in a way that I understand that if I touch it, then it's much more, I understand either way that it's never cruel, but it is. Whereas now, it's very cruel to touch a dog. I mean, it's very cruel to touch a dog. So make sure you understand the way you have to understand that if you want to help it somehow, right now, all you have to do to help it is let it be. I mean, let it be, because the actual dog can actually hear you anyway. I mean, the actual dog can hear you anyway. So what you have to understand is, regardless of how much it's shaking, I mean, you must understand that it can actually hear me anyway. When it actually hears me and what's happening, because dogs are like that, and dogs are still shaking around me anyway. So you must understand either way to just move on, because that's the kind of nature it is. So make sure you never have to touch the dogs, but make sure the dogs are touching you. Make sure you're never chasing people or other people or other non-human animals or whatever it is to touch them. I mean, make sure you understand that you go and touch yourself in terms of your word I, and understand either way that you're learning very quickly upon the art of actually never being stuck on words. And that way you're going to understand that what's important is having a great life for yourself and then understanding your content. I understand that what's important, guys, is when I get an idea, I give it to you right away. And I'm understanding really quickly that it's much more that I do so, because I understand when I give you ideas really quickly, I'm much more cementing my legacy into the world in a greater direction. But I'm understanding either way that lots of people are behind in whatever it is. I'm actually understanding that I have a better life in the process of actually giving you more words. So I'm understanding that when I'm actually creating these words all day long, while they're having sex all day long, I'm a greater legacy, guys. I understand to have women to have sex with now, but I'm understanding either way that I have a greater life than them. I mean, would you rather have a greater life, or would you rather have sex with a man and woman today? I mean, of course, you have a greater life. I mean, you must understand, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing to just be able to pause my content in a way that I can go and do my content, and then be able to go and repause my content in a way that I can unpause it to go and say something, to be able to elaborate myself into the best way, and be able to do this all day long with a selfie stick. So I want to be able to understand that my selfie stick is something that I want to be able to always do, and I want to actually continue to do my what you never do remarks, because I understand it's so important to actually see it always in my nice and beautiful physical journal, and put all of the knowledge together and just go and do the most important parts of what I learned, and do what you never do in terms of that. So what I do in terms of what you never do is I write all the aspects of life that you never do. Because just like Thomas Edison found 1,000 ways you never make a electricity light bulb, is what I want to create for you also in terms of life. And I want to make more than that. So I've already made over hundreds of thousands of ways, and I did place already 1,000 more, in terms of 100,000 and more ways for you to never live life in a way that never works. Understand? So I'm finding all these ways that never work, and that's what I'm actually giving you in my journal. I'm finding and I'm saying, hey, this never works because of this. This never works because of this. I'm never doing this because this never works because of this. Understand? So make sure you elaborate to people exactly how it is. Understand? So make sure you understand that what you have to do about life coaching and about life and business is to go and teach people what they must never do in terms of life. Go and teach them that and stick to that point of view every single day. And then all I do in my daily life is to go throughout life teaching people what I never do. I teach people, I stay away from meat, I stay away from people, I stay away from this. I'm teaching what I never do. That's what I just said, isn't it? I never teach that I go around people. I teach that I stay away from people as much as possible. I teach now, anyway, that I'm only teaching around people to be able to go and do myself a favor, to be able to have a greater legacy. And that's it. I understand, but make sure you understand that no matter what, that's the whole point of teaching. Alright, either way, guys, so what I'm really realizing now is how fast I can actually start speaking in a nice and beautiful tone where I can go and really do my content really quicker than everything now. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm understanding that I was so much more, let's say, into what I was doing over just now, but understanding that no matter what, I'm just now always, but I'm making sure that I am just delivering content along the way to speak faster and faster and faster on an audio program right now. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that what I want to do is go and listen to my nice and beautiful content over here. So I understand that I have already, but I'm understanding I want to go and upload it into my courses. So I place it into my courses over here, and then I go into my nice and beautiful music production theory over here, and I make sure that I'm doing much more content than ever before. Because that's what I understand either way, that when you have something of a dream about somebody, because they were with you, and because you have a greater time now, and because you have a nice and beautiful treasure about you, where you're understanding that either way, you're learning how to overcome the situation of how they look like, in a way that you're fantasizing about them and their skin color or their fat or something like that, is what you have to understand, and the tone and shape of their body and how they were on you, and how you can understand a greater way of life for yourself. So understand that what you need to do daily is understand that if you have dreams of having sex with somebody, then understand that you have to label it, and you have to show the nice and beautiful regard over here, to understand that you have to go really, really dwell upon these people, and you have to understand how to overcome that dream or fantasy with words. So understand that if you want to do that, then you can. But what's amazing is every single day, that if you go and really understand that what you need to do daily is talk more words to be able to overcome your fantasies and everything about life, then you're understanding that no matter what, that if you go and really, really dwell upon something that did happen before, and you give that nice and beautiful knowledge that how you were going to the nice and beautiful nightclubs and all that, and you were with certain people, and you're also understanding either way that I was with certain people at a nightclub, and I was doing drugs, I was doing these people, I was making sure that everybody there was happier, I was making sure that I can go up to a woman there, I was making sure that no matter what, that I can speak it out. I understand that how I speak it out now is something different. I understand I remember her smoking in front of me. I understand that when she was smoking in front of me, I was left the scene. I understand that either way, that what's important about that is I understand that I was in a time and place of my time that where I was losing myself in terms of my work eye. And I understand that either way, that what I need to do is I need to focus on recapping the memories of my life in a different way. And I'm understanding that since I understand these people were going different places, and I understand that they were understanding I in some kind of regard, but I understand that no matter what, that it's really, really how I feel now. So make sure every single day that when you're talking about people, they're just really, really recording it all as you go along, because that's how you have to do life. But as you realize that somebody really loves you, then they come up to you and they hug you, and then understand either way that they want you really. But make sure you understand that if you're never ready for them, then understand that it's because you were doing something to make sure that no matter what, that you can do a better way. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that life works out if you talk more words. I'm understanding although that you have to understand that if you have some kind of fantasy because a woman is tall or something like that, or a man is tall or has abs or some kind of thing in life, then understand that you have to name that, and you have to understand every single day you have to do better, and you have to do better than all of that. So make sure you understand that no matter what, you can always do better, and there's always much more to do every single day. But my nice and beautiful dog is waking up, so I'm understanding that every single day, I'm understanding that I want to go and really, really dwell upon life. But I'm understanding that it is actually the way I have to do it. So I'm understanding that my nice and beautiful dog says every single day that I'm just happier. So I'm making sure that I'm learning how dogs are. So every single day, look at dogs and really understand them really quickly, because I understand that no matter what, that if you look at dogs and how they really react to you, I mean they're like little babies, man. I mean, dogs are little babies, and they're grown-ups, but they're little babies, aren't they? I mean, they're sleeping on the floor over here. I mean, this one's sleeping on the couch. I mean, this one loves the couch more than the floor. Understand? So, I mean, Jack is richer for me over here, because I understand that Bundy wants to sleep on the floor, but Jack wants to sleep on the couch. I'd rather sleep on the couch than the floor. I understand, although the Bundy likes the floor, huh? I mean, now guess what? I mean, who's actually stronger over here? I mean, who's a stronger dog? I promise you, Bundy's actually stronger than Jack over here. I promise you, Bundy's actually stronger than Jack. And I understand either way that now I want to be that dog who sleeps on the floor as well. I promise you, because I understand that either way, that what's even richer than that is understand that no matter what, that if you go the way of Jack and you sleep on the couch, I promise you that it's a new experience, isn't it? I promise you, go for it. I promise you, go for it. And if you have to pick the couch or floor to sleep on overall as a dog and human being and everything, I mean, guess what? I mean, choose the couch. It's smarter, always. And just because somebody else is sleeping on the floor, in terms of life, in terms of a dog or whatever, I mean, it never means that they're smarter than the one who is actually sleeping on the couch. So I want to recognize in every single moment how my dogs are relating and which dog is always doing better than the other one. So I'm understanding that Jack over here is doing much better as a dog right now than Bundy. And why is that? Because Bundy is actually upset right now. I mean, Bundy's showing me that he's upset because something's happening, and he never wants to sleep on the couch. I mean, he wants to sleep next to a heater over there, but there's a heater that's never even working. So that's why I'm understanding that Bundy's very upset today. So I understand that. So I want to go and understand either way that if I make it a nice and beautiful way where I turn on the heater, for example, and now because I turn on the heater, I mean, now where do you want to sleep? I mean, do you want to sleep on a couch or do you want to sleep next to a heater? I mean, now it's different, isn't it? I'd rather sleep next to the heater now. I'd rather sleep next to the heater because the heater is at least going to make me warmer. So that's something that is new, isn't it? And you just add the equation of a heater into your mix. And now I suddenly go and sleep next to a heater rather than the couch. So I want to make Bundy look much more richer here because I'm just a type of individual who understands that. So I'm understanding. I pick up my nice and beautiful content right here. I'm understanding that my Bundy is looking at me very angry in terms of life. So I'm understanding that I want to turn on this nice and beautiful heater right here. And I want to make sure that Bundy is going to understand something about the heater right here. I'm understanding either way that Bundy is looking at the heater and Bundy is looking to see what is that. I mean, what is Danny doing over here? So I'm understanding either way that once I understand that heater is going up, I'm understanding that I want to make sure that all of life is something much more. I want to actually understand that I love everything, because if you want to really recognize that you're kind to animals the way you are, then understand that no matter what, you have to realize something now. I realize that every single time that when you understand something about life and when you actually turn on the heater where a dog is, I realize now the dog suddenly becomes aware of the heater, and what happens is suddenly it just realizes something. It realizes that it realizes how it's sleeping. And what happens is that when you really turn on a heater next to a dog, where the dog was sleeping next to a heater where the heater was off, or suddenly the dog becomes aware of where it's sleeping. Suddenly the dog becomes aware that Jack is sleeping much better. I can see that. I can see straight away that the dog is actually looking at Jack right away. I can see Jack and Bundy are doing better now. I'm understanding that Bundy is much more aware about how to sleep now. I'm understanding now either way that what you need to realize is now we're always much better. So make sure you understand that no matter what you want out of life, is we're focusing on understanding that we want something better. And now since you want something better, make sure you understand that you have to be learning how to really find the equation of life. But if you find somebody interesting, then what's so interesting about them? It can be the hair. I mean, it can be the look. I mean, it can be that nice and beautiful way of saying that there's a certain skin color as well. I mean, there's a certain nationality. I mean, there's a certain amount of vibe with them. I mean, they make you feel like you have everything with them in a way that they're safe with you or something like that. So make sure you understand that no matter what, if you go and really, really express yourself and what you believe about the world, and you look at the crowd and you understand what they're doing is something different. And if you just go around, let's say, pubs and casinos or something like that, and you're recording a voice memo, then you can do it in casinos, and you can watch people, and then you can approach them if you want, and then you can have whatever you want. But make sure you understand that you're never wasting time. I mean, you're never wasting time going to these places now. But make sure you understand that if you go to a nightclub where there's loud music, then guess what? Then you have to write it all down. I understand, because over there, it's all, let's say, loud over there. So go to silent places. So understand that no matter what, at a casino, there may be music playing as well. So if you're at the casino and whatever's happening, just understand that there's music going on. So get away from music when you're doing audio programs. I mean, just understand that. I realize that anywhere where these people are going today, in terms of the crowd, is going where the music is. I'm actually understanding that now. I'm understanding that they find themselves around music always. So when music is around, then people are around. In a sense, so what you need to realize is they're only getting together because of the music and never because of anything else. In a sense, so the music is what connects us together. In a sense, so without music in this lifetime, I mean, where do people go when there's no music? I mean, they go somewhere else. Then. I mean, if there's an event full of people just sitting down, I mean, guess what? I mean, I never even want to go there. But if there's music at the event, I mean, now it's different, huh? I mean, now people want to go to the event because of the music, and never because of the people, man. I promise you. I mean, that's why festivals are so big now, because festivals now, in terms of what we have in festivals, I mean, just imagine back then in Hercules times and what a festival is back then. I mean, back then a festival is some kind of gathering around the tradition of music. I promise you, there's music in that event. But if it's just people, I promise you now, it can be some kind of public speaking event back then. I promise you, like Jesus Christ, for example. And even in Jesus Christ times, there is also music going on. I mean, there has to be music. So you must understand, no matter what, the music is something that is the thing, but also public speaking. So, for example, let's say Gladiator back then in Caesar's palace, back then in Rome, emperor and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they had the tradition of these events around killing people. I mean, that's why stadiums and people, and all these people went to find these people getting, let's say, and dying in front of them. And that's why they went to Caesar's palace, to see the gladiator and to kill, in terms of to see people killing stuff. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that you never kill, but make sure you understand that is what back then was. And it was also Jesus Christ teaching at places. And also, it's the music events back then, such as belly dances and all that. And belly dancers come to dance around, and guess what? I mean, people come to watch the belly dances. I mean, they came for the belly dances. I mean, in a sense, so today, it's fucking festivals and rap music festivals and vegan festivals and some kind of event, but it's never around people, is it? I mean, now, it can be around people, though. I mean, it can be around a certain DJ who's bringing music. I mean, it can be also around public speakers who are bringing certain content into the world. I mean, it can be around events such as people around singers as well. So, or around actors, for example, or somebody who's coming to a certain location, and that's why people are going to see that individual only. And when they come to your event, then they're coming to see you. And even though you have acting, and even though you have all these words and all this music, I mean, they're coming to see you and what you are giving, and that's it. I mean, in a sense, so that's the whole point, isn't it? So we're focusing on saying that's why events have been evolving throughout time. And that's why I understand either way that back in those caveman days before Jesus Christ, I mean, back then, guess what? I mean, there's nothing going on then. I mean, there's nothing going on. I mean, people running in the freaking Garden of Eden over there. I mean, understand? I mean, that's what it is. I mean, that's the garden. I mean, that's the Garden of Eden. I mean, that's the caveman days, man. I mean, understand? the Garden of the Garden of Eden is the Garden of Eden is understanding that no matter what, that you realize that those are the caveman people days, and there's never much going on in those days. It's just really, really people running around and killing each other. And that's it. So no matter what, that we've now understood that we have music festivals going on around here. How much involvement is that? Do you understand? Just one aspect. We can make electronic music now. We can make electronic music now, man. Via computers, man. Isn't that incredible? Just to be able to do that. I can freaking play any kind of sound I want in a computer. That's amazing, yeah? So make sure I understand either way that I can record this program with you. How big is that? I can record this program with you, man. How big is that? But make sure you understand that most people take it for granted. Most people hate doing this. They hate it because they're unaware of it. They're unaware of this. They're unaware of doing these programs, man. They're so, let's say, ignorant to even learn how to do it. Understand? So that's why you have to understand that we're still evolving. And people are evolving very quickly. But I'm evolving far greater than everybody. I'm understanding that now. I say, either way, understand that no matter what, I can really, really understand now how I'm really, really measuring up to what I'm doing. So the more I talk, the better for I. And the more I understand life, the more I can actually go and really, really dwell upon something that I've done. And now, since I'm understanding that I'm uploading content now into my YouTube account, and I'm really, really understanding to organize my phone and everything in my phone now, because organization in my phone is much more important than Instagram now. Whereas now I have 8 hours of content over here. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm realizing how to really, really dwell upon life, by making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning my nice and beautiful music production programs over here. So I want to just make sure that I'm learning how to really, really dwell upon life. So I'm making sure that I go and teach people. So what I can do to Sunset Brothers over here is I understand Sunset Brothers is somebody of an inspiration, and they're inspirational people. So I want to make sure that I go send them some nice and beautiful content over here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I can start marketing to people as well. And I'm understanding that I can go and love my life. So once I do my life over here, people can just recognize me in a better light over here. So I want to make sure that no matter what, I just send them an image, and I send them an image quickly, and I say, I want you guys to find more ideas from me to succeed upon music production. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I see now, either way, I understand that what I do right here is I record, I always being able to just send these nice and beautiful messages, so you can see how I record, and then I do a screenshot as well in terms of what I did send the people. So I'm understanding that it's just how I'm really, really doing life. So since I'm doing life like this, and since I'm recording my nice and beautiful audio programs, I want to be able to go and organize my phone as much as I can to go and upload new content now into my Instagram. So let's have a look to understand that nice and beautiful content right here has to be, let's say, in an audio program. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and understand that I really, really go and I export all my nice and beautiful content from my audio programs into Fruition. And I make sure either way that since is that kind of vibe over here, I export everything into 128 kbps. Now, and why do I do that? Because it's just much easier for me. And I'm understanding I just put course 4 over here. I say course 4, I say music production. I say music production because that's what it is. I say music production, and it's just my audio program here. So I'm understanding either way, then I skip through the nice and beautiful production of what I'm doing in a way that I'm learning. And I'm understanding either way that what I do now is I'm understanding that people can sense that I'm really, really, let's say, absurd in a way that I'm learning and growing. So no matter what, I understand that people are actually finding me inspirational here. So I realize they find me much more inspirational, and that's what it is. That's what it is. Now, what I need to do over here is I'm understanding that I want to go and really, really dwell upon more content giving. So I'm understanding that I want to go and understand every single day. I'm understanding that no matter what, I always have a positive image about Jesus Christ. Because I understand that no matter what, that when I look at other people who are acting like Jesus Christ, Roshi, it's the biggest lie I've ever seen in my life. Roshi, it's the biggest lie I've ever seen in my life upon how people are placing images of Jesus Christ and how Jesus Christ looks like in the planet, and they're placing other people as actors like Jesus Christ, and they're dressing up like a facade of Jesus Christ. I understand, and when I look at that, I realize that I'm just aware about that now. And that's what Jesus Christ was saying in the actual Bible of Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ says, there are no other gods before me, in terms of before I. But also he said that you must never ever go and believe other people who are trying to dress up like Jesus Christ or something like that. And it's just like the truth. And that's how it goes. And you must understand either way that now I recognize how it is. But I realize that. I already seen that coming. But make sure that no matter what, that now I'm exposing it much more. So what I do now is I'm understanding that I look at my nice and beautiful phone. I'm making sure that I remove the content that is from music production already. And I'm making sure that it's all online already. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can also record my reactions. And I'm making sure that I go and dwell upon my life coaching over here in a way that I'm teaching you right now how to succeed all the time. So I'm making sure all the time that my content is always coming up in a way that I'm learning how to grow. And since I'm learning how to grow, I just go and place everything into a life coaching event over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning from every single situation over here to make sure that my content is getting up very quickly, because I want to be very quick about what I do. And then understand that once I do that, I'm understanding either way that I want to go and delete this nice and beautiful aspects of life over here, but making sure every single day that I want to go and just upload and upload and upload content and content and content. Because now content is very exciting. I mean, content is very exciting, and I understand Jesus Christ can understand how fast I do this now. I realize now, because I understand either way, I just have a great life, don't I? I mean, it's just I understand that I deserve it, because I am somebody of a follower of Jesus Christ. I understand I do deserve it. So I'm understanding Jesus Christ saying, very excellent over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, you guys have to believe and understand more. Alright, either way, guys, I'm making sure they understand that I see certain breaks, and now certain breaks are something where it really drives you to understand how long does it really take you to go and do these nice and beautiful programs of yourself once you stop doing it. I mean, it only is a moment. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that, and make sure you understand that one moment can be a lifetime, but make sure you're always talking more and more and more, so you never have to wait. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that if you want to record anything and you want to go and really export something and you want to place something into a video, then make sure you're recording audio programs as you're doing it, so you never waste time. I mean, never waste your time about anything, and make sure that you're learning how to grow yourself very quickly. I mean, make sure you understand you go upload and export everything into the nice and beautiful software, but make sure you go and tackle the largest programs in your video first. So if you have life coaching programs that you're doing, then do audio programs until all of that is gone up. And that's the way. I mean, make sure you're doing audio programs until your content is all up online, and then guess what? I mean, then you're winning, and then either way, we're learning. So I have a live coaching video over here, so I'm making sure how funny this is, but making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to live coach. So what I want to do is I want to go and understand every single time how to do much greater. So I'm focusing on understanding that my music production courses over here is something different about that one. I'm understanding that's a life coaching course as well. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and persuade people as much as I can to go and live life to the best of their ability. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I have a life coaching course over here, I'm understanding that I want to copy this one and I want to actually place it into my music production category over here. But I'm understanding either way that since I do that, I can copy it to an album, and then what I do is I place it as iMusic Production, and I can do it. I say iMusic Production, because I can show people specifically something on YouTube that I want people to understand, and that's what I can do now. I can show specific information about music production somewhere about me, and I want to have a nice and beautiful communication of music production around what I'm doing. But understand if it's just I understand it either way. I want to teach something about life, and I want to understand that no matter what, that I learn something very quickly, that I can copy certain parts of my nice and beautiful live coaching and sessions and all my videos and files and place it into files and files and files again, and upload the same content somewhere else so that people can see that specific content in that folder. So I understand that, so I can move on and process everything much quicker. Whereas now this is English comedy, but I want to place it as my nice and beautiful way of music production. And now the music production is more enough over here, and I understand that no matter what, I can realize that. And then I want to focus upon understanding that now, since I have my life coaching degree over here, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I realize now, since I do that, I go into my nice and beautiful content over here, and my dog went to sleep on the floor somewhere else because the heater is actually too much. I mean, the heater's too hot for the dog. And the heater's too hot for the dog, so the dog went to move. But it's choosing a nice and new place. So now at the moment, in terms of the spacing of the dogs, Roshi Jack is winning again. I mean, Jack's winning again this time. But guess what? I realize that this time, I understand that I can see Bundy again is so upset. Because why? Because Bundy again is trying to sleep on the floor over here. And I understand either way that what's important is I just realized that Jack has more wisdom about life over here. I can see that. But Bundy never does appreciate the healer over here. So I understand that he does appreciate the healer, but it's more he wants to move away because it's too hot. I mean now, since he does move away from the healer like this, I understand he's showing me happiness right here. I mean, either way, I realize that I understand, although that Jack is in a better position with the healer over here. So I understand no matter what, that I can say I'm learning about what reactions of dogs and how they react with each other and who's doing better all the time. Whereas now all I can do is try to actually maneuver a way that dogs can learn in a way that I learn and make them learn faster. So what I can do right now with my dogs is I'm understanding that either way, I want to go and really feed them something. I have to feed them in order to teach them. So that's the only way to do that. So I'm understanding either way. I'm understanding it's more like sit and run and do this and do that and do that. So making sure that's the kind of teachings I'm looking at. But what I understand every single day about life now is I'm understanding that no matter what, that as my content is progressing forward, I understand that I want to be making sure that I never delete content that has an exporting of that audio file happening. So I understand my UCAR, I understand my MP4 to MP3 converter is converting a video. So I never want to go and delete that video when my MP4 to MP3 converter is processing that video in audio, because I want it to finish the audio processing and then I can delete the video. And then I have the audio extraction from that video, and then I upload the audio online because I already did upload the actual video online. I realize now, did I really? I realize now, no matter what, I realize I want to go and see this. I want to go and see this video because I have a feeling that I have to upload it online. And now let's have a look, because no matter what, I have to understand it's actually in audio fashion. So I'm actually exporting the audio over here. So I'm understanding that since I'm exporting the audio, that all I actually want to do with that is I just want to upload the audio version. Because the video version is actually too long in terms of database. So I'm understanding that it's just an image in it. So I realize that the audio is much better. So if you have a picture of a video that you've done, in terms of, let's say you make a video of 8 hours of audio content with a video, but make sure you understand that it's just an image that shows as the video. I mean, that's what I mean. I never want to upload those. I want to upload just the audio then. Because otherwise you're just looking at it. I mean, otherwise the video is just showing the actual image of the content. So make sure you understand that since you're understanding where you are in life, just make sure you're life coaching and doing some nice and beautiful audio programs with yourself, and that way you're going to go and succeed. I mean, just make sure that you understand that. And once you're doing that, I realized I did do some actual content over here with actual live coaching as well. I understand that either way, that since I do that, I understand that what's important for myself here is I understand that I want to go and recover that, and I want to see where it is. Alright, now, when you guys are going to the toilet and your dogs are in the room, I mean, guess what? I mean, open the door so that they understand that you're never trying to block them out of anything. So that way you understand that. And then open the door and make sure the door's open. And make sure that you lift the dogs in a way that they understand that you're going somewhere, in a way that they can come and show themselves as well with you. So making sure either way that they just show up in a way that you're letting them be. In a sense, so always open the doors with dogs because they come straight away. I love it. Unfortunately, they come with you straight away. So make sure that you're always understanding that if you're going to the toilet to have a piss or something like that, then guess what? Actually, now open the door. I mean, open the door all the way so they can watch you doing it. I mean, dogs want to watch you having a piss and shit. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that is the way it is. But if you lock them out of anything, then guess what happens? Then they feel that you are harassing them. You understand? And it is. I mean, you must understand that when I shut the door in your face, I mean, how's it look? I mean, how's it feel when I shut the door in your face? I mean, it's like harassment, isn't it? I mean, that's why I'm saying open the doors always. Or, imagine God never opening your doors. I mean, it's like harassing it. I mean, it's like harassing, isn't it? So just make sure you open the doors all the time. I see. Anyway, guys, so what's important is to understand that you have to look good. So make sure you're always planning your life. I love life. I'm making sure that I'm always constructing myself in better sentencing and what I'm doing, but making sure I'm looking at myself in the mirror in a way that I'm learning. I'm learning something about my life. I'm learning how to speak with myself all day long in the mirror and looking at nice and beautiful tones of what I'm saying. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning how frustrating it can be to never even look at yourself in the mirror while you're talking to a voice memo. And that's the most frustrating thing, because what you need to realize about life is look at yourself actually recording yourself in the mirror, and look at yourself actually talking to yourself in the mirror. I mean, look how real you are. I mean, look how real you are in your mirror. And now if you do that, then make sure every single day that you're learning why you're doing that. I mean, learn why you're actually doing what you're doing every single day. And then focus on saying that what you want to understand about life is learn how to really, really focus upon your life more than other people, because that's what you need to do. That's what you need to understand every single day, that no matter what, that you have to understand that nice and beautiful role play with yourself in the mirror when you're talking and when you're public speaking is very important. So you get your nice and beautiful voice memory going, and then every single day you're focusing on understanding that your dogs are running around the house because you have something to give. And then no matter what, you're learning how your nice and beautiful frustration of life happens with you. And then understand either way that you have to realize that you're the way. And that way you're going to understand how to talk with yourself in the mirror now. So if you want to talk with yourself in the mirror, then talk with an audio podcast like this and do an audio program with yourself. And look how serious you are actually about your content. So when you look at yourself much more as you're speaking in a video, as you're watching yourself in a mirror, I mean, make sure you understand it's much more how authentic you look. So you're going to have that nice and beautiful image with people, and then people can understand that you're really honest. And why are you so honest? Because you're understanding the word I. When you're understanding every single day that no matter what, you're going to move forward with a nice and beautiful vocabulary, and then you're going to understand how to really talk. I mean, talk is how you actually learn how to be with anybody, and Oprah Winfrey and anybody in terms of life. And we're learning how to promote people like Ellen DeGeneres and all these people, and we're learning how to really function. I mean, I can imagine what I can do at 76 years of age, like Les Brown today. I can just imagine what I can do. I mean, it's just the next level, man. I mean, it's just something more in life. I mean, they're so slow. They're so slow to be able to make audio content, I promise you. But I can do this really fast. And when I do this very fast, I'm understanding because I'm learning quicker than them. I'm learning quicker than them, so I'm just a billionaire really quickly. I'm a billionaire more. But other people are just going to watch me and they're going to be like, they're going to be like, what? They'll be like, blah, blah, blah. Make the funniest freaking expression. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Do you understand? No. Yeah. Guess what? What is actually so ugly about an individual is nothing. Nothing is ugly about an individual. But you're making new fashion following models in terms of life, and you're making new modules of success over here. So if you understand, I say, yeah, I say that's how you do something in life. Yeah. No matter what, that we're learning how to fashion, funny, comedy. Yeah. I realize every single day that you have to practice that nice and beautiful fashion model. You have to understand that no matter what, they'll have to look at ourselves in the mirror. We have to understand how to talk. And then when you talk and you're talking all the time, you're always understanding something about, yeah. That's how it is. What? What did you say? Where'd you go, man? What? Yeah. That's how you have to understand no matter what. Did you really? Did you really say that? What? Come on, man. What? What? Now either way, you must understand to improve those impressions of your life every single day and look in the mirror and make some funny, nice and beautiful, let's say, comedy. Comedy right here. This is the most comedy I've ever said in my life, because I understand no matter what, that it's really, really understanding something about your life. I mean, understand your life over here. And understand to look at yourself in the mirror and say, hey, suck it! I mean, understand no matter what. They'll realize when I look at you, man, how funny, man. I mean, so far, man. I mean, what? I mean, guess what? I mean, I understand when they talk like this, man. They talk with the tongue, man. I realize when they're saying something about life and they're saying, hey, I mean, what you do? I mean, you understand me, man? I mean, I understand you, man. I understand what you said, man. I understand what you said. It's the funniest aspect of life, man. I said, yeah, sorry, yeah. I said, I get what you're saying, man. I get what you're saying, man. I say with the pulling the tongue out, man. Robert, what are you saying, bro? We can pull the tongue out even more, man. I mean, lick your asshole. Every single night. I mean, that's the funniest thing, man. I mean, every single time. But we understand that no matter what, that now New Zealand has opened, or New Zealand has done the opening of the nice and beautiful borders to Australia, and you can actually go to actually sing and do whatever you want around New Zealand now, as you're Australian, and you can go wherever you and do whatever you want. So make sure you understand that the borders are opening at Australia and New Zealand now. So no matter what, you guys can go and fly to Australia and New Zealand now. So make sure no matter what that you guys understand that. So make sure that no matter what that it's much more between only Australia and New Zealand right now. And only New Zealanders and Australians can travel to each other's countries right now. So I'm not saying either way, I can travel anywhere. I'm already in Spain. I'm already going everywhere around the world. But I'm understanding now, since I have everything that is happening in my life every single day in a different way, I'm understanding no matter what, I want to be able to look at myself in the mirror a bit more. And I want to understand what I'm doing with myself. I want to be looking at myself in the mirror. I'm understanding that. I want to understand I'm serious. I understand that I never care about those people who never care about I. Because I understand that what's important is a greater mindset around people, and then understanding that we just want to fly, baby. I mean, we want to fly somewhere. I understand that these people are too arrogant for me. I mean, they're too arrogant for me. I mean, they're too arrogant in the way that they never care about Danny Milivojevic, man. I mean, they never care about Danny Milivojevic's legacy, man. You understand? I mean, they never want to show me around either. You understand? So make sure you understand that. So either way, that I never care about them. I understand that they never get my ideas. I mean, they never have my life. I mean, they never have my legacy. I understand? So I never care about those people. I understand? So make sure you understand that either way, that if you want to travel around the world and you want to go and have a frequency of love in you, then make sure you're looking at yourself in the mirror all day long and loving your life all the time. I mean, love your life because you're getting sexier all the time. And you're understanding that. And you understand that no matter what, that your name is the word I only. And that way you understand that no matter what, that we're creating much more of a life now. I mean, we're actually better now in terms of what we're doing. And then we're leveling up really quickly. I mean, you find your way really quickly when you're speaking much more words. And what were they doing in terms of the Serbian people and Australian people and also the Croatian people and all the people of the planet? I mean, they're going to music events with people tonight. They have nothing to do, man. They have nothing to do there. I mean, they're going to be drinking alcohol and doing drugs and DJing. They have nothing to do, man. I promise you. I promise you DJing. I promise you they're DJing, but they're never DJing their music. I promise you they're DJing other people's music, mate. I promise you they're facades of life. I promise you they're facades, mate. Understand? I love it. I promise you if you want to DJ music, then make your own music, man. I make my own music and I DJ my own music. But they may be laughing at my music. But I'm DJing at big festivals, my music. I mean, go make your own music, man. And do you understand? I mean, how much you want to laugh at me, man? I'm making my own music. I'm making my own music. And I'm DJing at large festivals with massive people around my music that I'm creating. Man, that's a dream, isn't it? I'm doing better than those people who are DJing other people's music only and never making live events around themselves. I understand, so make sure you understand that. So, what I need to do all the time is I focus on understanding that it's much more about I, because those people who are going to be watching me, and those people who are watching me, are only watching for the ideas I give. Which they're never watching it for my legacy. Bro, you guys are never watching this for my legacy, are you? I mean, you guys never care about my legacy. I mean, you guys never care about my legacy, man. You understand? But if you do care about my legacy, then share Danny Milivojevic around. You understand? I mean, share me around a bit. I mean, you understand? Because if you never care about me, then guess what? then understand either way, I love you anyway. And that's a nice and beautiful way of vibe, isn't it? Because understand that what's important is helping you anyway. Regardless of if you love me or not. I want you to love me. I mean, love me or hate me, I want you to love me. I mean, make sure you understand that what's important is always check the nice and beautiful content. But this is the first time ever I've stood in front of the mirror and being able to do my nice and beautiful video camera with my nice and beautiful voice memo like this, and being able to just travel and do my life like this. And I never need anything else other than freedom. I mean, but guess what? I mean, no, I need my word I only. I mean, guess what? I never lose my word I. I never need anything else except the word I only. But guess what? Actually, Jesus Christ is everything. But I understand every single day that I'm just learning everything. I understand, but Jesus Christ is the word I. I'm understanding, although, that my I is right here. I'm understanding I'm learning how to never lose. I'm learning how to understand that I'm using different words and different elaborations with different ways of being and different ways of speaking and looking at myself in the mirror and now saying I love you. Because now I realize that what I was missing in my piece of puzzle of actually talking in the mirror with myself here is looking at myself while doing so. I understand that my mirror image of how I look is how I communicate with myself all day long. And it's being able to communicate myself strongly in what I am every single day. And when I look at myself now and I'm actually talking to myself this way, I'm actually building myself I'm building my self-interest right now. I'm building my self-interest in the way that I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I'm loving myself. Because there's nothing else. I mean, there's nothing else to look at in life other than I. I understand that. And that's why I'm understanding now I can go. Because I have I always. I have I. But I understand the reactions is something different, isn't it? I mean, the reactions of your life is making sure that you're looking greater. I mean, I understand that no matter what, that I'm looking great. I'm understanding that. I understand that I'm looking something much greater all the time. I'm looking strong. I'm looking vibrant, but it's happening. Or as my nice and beautiful skin color is happening. Or as my vegan style and my sober lifestyle and my schedules are happening now. I'm just 28. I understand that I'm serious. And I'm understanding that no matter what I'm learning how to really, really dwell upon a greater career. Because that's what it's for. I mean, there's no fucking facade over here, man. And there's no fucking lies over here. I mean, this is all the truth. And the truth shall set you free if you understand how to speak more words, man. I mean, if you can just speak more words every single day, then you can do anything. I'm speaking for everybody over here. So make sure you understand that I'm the president of every country now. Because you're listening to me here. I understand, so no matter what, I rule this audio program. I mean, nothing's better than this audio program right now. I mean, make sure every single day you must understand that what's important is understanding how to boost your legacy in front of people. So what I can do now is I can go and interview people on the street. And I can bring my nice and beautiful scenario like this. And I can go to people and I say, hey, I want to talk to you. I want to make sure that you're nice and beautiful and courageous. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you one question about life. And then I give them my business card as well. I say, here's my business card. I want you to understand something about life. I mean, teach me something about life that you can teach me. I mean, of course, I'm recording an audio program because I understand I'm promoting everybody today. I want you to say something on audio and that's it. I mean, either way, you can do that. Or you can do it in a video if you want. Now, a video is even better if you can do it in a video. But you can start you can start it with an audio fashion first and go and see how it is first. And build your confidence if you want. But make sure you understand either way that what's important is understanding that and then go and understand how to give your business card more and more to people. And then it's a new experience, so go and do it. Because you can do it. And that's it. That's all you have to understand. And then, either way, I understand that I'm making more Serbian content now as well. I'm making more Serbian content. I'm making more language content now. I'm making more of everything happen now. Because I understand that no matter what, I'm singing more content as well. I'm making no matter what, that I'm making all that nice and beautiful content come true now. Because I understand that now I can speak, I can also sing, I can go and do whatever I want because I have a phone, which is an A20 Galaxy, baby. I have a Samsung A20 Galaxy and here I am. Understand? I mean, what? I mean, guess what? I mean, I have this voice. I mean, look at my communicational skills and look at the Samsung A20 Galaxy. I mean, what's better? I mean, is it my voice and how I speak, my communicational skills, or is it a freaking Samsung A20 Galaxy, man? I mean, of course it's my voice, isn't it? I mean, in a sense, I have more value always. I mean, make sure you understand, either way, that my dogs are nicely looking at me over here and they're understanding that they love me so much that they want to come see me. So let's just go and do I over here. So I'm understanding that you're a nice and beautiful boy over here. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I see the nice and beautiful way of Jesus over here. So I understand it's a kind act to do so. So I realize that now, since I'm doing that, I realize that it's a nice and beautiful strategy to understand that now. Bundy is on the actual couch. I mean, Bundy is learning that Jack did leave the couch, and now Bundy has took its place. I understand that. I see now Bundy is the king of the world over here. And actually, guess what? I'm understanding that now it's actually different, isn't it? So what is happening now, I want to see what Jack is going to do. But Jack is now on a standstill over here. I promise it's a standstill between the dogs. And they're both doing great. But this time, I understand that Bundy is actually learning from Jack this time. Because Bundy wants to be where Jack was before. And Bundy is coming up to me this time. So Bundy is always showing me something about life. And so is Jack. But I'm understanding that what's happening right now is Jack is having a nice and beautiful time with me. And Jack is also showing me that he's happier as a dog. And I'm understanding that. I'm understanding that no matter what, that you can pet dogs if you have the intention to never hurt them. And that's it. I mean, if you have the intention to never hurt people, then you can touch them if you want. I mean, in a sense, so it's much nicely you realize that I have strength in what I'm saying. And I'm learning how to speak the Bible in the word I. I'm understanding that, and that's how I understand the word I. I'm understanding everything I have right now is understand I can go cooking. I can do some cooking today, and I can cook, baby, and also do my audio production. And I never have to waste time. I never have to be wasting time either, so I can always cook now. I can be able to cook whatever I want now. But guess what? I mean, on the go, I never have to cook either. So that's just something I've learned, but I hope that you guys learn that too. I understand that either way. I hope that you guys learn what I'm learning. I realize that either way, that what's amazing is I'm understanding now that I want to go and understand my life. So what I want to do is I want to understand that now, since I have a life coaching program here, I want to make sure that I'm planning everything in my life. And I want to make sure that either way, I can just understand what is happening. So I never want to be playing audio in front of you other than making sure that you guys can hear what's going on in my series over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that this over here is actually some kind of program over here that I'm learning. So I just want to see what kind of videos these are. I want to see what kind of videos in terms of audios this is. So I'm understanding I just want to see this. I see. So now since I'm actually doing this, guys, I'm understanding either way that what I can do is place my nice and beautiful selfie stick on the actual nice and beautiful table, and then I'm actually continuing to just go and do my work over here. So as I'm doing my work, I realize my dogs are actually listening to me right now, so I'm understanding that they are just into what I'm saying over here because they can see my tonality and they can see that I'm very safe over here, and they're understanding that they're just chilling to see exactly how I talk so that they can get an experience about me and what my life is. So I'm understanding that either way, I'm just focusing on understanding that I want to go and see over here my life over here. So I'm understanding that what's amazing is understand to capture yourself in a way that you're never hurting other people and other life forms. So make sure you understand that if something never wants to hurt you, and if you believe that you have an advantage over somebody to hurt them, then guess what? I mean, wake up right now and never ever hurt anything. I mean, never ever try to hurt anything, because I'm understanding that what you need to realize is your word I is much more important than anything else. So focus on understanding that every single day we have to focus on understanding that if you want to go cooking and you want to do some cooking around what you're doing, then guess what? I mean, go and understand you're lifting your frequency very much over here, and you're saving time and you're saving grace. Whereas now, when you understand that when you're saving grace, you're just speaking more words and you're connecting the dots together, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you can go and do what you want to do in terms of life. But then guess what? I mean, as I'm actually eating now and food and drink, I'm actually doing an audio program as I'm doing it. I mean, do you understand? So what I want to do is I want to make sure that, no, I realize that as I'm doing food and drink, I realize that there is a time and place to communicate, and it's right when you're eating food and drink. Whereas now, actually, I understand that no matter what, it's much more that I have a peaceful time when I eat food and drink. So when I'm eating food and drink, I want to be making sure that I'm never doing audio programs while I'm doing food and drink. But I can also just write content then. I can be writing content while I'm doing food and drink, because that's something that is. But I'm understanding that's something that's much better. So I'm understanding that either way, that while I go and do audio programs, I'm also making sure that I'm doing video programs and everything. But making sure as I eat food and drink, that I'm just writing materials and reading something. So that's something I do. Although every single day I'm learning now how I can go around shopping malls. I can go around any place out there in terms of supermarkets. I can go and do it in the car. I can do audio programs in the car, or I can do videos and any type of video or writing or audio programs around anywhere in life. And I can do nice and beautiful memos inside of a supermarket and inside of a car now. I can be on a standstill anywhere and I can be learning and growing. I can be learning and understanding that I'm on a train, for example, and I can be talking to someone. And I understand that all I do in a train is I put on my earphones, I put on my nice and beautiful way of selfie stick in front of me, and I start talking to people on a train. And all I do is I'm understanding that I'm just vibing over here, and I'm understanding that people are loving what they hear, because I'm understanding I'm very positive. So I'm understanding either way that once I really go and dwell upon something, I'm understanding now I'm realizing how I can go and dwell upon a better life for myself in different ways. I'm learning very quickly. I'm understanding that some people who have gone from this world are realizing what I'm doing. I mean, they can see what I'm doing. I realize that. I mean, you guys can see what I'm doing. I mean, I'm very fast, aren't I? I'm making sure every single day, and no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing. And every single day, I'm learning very quick. I see. So now, either way, I realize that what's important for myself over here. I realize I do have some video content over here that I have to do. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys can really understand that I never ever delete anything from my nice and beautiful, let's say, content over here right now. But I'm making sure that you guys can go and progress into that nice and beautiful theory. So I'm making sure that I go and upload this content over here, which is my course 4. And I just want to make sure that I'm just on top of that, because that's something that's really falling apart over here, which is something of my word I. But my word I is never falling apart, because I understand that either way, I understand that I just want to go and grab that nice and beautiful spotlight right here to be ahead of that content. So when I'm ahead of the content, I'm understanding then I'm ahead of life. I understand either way that if you're fantasizing about someone or anything about life, then just go and really understand to just go and do you and fantasize about you only. Fantasize about the word I only. I mean, that way you're going to understand how to be the word I, and then you're going to understand how to really dwell upon better aspects of life quickly. So that's the whole point, guys. And make sure you're placing your nice and beautiful audio courses and all your video courses between your nice and beautiful audio and video tracks, in terms of all your soundtracks, in terms of your files online somewhere where everybody can find it in those music files of yours. So that's the whole point, guys. So make sure every single day you're learning how to grow yourself. So when I'm doing that, I'm learning that I want to go and become much more, and I'm understanding that since I'm understanding my life much better, I'm understanding I'm just way ahead of people now. I'm understanding that no matter what, I realize what's happening around the world, I have to catch up with what's actually happening around the world. So what I want to do is I want to be reading from my mentors also while I'm actually doing my legacy. So I want to be able to record my nice and beautiful videos and audios and be writing. And I want to be writing and doing audios and videos while I'm reading with my mentors. And I want to be doing that always. And I want to be reading from them all the time something. I want to put on their audio programs. I want to understand life itself. I want to understand how to learn and grow. And I want to understand that it's very quick. So I'm understanding that since I'm understanding now that there's so much more content that I have to do, I'm understanding that now. Since I'm understanding that my life is much more preparing itself to fly up in a better way, I want to make sure that this over here, I have to restore it. I have to restore it right here. So what happens here is, I understand Mega Drive, place restore right next to remove the files. Why do you place the button restore right next to the button remove the files? Why don't you place the freaking restore section of all the files at the top and the remove the files at the bottom? Because sometimes somebody may remove the files accidentally instead of pressing, let's say, restore the files. So because they're next to each other in terms of the buttons. So make sure you understand to separate those functions so that nobody actually removes their files when they have to click restore, for example. So that's something that's improving upon life, and I'm understanding either way that what I want to do is just let it be for now, and I want to make sure that I'm just learning how to grow myself. So when I'm learning how to grow myself, I'm understanding now to just go and really dwell upon life. So I want to go and make sure that my nice and beautiful Instagram is coming up, and I want to go and really do my content. So as I'm doing my content, I'm never losing time. I'm understanding that I want to go and upload content today. And understand that either way, that once I do that, I realize that I want to be understanding that I always go around the world traveling, because I deserve it. I deserve to travel around the world with these people in the planet. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I have these people in the planet, I understand I want them to watch me, and I want them to be jealous of me. I want them to be jealous of me, because that way I understand I have a successful life. I'm much more successful than them. And I'm understanding that's how I feel. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I will realize every single day that if I do anything to help you to grow, then understand that you must go and share it around, and you must share those ideas around, because it's how you help other people as well. And then we're focusing on understanding that now I'm really much more in a rhythm of life over here, while I'm actually life coaching, and I'm actually doing my content over here about life coaching as well, and music production here. So I understand that no matter what, I'm really understanding that no matter what, I'm learning quickly how to really dwell upon doing it all really quickly. So if you understand something about life, then understand how it is and how it feels to just go and promote yourself differently. And if you can promote yourself differently, then understand that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding how to really dwell upon something that you love to do. So if you understand every single day that I really want to go and dwell upon something that is new for me, I want to make sure that I can promote some type of other fashion over here. So I'm making sure that I can go and place jumpers on my nice and beautiful range of colors over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that with that, I can place the white shirt over here, and understand that either way that I go and do that, because that way I understand that it's just something that I want to make sure that my life is moving ahead. So since I'm understanding that I have these two over here, I have a nice and beautiful color range right here. So I'm understanding that since I do that, I understand that I can go and place these two, for example. And since I do these two, I realize that it's just different. I'll make sure every single day that I want to go and really promote something. So since I promote something, I want to make sure that I'm promoting the best ideas in the planet. So I'm understanding that way I focus on doing that. So I just want to make sure that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful fashion photos are happening. And what I'm doing with fashion photos today is I'm understanding something about fashion photos. I'm understanding that I want to go and dwell upon delaying the actual post on Instagram until I have more fashion photos, and that's it. So I'm understanding either way that there's a nice and beautiful queue over here. So I realize that there's a queue. So I realize that since there's a queue, I want to go and understand to just post this, for example. And since I post this, I can post that right here. And then understand that no matter what, I'm learning how to just understand how to dwell upon better aspects of life right now in a different way. So I'm really understanding how to dig into my words. I'm digging into my words over here in different ways, and I'm learning really quickly how to go and be broad in a way that I'm learning how to function. And when I learn how to function daily, I'm making sure that people can understand that there's so much more to do. So since I'm understanding that there's a queue over here, I'm understanding that it's much better that I do this one over here, because it's much more likely to succeed. So I'm making sure every single day that I'm focusing on understanding that I can place this nice and beautiful way of function here. So I'm understanding that my nice and beautiful dog Bundy this time is on the couch, and now he is also shaking for some reason. So for some reason these dogs get on my couch and they're both shaking on the actual couch. I mean, why? I mean, I understand either way that what I do is I'm understanding that I want to go and really understand that this time. But what happens is Jack is sleeping on the floor this time. I mean, Jack is actually sleeping on the floor, and Bundy is on the couch this time. So what they're doing is taking turns. I can actually tell, I can actually see that, and they're actually never together on the couch. So they can actually go on the couch together. I mean, I understand that they can go on the couch together. But what the thing is, I realize, I understand that they love the floor as well. I mean, they love to be on the floor. I mean, they love life overall. And that's the thing. I'm actually realizing something myself over here. I'm understanding that the dogs are so smart that they want to be on the floor. I mean, that's it. I mean, they are aware of it. I mean, they understand that. I mean, they want to be on the floor and love it, and they want to be on the couch and love it. I mean, understand? I mean, they never pick sides, do they? They're never picking sides about anything. I mean, they just want to love. And that's all I'm learning right now. I'm learning either way that they're taking turns as well, which is amazing. So either way, that once I understand much more about life, I understand that I'm really learning about something that is a privilege for me, that I can stop my nice and beautiful audio content, and I can be also doing my Instagrams and also my nice and beautiful, let's say, audio content right here while I'm actually doing my nice and beautiful food as well. I can be making my food as well while I'm doing this. And that's something that's very new, and it's much more of a talent as well to be able to do that. So what I want to do is just let it be for now, and I want to make sure that no matter what, I can also be reading while I'm doing this. I can be understanding that there's new content out there that I can really, really dwell upon. I can be making sure that I can do something more than this. I can make sure every single day that I can go and really, really understand how to just love my life in the process. So I'm understanding that as I do this, I realize I want to go and really, really understand now to just let it be, and I want to go and upload my nice and beautiful content. So since I'm uploading my nice and beautiful fashion photos online, and I do enjoy my fashion photos, I do enjoy doing it, and I understand that why I do that is because I want to understand how to grow, and then I want to understand how to really, really pleasurize myself in the words I say. I realize if you're talking all day long and you're actually productive with yourself, and you're actually understanding that words alone make you so interesting. I mean, if you understand that, then understand why they actually go for other men and why they go for other women other than you, because they are unaware about how to speak to you, and they're unaware about how to lead you, and they're unaware about how to be with you, and they're unaware about how you are. And there's no trust communication with you and her or him, because you guys are somebody who 2 years ago were speaking to each other in communication and words, and now it's gone for some reason. And now realize either way that if you're trying to talk to them and they're never trying to talk to you, then it's because you have to understand that they are just people who never learned how to communicate. So if you want to understand either way, that if you want to move something from a dog, then guess what? I mean, be my guest, and just make sure that either way that you're learning something along the way, that you go and charge up your content in ways that's going to help you. And that's the whole point, isn't it? So make sure you're always making sure that you're getting the best technology in the planet, and that you're never waiting for anything, but making sure all the time that you're learning how it is to satisfy your need for the best life. So if you understand every single time that you're somebody who wants to, let's say, dwell a better way, then focus upon understanding that there's a better way always to go and promote your content. So if you want to promote your content in different ways, then go and understand that no matter what, that there's always something new that you can post. But understand every single time that I can see my nice and beautiful content right here, and it's much more that I have to go and broaden up this nice and beautiful fashion industry over here, and I want to make sure that I'm going to promote something different, because I understand that I do have a singlet just before that nice and beautiful theory of life, but I want to make sure I promote the white type of individual over here. And since I promote white over here, then I understand either way that I am always winning from this point on, because I'm promoting something different now. So I'm understanding that I want to go and understand that no matter what, that if you're going and really, really promoting yourself all day long, then you deserve it. I mean, you deserve to promote yourself. I mean, just understand that what's important about promoting yourself all day long is understanding that there's so much more content that you can deliver, but you can also write messages to people, and you can send people messages of yourself and what you're doing every single day. And you can also check messages to see, are people watching you and what's happening around the world while actually doing your audio content. So whatever you want to do, then focus upon understanding that it's just the funniest thing in the world. That if you go sending people anything of your genitals, it's the funniest thing. So just understand that no matter what, that I've done so as well. I've done that before, but it's just the funniest thing. Alright, now what you want to do is focus on a greater life for yourself, and just focus on yourself and what you want, because I understand that happiness is with you and never with other people. Understand? So what you need to realize about life is understanding that if you have something to give, then give it wholeheartedly. I mean, just be able to understand that, and every single time you give much more and more to people, then guess what? I promise you they appreciate you. I promise you they appreciate you when you're giving. So if you want to give something, to give all of your soul and all of your heart to those people all the time, and then you can focus upon understanding why that is. So if you understand, no matter what we're doing every single day, is we're focusing on understanding that we need to love our life in different ways, and then we have to understand that we have to pick that kind of industry that we're focusing on, and we have to focus upon understanding that it's just that kind of way. So what I want to do is I want to place this kind of scenario with the first post, and I want to make sure that I'm speaking over my photos and what I'm doing in daily life in different ways, and I'm trying something new all the time. So I'm using my hoodies to make sure that I can go and dwell upon a way that's working for me all the time, and I'm making sure that I can go and just understand how to promote myself differently. So I'm making sure that no matter what, the people can understand that I do fashion modeling, and that I'm a fashion model, and to some extent I'm understanding that no matter what, it's working out for me because I look greater. I'm looking greater as a human being, and because I'm looking greater, I'm understanding that I'm also dwelling upon something that works for me. So that's the whole point, guys. I mean, just make sure that you're going and promoting yourself along the way, and that you're making sure that you can also become the best version of yourself. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is understanding that you have to go and talk it out. I mean, talk it out with yourself all day long. I mean, do whatever it takes. I mean, do whatever you can every single day. And understand that no matter what, that if you do whatever it takes, then do something that's positive only. I mean, just make sure that you're actually positive over here, and always understanding that no matter what, that we're learning how to really, really become the best version all the time. So I understand that no matter what, I really, really do love all these photos, by making sure that no matter what, that I understand that the greater value I understand every single day is something that's really new for me. So when you're actually posting something that's really new for you, then focus on understanding that you need a new you. I mean, you have to understand that no matter what, that we're learning how to talk, and then make Serbian and all these nice and beautiful Spanish programs and everything around what you're doing all the time. And then what you can do is you can continue to make your quotes if you want. And if you make your quotes and then just pause the nice and beautiful audio content and then go and make it if you want. But guess what? I realize it's much better to understand this. Because since I'm doing that, I understand that I can do it now. But I understand that every single day that it's much more worthy that I realize something now. That I'm doing it on audio anyway. I'm doing it on audio anyway. So what I want to do is I just want to post my nice and beautiful content up online. And now, I mean, there's a time and place for quotes. And now for quotes, I understand that I just upload YouTube videos and I keep going. And I upload quotes here and there when I choose to do some quotes. Alright, now that's something new for myself. But I want to be understanding to just keep on talking. And since I'm talking much more, I'm understanding that it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? Or it's that kind of vibe that I want to be understanding. So every single day, I'm learning that no matter what, then my voice is always getting better. I'm learning how to sing. I'm learning how to do everything slowly. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is getting ahead of me in a way that I'm learning. I'm learning quickly. I'm learning how to become the best version all the time. And I understand that. I understand that my hair looks amazing. And because I am growing my hair, I'm understanding that's why I'm winning in life. I'm understanding that no matter what, that you understand that Jesus had long hair as well. So I'm understanding that I have to have some long hair as well in my life to go and do something different. I have to understand that. So make sure that no matter what, that if you go and really, really become something, I mean, go and do something that you've never done. And then that way you're going to understand, that way you're going to become the best version always. And then every single day, we're learning to become always the best. I mean, that's the whole deal. I mean, the deal is set yourself free in a way that you're learning. So if you're learning all the way, then go and learn how it is to be a miracle for yourself. I mean, learn how it is to just do the best job for yourself. So every single day, we're learning how to become something that is worth it. So if you become worth it in life, and then if you become something that is far worthy of your attention, then focus on understanding that I'm never ugly, but I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to do much better. So that's much better. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to just make sure that I'm picking some photos and doing some interests over here to make sure that everything's working out. So that's the whole point. So that is a nice and beautiful photo of me. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning to just see these photos. So once I see these photos, I'm making sure that I'm learning what photos look good with I and what photos are different with I. So I'm understanding that no matter what, there's a different sequel there. So I'm understanding that when you understand that, you just go and really, really understand that even similar photos is something different. I'm understanding that no matter what, I keep on going, because I understand that no matter what, that this is my no. Whereas now, either way, if you're uploading similar photos like that, I mean, make sure you understand that what you need to do is go and post something different always. So focus on just discarding your nice and beautiful photos, and then go and start again a different scenario that is actually different. So when you're understanding that, I mean, just focus on becoming something that is really, really absorbing in a way that you're showing new photos of yourself only online, because that way you're going to understand that no matter what you're doing, I mean, you're making sure you're giving ideas, and then when you're giving, I realize when you're giving ideas, you're making sure that you're just the best you can be all the time, because that way you understand that you can always lead people into the best versions of themselves. So that way you understand that no matter what, that there's always something new about my nice and beautiful fashion industry every single day. So making sure that I'm always learning from that nice and beautiful situation. So every single time, there's always a nice and beautiful way for me to lift my nice and beautiful jeans as I'm doing my fashion photos. because you have to be able to plan your life and always plan your life in an audio fashion and in a fashion statement of what you're doing all the time. So I'm very fascinating, as Jim Rohn says. Alright, now every single day I'm understanding that what's amazing, I'm understanding that is I'm just the word I only, by making sure that I'm just posting my nice and beautiful images quickly online. Alright, now since I do that, alright, that there's so much more to do every single day, but that's why I'm getting ahead of the crowd. I'm making sure that no matter what I'm speaking much more than eating, I'm speaking more than doing anything else, because I understand I deserve it. I deserve a greater life by making sure I'm finding new images of myself to post online, and I'm making sure that I'm showing the world my true colors. So that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, make sure you focus on understanding that if you want to go and dwell upon better life expectancies, then show people that you are really, really caring in a way that you show up and show your eyes while you're actually making sure that you're showing your eyes as you are doing your fashion photos, is what I'm talking about. So that's a nice and beautiful photo of me right here. I'm not saying that either way, I have some new photos over here, but understand that one here is a new photo. I understand that no matter what I'm looking, to just understand that nice and beautiful theory of what's going on around here. So that's looking fresh right here as well. I understand that no matter what, that this nice and beautiful photo is something different. I'm making sure that I'm always learning how to go and develop. So I want to be developing all the time differently, and I want to make sure that every single time that you're always showing one of everything, and that way you understand no matter what you have, or else you have everything that's one. Or else now every single time that multiplication of numbers that you want in life is number one, and that way you're always looking to thrive. I mean, you're looking to thrive all the time. I mean, you're making sure that no matter what, that you're looking the best you can be, and then you're focusing on yourself the most. I mean, focus on yourself the most, and show people your flaws here and there. I mean, show people different sides to you. I mean, that's all you have to understand. I mean, show people different sides. So when you understand that, either way, that one there is something that I need in my life. I understand that no matter what, if you want to show your photos, then show the best photos of yourself all the time. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I have some beautiful photos already, and I'm making sure that I'm learning on the go how to really, really become more. So I understand that if you want to become more, then go and learn how it is to speak on the audio camera much more with yourself all the time. So I'm focusing on understanding that. I realize that nice and beautiful fresh cut of my hair is so beautiful that I understand that. I can see that fresh cut right there. It's just so amazing in terms of my hairstyle and how it just came about. Whereas it's just so beautiful, isn't it? Whereas now my hair looks amazing, so I'm understanding that no matter what, whereas because I do these nice and beautiful fashion photos of myself, I'm always doing this content. So my quotes are going to my audios now. I mean, all my quotes now are coming into my audio sections. But I understand that YouTube descriptions are very important for me. And now in the YouTube descriptions, I understand I can post just my Instagram in that. But I want to actually post some quotes in that. I understand that. I understand it's much more different. And I'm learning along the way how to really, really do more. But some photos are going to be bigger than others, but let it be. And never ever delete something that you did post online. I mean, in a sense, make sure you understand that. And make sure you understand how to go and just be something more differently. So I understand that the nice and beautiful church over here is something now new that I can go and start really, really developing that nice and beautiful attitude there. So I'm understanding that either way, that since I understand I do have a black one over here, but that's something different. I have these ones as well. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding I have different backgrounds with different places, I want to understand to post all these different scenarios of what I'm doing. So since I'm doing these nice and beautiful scenarios of my life, I'm understanding that I'm really dwelling upon something different over here. So I'm understanding now I want to post these ones over here. So that's something really even more. So I'm really understanding that I really went all the way. I went all this distance away to just understand my nice and beautiful content. So what I want to do is, through my nice and beautiful fashion photos now, I want to have a voice memo with a selfie stick available with another one to be able to talk content right in front of people while I'm actually doing my nice and beautiful fashion photos. And now that's something I have to do because I figure out a nice and beautiful way for me to actually go and do content much greater. So I understand that I understand now either way that what's important for me is to be able to do that. I want to be able to go and sit down somewhere and just talk audio contents with my phone and selfie stick. And I want to have an extra one. I want to have an extra phone and selfie stick just to have this kind of reason going. So I'm understanding that, and then I understand either way that what's important is I keep going with this, and I'm always showing myself with no shirt off, and understand that is the way to go. But I'm showing myself with no shirt on as well, and I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning that my dogs are sleeping and they're actually just enjoying the nice and beautiful time over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm actually doing something around my content, I'm making sure that I'm learning something very quickly. I'm making sure that I'm giving the effort to make sure that I'm pronouncing my nice and beautiful voice in the planet. And then since I'm actually doing something to help my life, I'm understanding that people online are watching, and they're watching me, but I understand that every single time, that over time they're watching me even more because I have that attractive factor about me. So it's something attractive that people want to see, and it's something that I talk out. It's something that I'm speaking every single day, and it's those words. I realize it's the word I understand that. I realize that's why people are watching me. I realize they're watching me because of my word I understand either way that something I have to really understand here, that I have to go and upload some content into YouTube as well. So since I'm uploading YouTube content right now as well, I want to make sure that I'm uploading something online. So I want to make sure that it's something over here, and I'm just dwelling upon a better way for myself. So I'm understanding that no matter what, since I'm actually doing my content over here, I want to understand my comedy actual videos, those are my comedy videos, is coming up online as well now. And I just want to see my comedy videos now over here. I want to see in that nice and beautiful duration of my time over here, I want to see that my content over here says that in the duration of everything I've done, that it's just that way. I realize although what I do is understand that I just pause my nice and beautiful content sometimes. I pause my nice and beautiful content sometimes just randomly, just to see what is happening with my life over here. So I understand that it's just something that's scarcity in terms of my eye. I realize there's some kind of pause going on, so I'm understanding to just keep the show rolling, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that I realize this now. When I go into my nice and beautiful comedy courses here, I want to be able to see that nice and beautiful course right here. So I'm understanding that either way that I have it, so then I just go and post it into YouTube very quickly. And then I want to be constantly uploading into YouTube now something about my life. So what I do is I connect my actual videos in terms of my comedy videos together, and also my singing videos together, and then also my life coaching videos together. I connect it all together. And then I also, with my music production is different. So with my music production in terms of screen recordings, I post that into my Mega Drive because I understand the value of it. And I understand that either way, what's important is just do that, because that's how you actually grow. And now every single day, if you understand that the music content in terms of my video screen recording is just showing the images only, but it's something, and now it's something specific. But that's how Mega Drive comes along, and I save time this way. And I save around 3 years of content right here in terms of uploading. So I'm understanding either way I'm learning. I say over here, how to deliver your best lifestyle through comedy and empathy. Alright, now since I'm understanding that I'm always developing that nice and beautiful attitude with myself, I'm always making sure that I have my nice and beautiful I here, because I know my I only, and I only ever said the word I, and then I understand that I'm always learning how to go back to the I while also writing something down. And now I'm understanding that no matter what, with my nice and beautiful quotes over here, that since I'm understanding that I'm doing my nice and beautiful audio programs here, I can just post my Instagram link from this point on and understand that it's more enough for me from this point. Whereas now I understand that either way that I can go and do that as well. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I have to go back into my nice and beautiful YouTube account, and I want to actually do this now. I want to understand that no matter what, that my passage here is just doing audio content now. And either way, that since I'm doing that, I'm understanding that now I'm just really just posting a link only into my YouTube account now. So when I'm doing that, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm understanding I'm writing down everything right now into my phone. And now since I'm doing that, I want to eventually go into my actual writing materials. I want to write something down as well in terms of what you never do. So just so it's applying always in terms of some kind of writing down. So it's physical, so you can see it. It's very important. I can see that. I can see it's very important. So what I want to do now is upload this video. And once I upload this video, I understand that no matter what, I'm never wasting time because I'm still doing my audio program here. So you have to understand that. And then I go back into Instagram here, and I just keep on uploading new content over here. Whereas now, since I'm uploading new content all the time, I'm making sure that I dwell upon a better way. I'm making sure that my life is always better, and I'm making sure that I can go and coexist in a greater way. So I'm understanding that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understand to show something about you in a way that you're learning to grow yourself in different ways. So I focus upon understanding that photo can be around here, because I understand either way that I realize something about life. So now, since that photo is there, I want to make sure that this one over here is going to be something more. So I'm making sure either way that I focus upon doing that right now, so I can love life, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you're loving your life in different ways. So make sure every single day that you're focusing on the best life for yourself, because what you need to do is step up your game in terms of words if you want to have a better life. And that's it. It's so simple. I mean, it's so simple to have a better life, and understand that. Understand it's just as simple as Jesus Christ is. So now, if you understand Jesus Christ can have a simple life, I'm pretty sure then you can also. Understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, that what we need to do all the time is understand that life of ours all the time. So I understand that no matter what, that I want to find better photos of myself all the time. I want to show people photos that I've never done before. So that way I'm always learning something. So that's a beautiful photo. I'm understanding that I'm learning something different along the way with what I'm doing. I'm making sure that my content is heard, and I'm understanding that either way I'm promoting myself along the way. I'm understanding that my hair is showing up, and I'm understanding that way I'm learning the art of persuasion and the game of life. Because the game of life is understanding that no matter what, but since that's the case, I'm understanding that I want to go and do much greater. So that's why I'm understanding that photo right here deserves an applause, and I'm going to upload that one. Whereas now, either way, that sometimes you must understand that the last photo you choose to upload into your nice and beautiful Instagram is that exact one that you need. I understand. So make sure you understand that no matter what, it's just that kind of day, isn't it? So the day of your life is making sure that no matter what, that you're helping people very quickly, and understanding that you deserve it all. If you understand your word I is what you deserve only, and then understand that no matter what, the word I is everything. Now, the word I is everything in your life, and you must understand what the word I is. It's your word I. I mean, the word I love you. It's everything. Go directly for the word I, and understand that Jesus Christ says, never cut the word I from your life out. Understand? So make sure you're using that word I. Make sure every single time you're understanding how I increase the word I, always in my life. I'm making sure I'm using that nice and beautiful strategy to convince you to understand the word I, because that's the way I love life also. And I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm showing people different areas of life over here with myself, because it's just a new Danny Milivojevic over here. It's something new that nobody else has seen. So what I want to see in life is I want to show people my flaws. I want to make sure that I'm looking great. I'm making sure every single time that I show that nice and beautiful flaw there, I want to show people my flaws. I want people to see how much flaws I have, really. Because what's amazing about my life is understand this, that if you show people real nature of who you are, and you show them your flaws, and you show them your other photos as well, then you really, really understand that you want to go and dwell upon something greater. Because that way, we're understanding that no matter what, that we're learning how to show people our flaws. So show people as much as you can every single day about you, and show all of your flaws, and then show people the best photos of yourself as well. And that way people always admire you, even if you're showing them your flaws, because I admire myself and who I am. And that's it. If you understand that, then I understand life itself all the time. So what you want to understand is any kind of flaws you want to show people, and go show them those flaws every single day. Never ever do anything other than making sure that you're learning how to really, really persuade people about you. So if you want to have a nice and beautiful cover photo with that, guess what? Make sure you understand that if you're showing people your flaws anyway, then just choose the best kind of nice and beautiful photo of yourself while you're showing people your flaws in different mannerisms. Because that way, you're going to understand either way that what you need to do is realize that if they deserve to see your flaws, then let it be. Understand? Because that's the way, isn't it? Now, I'm learning very quickly upon how to understand my life in different ways. And I'm learning how to talk with you all day long. Because what's important for me is I can always check anything right now in terms of what's happening, and I'm understanding to just relax and to just enjoy my life in different ways. But I understand my dogs are really sleeping over here, and they're enjoying the nice and beautiful floor over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and just do more, and I'm doing more in different ways. But I'm understanding that since I do more, I'm understanding that since I always make sure I'm living my life to the fullest, I'm making sure that you guys understand how to do it also. So I'm making sure I'm giving you those ideas. I mean, the ideas is very important. So if you understand, that's the most beautiful photo I've ever seen. I mean, I understand that. I understand that every single time. I understand that I want to go and promote myself into the best methods of life. So that's why I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning how to really be functional in a way that I'm learning how to grow. So I focus on understanding that there is other photos I want to show from this point. I understand that either way, that since I'm showing more photos of myself, I'm making sure that people can see different personas and different ways of my hair and different ways of strategizing my fashion photos and all of that. So I'll let that one be, but I understand that no matter what, it's something new. And since I understand this one here is the winner, and I understand that right here, so I understand that no matter what, so far, that one's the winner. And I understand either way, that no matter what, that if you're going and really persuading people in your nice and beautiful function of life, then I understand that people want to see your face. So if people want to see your face, then I understand that no matter what, I'll let it be this way, because then you have to go and promote your face as well. So promote your face all the time, because your face is important, and then focus on understanding that if you go and really dwell upon life differently, then focus on understanding that I'm always learning my nice and beautiful life ahead of me. So that nice and beautiful photo right here is the winner for me. I've actually that one right here. Actually, now the last one in terms of which one I pick for my life over here is the winner. So I understand that no matter what, that sometimes the first photo you pick is the winner, and then the last photo you pick is the ultimate winner. So no matter what, it's all your photos. So make sure that no matter what, if you go and really understand how to really just be your own individual and be your own type of guru and what you're doing every single day, and then you're learning all the time, that you want to go and teach people something about life, and then you're teaching people different stories and different aspects of life all the time, so that you can go and coach yourself and other people, is the best idea. So make sure that you're doing that, and make sure that you're vibing with people. I mean, that's all. I mean, that's the whole point. And the whole point is just to vibe with people in different ways, and making sure you're learning and you're teaching people different styles of all these nice and beautiful fashion photos. In terms of the backgrounds, is so inspirational, because I see so many inspirational people need to understand how much they need promotion from mine in terms of everything. So I'm understanding that I see so many beautiful paintings and walls that I can go and really promote. So I promote all these walls and everything that I find. So if you look at my nice and beautiful Instagram and what I'm doing on Instagram, I mean, it's always there. But I understand I'm promoting all these nice and beautiful walls and all these. I mean, it's just like some kind of way for me to promote myself, and that's it. I mean, it's just that one tactic. I mean, it's just the one tactic. I mean, find a background that works and just sit in front of the background, and that's it. And that's my that's my tactic, but it works. And I understand either way that now, since I'm understanding that I have all these photos to deliver, making sure that no matter what, that now I'm actually always uploading content. So now I understand that I can upload that nice and beautiful video to YouTube, and I just let it be uploading to YouTube now. I understand either way that what's important is I go and dwell upon posting 100 photos in my nice and beautiful Instagram stories now. So that way I say my first album is I1I, and it has 10 photos in it. I mean, my first album has 10 photos in it, and it's ready for upload into Instagram. And then I go into my nice and beautiful albums again. I get the next slots. I get the next 10 photos. I put it into my second album. I put it into my second album over here, and this is how you explain every step. And explain every step of the story. I make my second album with 10 photos. I go into my next album again, and I go and get my third fashion shoot. I go and get my third fashion photo shoot, and I get 10 photos. I select 10 photos, and I post it back into my nice and beautiful third album, which is I3I, and that's how it is, because I3I in terms of I Love I. And now I have my 3 albums with 10 photos each, and now I want to go and make my 4th album over here that has another 10 photos, so that I can go and post on Instagram. So I make sure I select another 10 photos, so that is 4 albums now. So I name it I Love You 4. I name it like this. I say I for I for I for the letter I Alright, now I have 4 albums here with 10 folders. I have 4 albums here with 10 hours of more content each, and I understand that it's more. I select my 5th album here with 10 photos inside, and all my albums over here in terms of all my 5 albums have 10 photos each inside. So I5I. So I have 5 albums with 10 photos inside each of those albums. So that's 50 selecting of photos I've just done. I've just done 50 selections of photos for myself, and I go into my 6th album now. So I want to go and get my 6th photo shoot, and I do 10 photos of different photo shoots only inside of my Instagram, and I make sure I'm just repeating those nice and beautiful photos I've done in my nice and beautiful life. So I'm understanding that I want to make more value. I want to make sure either way that everybody has value. And then a little bit, I'm understanding that no matter what, it's just my Instagram. I'm understanding every single time that it's very important. And now I have my 7th album coming up here, which has 10 photos in it as well. And I'm understanding that now 6 albums have photos in it. And now I select this one here, which is my nice and beautiful way of saying I7I. So that's my 7th album that has 10 photos in it. And now I just go and get my 8th album now. I get my 8th album here, and I select this one, and guess what? I have 80 photos now that is in 8 separate albums. I have I8I. Alright, now I have to get my 9th album. Alright, now for example now, what I want to do is I have extra photos here, so I can promote extra photos of myself, because why not? I mean, guess what? I mean, every single time I understand that no matter what, that I want to go and do much better, and I want to make sure I delete this content right now, and I go and select something different now. And I want to make sure that I'm showing people all these different photo shoots of myself, and it's 10 different photo shoots of 10 photos each. And I'm understanding I just have to go and download another 20 photos. And since I'm doing that, I want to go and understand that it's the way to do it. I mean, just go and give more value. I mean, give more value about yourself all day long. And make sure you're doing more new content, and that's it. I mean, make sure that you understand that you must go and perform and outperform people all the time. So if you understand how to do that, then you understand how to do photos of yourself as well. And then you're understanding every single time that what's important for you is making sure that you're growing yourself and show people different aspects of life all the time about you. And that way you're going to go and understand your life. I mean, now I want to go and upload this content as well. I want to make sure that people are watching. I want to make sure that no matter what, I have what it takes to succeed. And now I understand that I never take anything other than give, and make sure that no matter what, I'm never trying to steal anything. Alright, now that's uploading online. Alright, now I want to be uploading my content over here now. So I'm understanding that as my content from Mega Drive is downloading, I then go into my I1I album and I upload my nice and beautiful Instagram photos here. So I'm understanding that you guys have to understand that I'm trying to teach you something about life over here. I'm understanding that no matter what, then you must understand that now, since I have all this content that is in 8 separate albums of 10 photos each, or else it's going into my Instagram now. So then I go into my phone, I select gallery, I go into I2I, for example, because I did select 10 photos, and then I post into Instagram stories, because Instagram stories only allows me to post 10 photos at a time. So then I have it all categorizing inside of my nice and beautiful phone. So now I want to go into my phone again, and I want to click again, and I want to make sure that you guys realize I have to go the long way so you understand this. So then I want to go and understand to go I3I, and I select 10 photos, and I post it into Instagram again. And I just do that with 100 photos, with 10 albums each, in terms of 10 albums have 10 photos inside. And then I make sure that no matter what, that I go and upload my I4I now. I4I is my album, so I4I, in terms of I for the letter I. Then I upload 10 photos here, and now that's 40 uploads already into Instagram stories. So I just did upload 40 photos into Instagram stories. I mean, do you get the picture? I mean, I'm trying to teach you over here about life. I'm making sure that no matter what, I have my 5th album. I'm selecting 10 photos here. I'm posting into Instagram. I'm posting 10 photos into Instagram. I'm posting much more now. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly to just go and really dwell upon life. And then I want to be selecting much more photos and downloading much more photos and just doing much more about everything about life. So that's I6I. And then making sure that no matter what, I'm very quick over here, but making sure that I want to go and do I7I now. And I make sure that this is now 70 photos going online, and then I'm making sure that you guys get the picture. So Make sure that no matter what, that if you're going throughout life and you're understanding that you want to succeed daily, then be giving people as much content as possible in terms of your life. I mean, be your own social media company, and that's it. I mean, be your own social media brand. I mean, look how I'm branding myself. I'm branding myself so much that other people never recognize me. In a sense, so make sure you understand that. I mean, make sure you understand that I'm just really, really delivering content much more than them, and they never appreciate it. In a sense, I mean, they never call me great because I'm delivering them all these ideas, because they never follow me anyway, so that's why. Whereas now, either way, I realize that what's amazing is I never need them to follow me. Understand? I mean, they never followed Jesus either. I mean, they never followed Jesus Christ. I mean, they're never following Jesus Christ like I am. Understand? So, I understand them. I understand that either way, I just go and do I. And that way, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I can feel hunger alert. I understand that hunger is coming into my life. And since it's coming into my life, whereas now I just bring my phone with me, and I go with my phone everywhere, and I do voice memos as I nicely and beautifully cook my food as well. And I never place my food in a frying pan in a way that is oil in the frying pan. I make sure I boil my food in the frying pan only. And now I'm making sure I'm moving on, because I did give you the content in other ways, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that if you want to understand to go somewhere, then go with the dogs somewhere, and make sure that you open the doors over time, and make sure you're opening doors. Make sure you're opening doors all the time to make sure that your dogs are appreciating you all the time. So that's 1, and that's 2, and that's 3, and that's 4. I see I'm counting, guys, my nice and beautiful Instagram posts over here. So I did post 100 photos, so I'm just going over it. I see this is 5, I see this is 6, I see this is 7, I see this is 8, I see this is 9, I see 9. So I have to post another 10 photos into my nice and beautiful Instagram over here, to just understand that I'm explaining much more to you about what I'm doing. So that's the whole point, isn't it? So here I am, understanding that no matter what, that once this goes online, then I can go and do some food products and drink products, and I can go and eat and drink something. I'm understanding either way that I'm learning something about life very quickly, and I'm learning how to go and really, really emphasize a greater way of life for myself. So that's the whole point for me. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to go and do better all the time. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning how quick I can be about anything in life. I can make sure that no matter what, that I have so much more to give and so much more to do than most people in this planet. So I'm understanding either way, that's why I reap rewards much better. And that's why I'm breaking limits over here. I'm breaking limits. I mean, you must understand that. I mean, you must understand that no matter what I do daily, is I'm learning how to really, really understand my life much greater. And now all I do now is I'm really, really ready to go now to just understand my life over here. So I want to let that be. I want to just post that nice and beautiful content, and then I get my phone right here and I teach myself something different now. Teach myself that my nice and beautiful content over here is going to happen, and then I sleep my laptop. So my laptop never needs to be open when it's actually nicely and beautifully, let's say, absorbing the nice and beautiful material here. But if you want to drink something, then pause your audio and then let's do it. I mean, the amazing thing, guys, is I just was standing up to actually get my juice, and then my dogs, straight away from, they're sleeping, and then straight away from sleep, they get up, and they want to go where I'm going, straight away. I mean, that's my dogs, so they're sleeping, and they're actually so sleeping right now. But then, as soon as I get up to go somewhere, which they want to come with me straight away. They want to come with me. I mean, they want to watch me do something. I mean, if I go somewhere, I realize they want to come with me. I mean, that's dogs, but that's a nice, beautiful way to say that they're loyal to you. And they're so beautiful when they want to follow you around like that. I mean, just imagine when somebody wants to follow you around like that all your life. I mean, they're just loyal friends, aren't they? I can just say that we just need more people like this who just follow us like that. And they just want to be everywhere that we go. They want to come with us because they appreciate us. And now when somebody appreciates you like a dog does, or when non-human animals appreciate you so much like dogs do and like cats, I mean, guess what? I mean, then we appreciate them as well. Just to the same degree. And we're never trying to kick them down. We're never trying to go and pedigree them down. But they're teaching us love over here. And they're teaching us to go and follow people like this. And go and exactly follow people just like dogs do. And everywhere people go, then go that way too. And that's what the dogs are teaching us. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we have to go and learn to absorb ourselves in ways that we understand that we have to go and satisfy ourselves and our hunger for success. So make sure you can delay gratification as much as possible. I mean, make sure you can talk over what you're actually doing every single day. So that's the whole point. Whereas now, either way, I understand that no matter what, I have to go and realize that I have to go and just do myself and then focus on your life. I see the amazing thing about nice and beautiful ideas I can give now is I can just go and speak it into an audio fashion right away, and I never have to write it down in a physical journal other than my audio and video as well. So I understand that no matter what, I have to write eventually in my physical journal. But what's amazing is straight away I can give you the ideas really quickly just by pausing my nice and beautiful audio content right here and just continue whenever. And it just works like that. So what's amazing about life is I understand now that before I was encouraging myself to go and write it down in my journal, and I'm still writing it down in my journal. But just now, it's my journal of audio programs. And I can just talk any kind of ideas very quickly that come into my mindset and then just express that into an audio fashion. And that's the best way to understand life. Alright guys, so what you want to realize about life is just understand that when you're really coaching people and when you're really doing something to help people, just make sure that you're somebody who understands what kind of oven you're actually using. So make sure you're placing on high in terms of when you're cooking rice and when you're cooking pasta and spaghetti, that you're placing a nice and beautiful rice and pasta and spaghetti and stuff like that into the frying pan on the high, and make sure you place some water into the frying pan, because that way we understand that no matter what, that we're learning how the dogs are reacting also to what I'm doing. Because every single time that when you bring dogs into the kitchen, I mean, just make sure they have minimal food around, because they start jumping everywhere. You understand? So make sure that in the frying pan, I'm always placing just rice or pasta or spaghetti in the frying pan only, because that way I understand I'm learning very quickly upon what to do. So making sure that if you have food around somewhere, then dogs start eating it straight away, and you must understand that. So what you do is realize that you want a nice and beautiful way of understanding that you can do your content on the go as you're really doing your life. So be challenging yourself to do everything right now. So no matter what, I'm learning how to live my life to the fullest. I understand that other people are missing out on Daniel Milivojevic, because I understand that there's nobody in history who's doing much more work than me now. I understand, so I see there's nobody in history that's doing more work than I now in terms of life, but I understand that Jesus Christ is doing more work also, but I'm loving everything. I'm not saying I love my life. I understand that. I realize that no matter what, I realize I want to go and really dwell upon giving you guys the best kind of nice and beautiful value that I can. So when I give you value, I'm looking to see that I go and really speak out my nice and beautiful audio program as I'm actually cooking. So I'm just cooking right now my rice. So what did I do to cook my rice? I just placed the rice in the pan and just water, and that's it. I mean, that's how I'm cooking, man. You understand? I mean, that's what cooking is. I mean, how you make pasta and rice and spaghetti. I mean, just put water with that in the frying pan, and that's it. I mean, just boil it. I mean, Bundy over here is watching me, so when he's watching me, I understand he's watching to see what exactly am I doing over here. And he wants to be curious about this, man. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that either way, just make sure that you're washing your cutlery, and as you're washing your cutlery, just place your nice and beautiful phone somewhere that you can be heard in the nice and beautiful scenery. But since you're making noise with the nice and beautiful, let's say, dishes, I mean, what you want to do is go and talk over it. I mean, go and talk over your nice and beautiful, let's say, cutlery washing. So if you're washing cutlery, just be doing a nice beautiful audio program while doing it. So I place my nice and beautiful phone right here on the actual sink, and I'm making sure that I'm actually making my nice and beautiful cutlery. So what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I'm doing my work over here in a way that I'm washing my cutlery while I'm talking to you. So as I wash my cutlery, I mean, you can maybe hear the actual water that I'm doing, but I'm doing my audio program right now. So what I'm just coaching you what you can do while you're actually doing an audio program. So I'm washing my cutlery quickly. I'm making sure that no matter what, that you can hear what I'm doing right now. So making sure that's the kind of version and aspect you need to be doing. And then have a selfie stick, because it does help you to do this. And otherwise, unfortunately, if you have no selfie stick, then you have to then place your phone on the actual dashboard of the flat surfaces of anything. And then you must understand that either way, with the selfie stick it's much better because you can hold it really quickly. And then also I have to make sure that the killer is on as well because I want to make some nice and beautiful noodles today. And because I'm making noodles today, I'm placing vegeta inside of the warm water, and then it's a soup because the vegeta has a nice and beautiful chopping up of vegetables. That is a drying up of vegetables in a nice and beautiful salty version in a way of spices. And vegeta is a spice that you place, and it's from vegetable. Vegeta is a spice that is made from spices of vegetables, and it's all the drying of vegetables in these spices and salt as well together. And it's also minimal salt, so it's actually the nice and beautiful salt that you need. And make sure you understand that if you place a bit of vegeta every single day in your meals, gosh, it's the best kind of spice you can get out there. And the vegeta is much more spice than any kind of other spice that you want. So you must understand that. And vegeta is the most richest spice that you can get in a planet. So you must understand that even richer spice out of the food and drink out there is the word I. So you must understand that you never ever be confusing yourself about anything, but we're talking about other aspects of life here, and everything else is understanding that. So make sure that no matter what, that we're learning how to really speak the truth. So make sure you understand that is how I wash my nice and beautiful dishes over here. And then either way, that is done. So no matter what, I'm learning how to really grow myself quickly. And I'm always checking to see the nice and beautiful water. So either way, I want to understand the keller is the nice and beautiful way of saying where you place a hot water. You place hot water in the keller. Always when you're actually, let's say, cooking the nice and beautiful, when you're boiling actual water, then when you understand keller, it does boil the water for you. And all you do is you place nice and beautiful, let's say, hot water in the actual keller. And when you have hot water in the keller, then when you actually want to, let's say, topple your water in a way that you're boiling your water quicker to get hotter, then place hot water in the keller right away, and then that way you boil the water quicker. That's the whole point, isn't it? So we're learning how to always show ourselves that nice and beautiful red light at the keller, so when you turn on the keller, then it has a nice and beautiful sound like this happening, but we want to see the nice and beautiful red zone or the nice and beautiful color of the keller that it's working. So that's the whole point. And then all I do is I get myself the noodles, for example, and I go get myself noodles now. And then either way, guys, just make sure that you're learning how to really absorb that nice and beautiful function every single day. And then we're making sure that no matter what, their dogs never see you coming, that they can hear you. So make sure you understand that if you're understanding that you're just never going to kill them. I'm pretty sure now that's the whole point, isn't it? Pretty sure now Jack is right here with me. Jack is somebody who understands life. So I'm understanding that way. I'm understanding that what you must do daily is focus on yourself in a way that we're learning how to really pronounce ourselves in different ways, but we're making sure that if you're doing something to help yourself to succeed, then make sure that you understand that what you need to do all the time is love your life. And now if you're loving your life, then make sure you're using different packets and different aspects of life to make sure that you're enjoying your life. And that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding that you have to go and promote your name every single day, and then focus on understanding that if you're eating around dogs, that you make sure that they go around somewhere else instead of coming with you to eat with you, because otherwise they eat your food. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand to place the dogs outdoors when you're eating food, or else when you're eating food, place the dogs outdoors, and that way you understand that no matter what, that they never ever go to try to eat your food. You understand? Because never eat food around dogs and non-human animals, because they get jealous of you. I mean, you must understand that. I mean, dogs get jealous of you if you have food around you. So what you need to realize right now, I understand the dogs right now are just looking to see what's happening around here. So they're really curious about what I'm doing around here. I mean, they're actually very curious. So I understand that either way, that when they're smelling, or else when dogs are smelling something on the floor, I mean, they're actually very curious to see what you're doing. But if you show them food and that you're eating food in front of them, then that's like me having sex with your mum in front of you. I understand? I mean, that's how it feels. I mean, if you're showing actual dogs that you're eating food in front of them, then guess what? I mean, it's like me fucking your mum in front of you. I mean, how's that feel? Understand? I mean, of course. So it's like torture, man. I mean, make sure you understand that. So focus on understanding that the funniest aspect of life is understanding that you must go and pronounce your nice and beautiful life in a way that's going to help you move forward. So make sure you're doing something right now to help your life moving forward, in terms of to help your life be moving forward. So make sure you have a nice and beautiful Instagram, because people do check you out and people do understand your reputation. So if you understand that when you look at Jesus Christ, I mean, he has the best kind of habits in the world. Understand? So that's looking good, isn't it? So what you need to realize is the nice and beautiful, let's say, noodles that I have over here. I understand that it has a chicken salt, and I never eat chicken, but I just eat the actual noodles from the packet. So when I eat the noodles just from the packet, I use Vegeta as my nice and beautiful chicken salt. You understand? Because my chicken salt is Vegeta, but Vegeta has no chicken in it. Understand? So I'm a vegan and I never use chicken salt. Understand? Because chicken salt is very bad for you. Understand? And why is that? Because 50 chickens have to die for you, mate. I mean, that's why. I mean, what you want to do is understand that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly upon life. So I have a bowl here, and since I have a bowl, I realize what I'm doing is I close the lid on the actual noodles. So I'm pouring actual water, in terms of hot water, in the actual bowl. And the bowl has, the bowl that I have is a 700 ml or up to 1,000 ml type of, let's say, individual, where it can hold. I realize now. My nice and beautiful bowl is able to hold, and it's able to hold around 1 kilo of water. And I'm understanding either way that what's amazing is, I just want to check now, my nice and beautiful 750 ml bowl. So it's a 750 ml bowl, and I want to check that nice and beautiful information always. So then what I do is I cover the tops, because I have nice and beautiful, let's say, water that's warm and boiling inside of the bowl with the noodles. Then I close the lid on the noodles all along. I close the lid on the actual bowl. Do you understand that? Because there's hot water in the actual bowl, and I close the lid on it. And there's actual noodles in the bowl. And then I just let it be, because it's going to evaporate and the noodles will become soft very soon. So that's what I do. And then either way, my nice and beautiful rice is right here. Then what I do with my audio program is I just go and understand, just like Jamie Oliver does, I'm doing the same thing, but I'm doing it around my nice and beautiful cooking session over here. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm just stirring the nice and beautiful rice. So when I see the rice, I want to be making sure that the water is evaporating, and also that I'm looking at the rice. I'm never putting anything in terms of spice on the rice or anything in the frying pan. And I have bolognese sauce, which I'm using bolognese sauce with the rice. But I'm understanding that no matter what, if you understand anything, that I'm using the nice and beautiful way of saying that I can use the pan to eat the nice and beautiful rice. But what's important is understanding that's important to do so. So I'm making sure that I never ever place the actual, let's say, bolognese sauce in the actual frying pan with the rice. And why is that? Because I want to make a side dish. I want to make a side dish with the bolognese sauce and pasta sauce to be able to eat the rice. And now, how do I do that? So what I have is lentils, and also I have lentils, and I have also the nice and beautiful bolognese sauce. So what I do is get myself another plate or a bowl, and I make sure I place a little bit of rice into that bowl, and I place it with bolognese sauce. And now bolognese sauce never even goes in the actual frying pan. I mean, bolognese sauce is a side dish menu, just like soy sauce. And now I place it on the table, and then I pour bolognese sauce over how much rice I want to eat. And that's it. I'm very sure that's how I actually eat all the pasta sauce and all the actual barbecue and tomato sauces and all that. So I'm making sure I never eat sauce other than pasta sauce and also tomato paste, because that's the only actual differences of what I eat, because I understand that's important for me. But if the nice and beautiful water is evaporating, then it's actually working, and your nice and beautiful rice is boiling. So make sure every single time you're learning all the time different aspects of life. But the reason I only put rice and pasta and spaghetti only inside of my nice and beautiful frying pan is because if you start placing all the onion inside, and you start placing all the garlic inside, and you start placing all the salt inside, man, and then you start placing all the lentils and then you start placing all the freaking potato inside of that too. And then you start placing all the fucking cans out there and all the fucking food you can in the fucking frying pan. I mean, what happens? When the fucking frying pan fucking starts getting fucking torn all over the place, and it starts making a mess all over the fucking oven, and then you start making then what happens is that aspect of life is all fucking a mess all over the fucking oven because of the nice and beautiful way of life. But understand that what you need to realize is if you place too much stuff in the frying pan, then what happens is that frying pan has too much going in it. So that's why I only place rice in it. And now, what else do you want to add in rice and pasta and spaghetti, for example? I mean, what's coming up for you? I mean, that's the side dish menu. I mean, whatever's happening for you in terms of placing your nice and beautiful aspects of life on whatever you want to cook in a frying pan. I mean, make it on a side dish menu. I mean, in a sense, so if you're placing meat in a frying pan, then never place meat in a frying pan, but place meat in a grill. I mean, grill's the best way because you're never ever placing the nice and beautiful oil in the actual nice and beautiful, let's say, pan, because the oil burns. And because the oil burns, then it creates trans fat. And you never want trans fats, guys. I mean, you want to make sure that you're evaporating all the water inside of the actual rice so that you can understand how to actually make that rice happen. And then what I do is I get the pan of the rice and I bring it with me into the room. And now, since I have dogs right now, I understand that no matter what, I want to go and make sure that they are going outdoors, because I never want to be eating in front of them. But make sure every single time that you understand every single day that if you're keeping dogs with you, I never keep dogs with me. I realize my biological dad keeps dogs. I mean, that's his property. You understand? So make sure you understand that I'm renting dogs. I mean, now the definition of renting dogs is, understand this, that if you're renting dogs, it's because somebody else is owning them and you're renting them. You understand? So what you want to do is realize that since I have dogs right now, I have dogs, but I'm renting the dogs. And that's how I can have dogs. I can have dogs because somebody else is keeping them. And I'm never keeping the dogs. Understand? So make sure you understand that is a perfect scenario of how to actually rent dogs today. But if you go to the actual, let's say, store to give money to have a dog and to rent it, then that's different. I mean, that's actually you buying out the dog. Understand? I mean, that's actually you now in a way that you are somebody who never deserves a dog. Understand? I mean, you never ever go give money to have a dog in your life. I mean, that's the number one rule. I mean, never ever sell non-human animals on dog. I mean, never sell non-human animals or anybody on prices and otherwise in terms of money. So if you look at Jesus Christ, and then you go to the store to get Jesus Christ, and you give money to get Jesus Christ in your life. I mean, how does that sound to you? I mean, when you go to the store today to get Jesus Christ or God, and you give money to have God in your life. I mean, guess what? I mean, if you're giving money to have God in your life, then guess what? I mean, you must understand that it's a nice and beautiful blessing to give something, to have something, isn't it? But make sure you understand that it's that kind of favor, isn't it? So the favor is that if you go doing that, then guess what? I've realized it's much more of a blessing for you to understand that if you give, you shall receive. But I understand every single day that what you need to do from that point is then keep it and keep it and then understand how to really breed it, and then understand that how you want to understand that no matter what, then now you have to go and take care of it. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that if you take care of dogs, then make sure you understand that you have to be much more healthy dogs in a way that you have to be always understanding that you have to feed them and you have to take care of them and you have to pick up their poop as well, and you have to do all that too. So I never want to do that. You understand? I mean, my biological dad does that. I mean, I never have to feed dogs, man. I never have to take care of them. You understand? I mean, they're just around for me because I rent dogs. I mean, if my kids want dogs, I mean, they have to understand that they have to keep it and they have to feed it. I never want to feed it. Understand? So make sure you understand that what I do is I never feed dogs, man. I mean, now, I want to just go and understand, I want to do my nice and beautiful favor over here and take the dogs out in a way that I'm doing better. And I want to make sure that the dogs, I want to lead them out into the Garden of Eden over here. So, Jesus Christ is coming with me now. I say, Jesus Christ. I say, come on. I say, come on, boys. I say, come on, Jesus Christ. I say, come on. I'm taking Jesus Christ out to the Garden of Eden today. And I'm saying that my dogs over here are Jesus Christ. So I call them Jesus Christ. I say, come on, Jesus Christ. I'm taking you to eternity today. I say, come on, I give you life. I say, this is how I tease God like this. I tease Jesus Christ this way. And I make sure every single day, I say, come on, Jesus Christ. I say, go to the Garden of Eden. I say, come on. I say, come on, Jesus Christ. I say, I give you eternity. I say, no. I say, look at this. I say, now, that's a disagreement over here. But what I want to do, I want to make sure that you understand that now, my nice and beautiful dogs want to stay in the house. So guess what? I realized either way that what I need to do is I need to accept them. I need to accept them over here, and I need to let it be now. I need to let it be. So what I want to do now is a different aspect now. So I'm focusing on something different. I'm focusing on understanding that I need to agree with this. I need to make sure that my dogs over here want to be with me. And they want to be with me, and they want to understand something. And they want to let it be. But guess what? I'm eating now. I'm eating now, but guess what? I realize that what's more important is having companions with me while I'm eating. So as I eat, I shall see what exactly they want from me. So I realize that if I go and eat something now, I realize they may want to eat something. So I'm understanding that no matter what, what's important for myself now is understanding that if you have dogs and they want to be with you, then that's a good sign, isn't it? And it's a good sign when they want to be with you. You understand? But if they really go out because of you, and they never want to be with you, then guess what? Then you're doing a poor job. Guess what? Come over here. I understand that either way, that what I'm doing is I need to lead the dogs out with food and drink. So what I do is I get the nice and beautiful way of, let's say, food. I want to actually make them food, and I want to make them food as well. So when I make food for myself, I want to make the dogs food too. So that's what I'm learning now. So I never want to lead them out of the house other than when I give them food only. So I want to give the dogs food and drink when I actually lead them out of the house, because that way they accept me and they agree with me that I go about my life. Because if I never give them food and drink as I eat and drink it myself, then guess what? Then they want to be with me. Understand? So what I need to do to tell them, hey, go somewhere else right now because there's food for you waiting. Then they want to agree with me. So I need to make the dogs agree with me. So I need to say, hey, doggies, I say, Jesus Christ, I have some food for you, man. I have some food for you. I say now, that is something I understand that no matter what, I'm just joking around. But guess what? Come on. I say, now I'm taking Jesus Christ out to the Garden of Eden. I have some food for you, Jesus Christ. I give you eternity. I give you eternity in Jesus Christ's name. Alright, now, boys. I say, come eat, Jesus Christ. I say, come eat. Come eat over here. I say, hold on. Hold on, boys. I want to make sure that this is right now happening. And I'm making sure that I go and give them nice and beautiful food. So, what I want to do is, I want to say something over here. I want to say that it's just nice and polite. I understand that no matter what. Yeah, I'm just learning how to understand this now. So what I want to do is I want to give them the food and drink, and I want to pause my audio while I'm doing so, because otherwise there's a lot of, let's say, going on. So I want to do a nice and beautiful way of saying that I lead the dogs out and I give them food and drink, and also I make sure that I pause my audio while I'm doing that. I say, now I took Jesus Christ to the Garden of Eden today, and I gave him eternity over there. So I'm just understanding either way that I joke with God this way, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that since Jesus Christ is eating in the Garden of Eden over there, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to go and lead my life to the great ability every single day to make sure that no matter what, that I'm always washing after myself and washing my cutlery, guys. I'm making sure I'm very successful. I'm making sure every single day I have something to say all the time. I'm doing something amazing all the time. I'm making sure every single day I have something to say. So what's amazing is make sure that you understand how I feel about everything. So I'm always understanding and promoting everything in life. And making sure that no matter what, that you guys realize something about life all the time. That you must love your life all the time, guys. So focus on your love for yourself all the time. And wash your cutlery after yourself while you're doing a nice and beautiful life coaching program. It's very important. And then understand that as you eat, you shall understand how to go and understand something about reading. So I'm reading with my mentors now. And I'm understanding that I want to go read with my mentors. So what I do with the pan is I have a nice and clean oven now, because I have a clean oven, guys. So before I was adding all these spices and all this. And then I realized what did happen while I was doing that is the oven, in terms of what I was cooking with the oven, is I was understanding that I'm still understanding, but the actual oven had so much, let's say, damage to it in terms of food, and it had so much, let's say, food on top of it because of all the mess that I was placing inside of the pan and all the frying pan and all that. So what I need to do is, now you've learned to make sure that if you want to teach dogs to go outside the house, I mean, guess what I realized? If they never want to come outside the house, it's because you have to give them food and drink to get outside of the house. Or else to get them outside of the house, I mean, you have to give them food and drink, man. Because that's the best way to teach a dog anything that you want. You understand? So make sure you understand that's the way you teach lions to love you as well. You understand? So lions love you and crocodiles also love you when you give them food and drink, man. You understand? So that's how you teach them. I mean, you teach them always by giving them food and drink, and then they love you, man. And then you can kiss a crocodile on the lips because you're giving them food all the time. I understand? That's why. I mean, every single day, focus on loving your life. And understand that no matter what, that you have to go and focus on sitting on a camping chair, for example. And if you sit on a camping chair and you do something that is really, really blissful for you, and you understand how to eat, and you understand how to do much better than drugs, then you understand that no matter what, that you have to focus on the greater way for yourself. And then understand either way, I'm just pausing my audio now to make sure that I can eat, and then I understand that you guys can understand how I continue. I understand although that what's important is now I can actually eat food and drink and do content. And now because I can actually eat and actually do my nice and beautiful food and drink on the go, I'm understanding that I can eat and then pause my nice and beautiful content, in terms of I can pause my nice and beautiful audio content, and then I can eat. And then if an idea arises for me to give you, then I stop eating and I give you content. I understand? And that's the thing. I mean, now I'm understanding that what I can do is I can start eating now. I pause the audio content. I then get an idea and I repause the content, in terms of I unpause the content, in terms of I unpause my audio content right here, and then I give you an idea. So then I pause the audio program again and I start eating, and then I unpause the audio program and I give you an idea again. And that's how I understand now. I'm always eating and drinking while I'm actually doing my audio programs and my video programs, and also while I'm writing everything down. In terms of physically, I'm actually speaking it out much more in terms of audio and video now. And that's amazing, isn't it? So what I want to do is I want to be able to talk to you as much as I can, because when you're eating food and drink in front of people, I mean, are you silent or are you talking to them while you're eating food and drink? I mean, of course you're talking to them, aren't you? So what you need to realize is, why not make an audio program in front of people while you're actually doing a nice and beautiful eating program right here. So otherwise when I eat, I want to make sure that no matter what I'm doing, I have a bunch of rice over here. I'm making sure that my selfie stick is on the actual nice and beautiful dashboard of my nice and beautiful table, and it's holding up my nice and beautiful phone on the dashboard of my table, which is the flat surface of my table. Then I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm adding what I need right here. So I have everything. I understand Jesus Christ eats exactly like this, and I'm understanding no matter what, that Jesus Christ understands either way that I'm eating the best way right now. But Jesus Christ may want something else, so I'm understanding either way. But what's amazing is that Jesus Christ says that he understands these noodles right here, or he says, why not? He says, why not with the noodles, man? I say, why not? So I'm always understanding, I'm saving grace, I'm understanding I have much more to do and say. So I want to understand that as I'm eating though, I want to pause the audio. I want to pause the audio content as I'm eating. But I'm understanding, I'm placing some bolognese sauce inside of my nice and beautiful frying pan over here. Whereas now the nice and beautiful basmati rice over here is something very beautiful. So what I'm doing is I'm sprinkling a bit of Vegeta on the places where I did place the nice and beautiful, let's say, bolognese sauce on the side of my on the side of my dish. So what I'm doing is I'm understanding that, for example, when I want to talk to you, I talk to you like this. But then when I want to eat, then I pause the audio program. And that's it. Unfortunately, now what I do is I have bolognese sauce in a jar. But did I place the actual bolognese sauce in the frying pan? Unfortunately, at first, no. I made the rice first, and then the rice is right here, and then I pour the nice and beautiful bolognese sauce in the frying pan, just a bit. I mean, just a bit. So I have just a bit of bolognese sauce on top of my frying pan now with the rice. Do you understand? And then I eat the actual rice with the frying pan with the nice and beautiful bolognese sauce on the rice with a spoon. And I'm understanding that the frying pan is right here in my room now. But I'm placing the bolognese sauce on top of my frying pan. and inside of the nice and beautiful rice right here. But I'm not placing the nice and beautiful, let's say, bolognese sauce in the frying pan while the water, in terms of the boiling water, is happening inside the frying pan. I'm never doing that. I'm placing, the only way of placing bolognese sauce is once the rice is ready. And then take off the nice and beautiful rice from the oven and then go and place it into your room with yourself and eat from the frying pan with the rice. And then I realize, and then you have a jar of bolognese sauce or pasta sauce, and then go and place it in the jar now. In terms of, go and place it into the frying pan now with your food, because you never place sauce on the frying pan while your pasta or spaghetti or rice is cooking. So you can also place, so you can also place sticky rice. I mean, you can do sticky rice into the frying pan. So what you need to realize is, as you're doing something, you record an audio program while you're actually doing this nice and beautiful program. So I have this whole jar of nice and beautiful, let's say, bolognese sauce as I eat and drink right now, and I'm understanding that when my nice and beautiful bolognese sauce runs out in this part of the nice and beautiful, let's say, frying pan, then I add some more, let's say, bolognese sauce, because I have a whole jar over here. But the rice is ready, but I'm pouring manually just a bit of bolognese sauce here and there on my nice and beautiful rice over here, and that's it. And then I may keep half the jar of nice and beautiful bolognese sauce to have another time, for example. So it's so nice to have the nice and beautiful ready meals of your life in a different way. So if you want to go and express yourself in a journal physically, and you want to write it all down, but then go and write it all down like this in an audio program while you're actually placing vegeta and all this nice and beautiful spice into your nice and beautiful noodles. And then what you can do also is you can place into your nice and beautiful boiling water of a soup that you can make. And you can make a soup with actual vegeta, and vegeta goes into boiling water in terms of warm water, and then place rice into the actual water. And now you have a soup with vegeta and water and rice. And I mean, understand? Or you can have a soup with just water and vegeta, and the water is warm, and you're drinking all you're drinking is the vegeta, but it's actual soup. And now either way, you're learning how to understand something about how I eat and how I do life. But I'm understanding that either way, I'm learning really quickly the tentacles of the nice and beautiful, let's say, noodles over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that Pokemon, I understand that Pokemon has a tentacles kind of Pokemon out there. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you go really, really understand how to really live your life in different ways, then make sure that you're never making a mess as you eat, and just making everything nice and vibing all the time for yourself. So that's the whole point, for yourself to love your life in different ways. Then making sure that you're always sprinkling that nice and beautiful vow that you've done already into your nice and beautiful way of life. And then also eating and drinking and talking with yourself in a nice and beautiful audio fashion over here is a statement of a lifetime. So make sure you can do that all the time with yourself. And then go and taste it out with a nice and beautiful spoon. So what you do is, once you place the vegeta in a nice and beautiful water, of warm water, then taste the actual water with the spoon and see, does it work for you? Alright, so that's amazing. So it's actually working. So either way, I did do a taste, but I understand Jamie Oliver and all of them are making food on the go while they're talking to you, doing it. So that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, that's entrepreneurship. I actually see that now. I see that actually making audio programs and video programs while they're actually cooking on those shows, and they're talking to you about how they're doing it, because that's how you do it. When you talk about it on a video, and then there you go. I see, guys. So now what I want to teach you is understand that right now I have some toilet paper with me, and I'm understanding that I'll go to a nice and beautiful toilet paper, and I get toilet paper, and I'm always at the nice and beautiful accommodation centers that have toilet paper, and I bring one with me. I go to their toilets and I get one toilet paper, and I have it with me because I gave the money to have toilet paper. Understand? So you must understand either way. Just have toilet paper with you as you're eating, and that way I never eat with a napkin. You know, I mean, you must understand that, because I'm never that type of individual. But I understand I'm a baby. But I eat with a napkin that is my towel, in terms of my nice and beautiful, let's say, tissue paper. So I never put it over my neck or anything like that. I mean, I never do what they do in terms of placing napkins over their neck or something like that. So make sure you understand that in eternity right now, everybody's wishing to be Danny Milivojevic right now, because I'm loving my life. I'm really understanding something about life here, and I'm understanding that I'm promoting content while I'm doing everything, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, all you really want when you're eating is just a little bit of taste of that salt, or I mean, you just want a nice and beautiful taste of whatever you're trying to eat. So if you want barbecue sauce or any type of sauce or anything, then you just want a little bit of that. And there's only a little bit that you want to try from that. I mean, I'm eating bolognese sauce here, but I have the first taste, and I already understand the taste now. I'm ready to eat something else now. I mean, do you understand? I mean, all you're really looking for is that taste. I mean, as soon as you put it in your mouth, and then you're saying, hey, I never need it anymore. I realize, although, when you're really, let's say, studying food and drink, and you're doing something around nutrition, and you understand how to make food much better, then you understand either way that it's so much more when you're eating food and drink and doing your audio, and you're doing your audio program. So I never ever read from mentors while I'm eating and drinking, because what I can do is I can do it. I can get my other phone now, and I can start really dwelling upon what's happening around the world right now. So what's important is I want to be with myself right here and understand that what's going on around the world is the word I anyway. So I'm focusing on eating and drinking, because you have to love life. I can see how these people are actually watching me now on actual Instagram, and they're watching me in life, and how I'm really doing much better than their husband and man and all them. And I'm understanding either way, they're all watching me because I'm doing better than them, and they're all jealous of me because I understand I'm just really pronouncing my word in the planet, and I'm making sure that I'm successful. I can say, guys, it's very useful to have a little hand wipe or anything of tissue nature, and I only have a whole, let's say, tissues around me when I have food and drink, because I understand that way that what's amazing is I have my word I. I'm understanding that no matter what, I have tissues to blow my nose while I'm actually eating food and drinking. It's so important. So sometimes you find when you're eating food and drink that you have to sneeze, or that you have to, let's say, blow out your nose. So that's why I have tissue paper laying around. I also never invest into napkins anymore. I invest into tissue toilet paper. I get the toilet paper from the tissues, because you can get so much more tissue from the toilet paper roll than you can from the napkins. Do you understand that? I mean, it's so much more, isn't it? So what I do with the tissues is I bring it in my trolley everywhere. I get one toilet roll from everywhere I go in terms of where I rent around motels and hotels and accommodation centers. And I bring one toilet roll with me always. And that's it. I realize it's always in my pocket. I realize it's always in my bag or something. And it's sitting in a nice beautiful trolley. And then I speak my mindset while I'm eating. So while I'm eating, I pause the audio and then I eat, because it's very important to do so. I see, guys, the newest way to be able to do content is this way in terms of this audio program. So make sure you understand that now, since you understand the newest way to make audio programs is get a nice beautiful phone where you can record yourself a voice memo. And there's so much opportunity right now for you to go and speak out so much words right now, so that people can be successful in your life, and so that you understand every single day how to be influential in the way that your influence of your life right now, so that your influence, and that you are an influence of everybody's life right now in an inspirational way, so you can understand how to speak right now words and what you want out of life. So what I can do in connecting these videos together is I can go and do my synonyms now as well, and I can go and do synonyms while I'm doing my eating program right here. And I'm understanding that while I'm doing my eating program, I'm also understanding I'm teaching about life, and I'm actually coaching, I'm talking to someone at least. So I'm never wasting my time, because somebody else is watching me eat, and I'm actually understanding that every single time I eat food and drink now, I want to be understanding to talk over a voice program like this. I want to be doing an audio program, because otherwise I have to eat in silence with myself. But like this, I get to talk with you. Understand? And that's why it's so much more than no matter what, that while I'm eating, I'm much more satisfying my hunger for success. And I'm also understanding that I'm never ever getting upset, because I'm always tackling words. I'm tackling those words. I'm actually farting as I am doing something around my audio and video content and writing content. I'm actually farting. I'm doing those farts. And I'm understanding either way, you must understand that what's important is going to express yourself and who you are. And every single day, you must understand that there's nobody around me. So make sure you understand that every single day, that you focus on understanding that you just go and do your life much greater. And then understand that you have to go and really talk it out with yourself all day long. And now understand that no matter what, that there is always a chance for you to succeed, even when you're eating like this. And now, either way, I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you speak more and more and more into a video content, your nice and beautiful power of communicational skills daily, then you can also amount to do much more than me. I mean, now, the only people that can actually do more than me, I promise you, that it's more, otherwise it's more my family. Whereas my family can only do more than me. I mean, so unless you're somebody of an outsider who realizes something really early on before me, I mean, guess what? I promise you, either way, I understand, congratulations. But if you understand that I'm outliving everybody in this lifetime, I'm doing the most I can every single day, I promise you. And that's how I'm understanding that no matter what, I just want to be the most fluent. I want to be the most successful in this lifetime. And that's why I'm always the one who understands I'm the number one in history of the 21st century. That's Danny Milivojevic in the 21st century. I promise you, nobody else is better than me. I promise you, nobody else is doing better than Danny Milivojevic in the 21st century. I promise you, I guarantee you right now. I'm just 28. I've already done 3 hours of 54 minutes of this nice and beautiful audio to prove it. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand every single day, to go and understand, to elaborate. I mean, elaborate your business cards to people. I mean, elaborate while you're eating, and make sure every single day you eat and eat and eat, and do some content around the way. I mean, and just do some content here and there, and guess what happens? You never have to eat as much. I mean, you never have to eat as much when you're talking. I mean, when you're talking so much while you eat, you never have to eat as much. So that's the whole game, isn't it? I mean, the whole game is talk more than you eat. I mean, in a sense, so that's the whole point, yeah? For actually now, fat people and obese people, actually they eat more food and drink than they talk. I promise you, and that's why they're fat and obese. Because they're eating more food and drink than they speak the words. I promise you, I'm speaking more words than I eat food and drink, and that's why I'm healthy. In a sense, so those people who are unhealthy are doing more poison work in the planet, and they're doing more poison than they're actually speaking the words. Understand? And that's why they become poisonous, because they have no words to speak, man. Understand? But since I have words to speak, I'm much more successful than those people. I want you guys to understand that what's important is understanding that if you want to have some words to yourself and you want to talk to yourself, then go ahead, because that's your happiness. But what's amazing is understand that most people who are, let's say, never individuals who grow, then they are actually people who are losing. So if you want to go and really, really dwell into doing something, then what you can do is you can have some rice and pasta in the nice and beautiful pan. So when I eat rice and pasta and spaghetti, I eat it straight from the frying pan. And now they call it frying pan, but it's just, I mean, it's just a pan, isn't it? But guess what? Or the frying pan is what people understand. So you must understand it either way. Then when you understand the frying pan, then understand that once I finish my noodles, then I can put some warm water into the nice and beautiful bowl and put some vegeta to have some soup. And then what I do with the soup is I put some rice or pasta or spaghetti inside of the soup. And now I can mix up and have a soup and also noodles at the same time with pasta and spaghetti and rice together, because the noodles that I eat right now have warm water with vegeta, and it's like a soup spaghetti in terms of like a soup noodle kind of thing. And then I eat all of the noodles, and then what's left is a nice and beautiful, soup from that. But then I go get some more warm water and I put some vegeta, and now it's water and vegeta. I mean, that's a soup. But then let's say I have rice. I have rice as well. I mean, since I have rice, I never ever place bolognese sauce into the soup. I never have to. I never have to place bolognese sauce into the soup. But what I can do is also, I understand that, and then what I do is I never place bolognese sauce into soup, but I place bolognese sauce into rice or spaghetti or pasta in the frying pan after the pasta and spaghetti and also the rice is done. I mean, do you understand what done is? I mean, now, anyway, I make sure that from that point, I make sure that I eat bolognese sauce in a jar on the side as a side dish, just like soy sauce. I eat on the side with this bolognese sauce. I eat pasta sauce on the side, just like soy sauce or salt or pepper on the side. You understand? And it's in a jar. I understand? So either way, I get a bit of bolognese sauce and I type it into the nice and beautiful rice. And then I eat just a bit of that. You understand? And then what I do is I sprinkle my nice and beautiful, let's say, vegeta on top of the rice, here and there. I sprinkle with my fingers on top of the nice and beautiful soup or noodles or whatever. And I just spice it up a bit. But then understand, if you want to place juice into rice, then guess what? I mean, you can do it if you want to, but then there's something to do here. And it's something that you have to try out as well. If you get some nice and beautiful, let's say, juice, and you put it in a bowl with some rice, then you get some nice and beautiful colors over here. I mean, juice can actually go with rice, and juice can actually go with spaghetti, and juice can also go with Weet-Bix. I mean, you can put juice with Weet-Bix and cereals, and you can eat just with juice. I mean, you never even have to eat with some milk. I mean, you never have to eat cereals with milk. I mean, you can put grape juice into a bowl with cereals, and you can eat cereals with juice, like grape juice or apple juice or orange juice. And it works, I promise you. And that's the amazing thing I've just learned now. But either way, what's important is learn to go and have yourself the best time talking with yourself all day long. Because what am I doing here for 4 hours? I'm just talking. I'm just making sure that no matter what, that all my day is just really a nice and beautiful day of solitude with myself to grow, because I'm traveling the world now, so nobody else has time for me anyway. So what I want to do is understand that when you're really, really empathetic toward people and you're actually helping yourself grow, then people recognize your success really quickly. And they understand that you are somebody successful really quickly because you're doing all this content. So make sure you're always understanding to remove people from your life who are never helping you in a way that you understand that you go around valuable people only. But make sure everybody's helping you with some ideas. But go away from people regardless, because you just need Jesus Christ in your life. Understand? And when you need Jesus Christ only, then you have yourself too. So make sure you understand that the more you have Jesus Christ in your life, the better. I say, so what's important when you have a family of 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, or you have a family, then keep these voice memos going on in the day, every single day, man. I mean, be making sure that your whole family can listen to you doing this. I mean, be making sure that they understand that you're motivating people. I mean, just like this. And imagine my wife is sitting with me over here, and we're eating, and guess what? I mean, we're both speaking to you on an audio program while we eat. I mean, you understand? Or we're walking together somewhere in a park and we're speaking to you together. Because we have a fucking passion to help you. I understand? But if we're going on a plane somewhere, or else we're both hugging each other and we're talking to the audio camera in terms of the nice and beautiful audio program here, or wherever it is. I mean, you can talk with your wife or husband like this, sitting down while eating, or while cooking, or while doing anything together, and you can both you're both driving value and words of wisdom and advice, in terms of advice, to people online. Just through the voice memos of your phone, just like this, with a selfie stick, and you place it down on a table somewhere, or place it down on the sink somewhere, and just cook and understand it's more about talking to the video camera with your nice and beautiful wife or husband in the audio program or video program than it is talking to each other. I mean, understand? So it's much more that you understand, for example, this, that my wife is here. But let's say you understand that she's talking with me in a way that our purpose is to talk to you and never to each other. I never want to talk to her. I understand? I want to talk with her to you. I understand? I want to direct her with me to talk to you. I never want to talk to her. I understand? I want to talk with her to talk to you. And there's a big difference. Or else that many people are just talking to their wife or husband every single day. But nobody hears that fucking conversation. I mean, understand? I mean, nobody hears them talking to each other all day. I mean, they're never documenting anything. So what I want to do is fucking always document with my kids this fucking audio program with you. So imagine my kids over here. I have 5, 10 kids with me. I say every fucking time that my kids are going to fucking be in the background somewhere, and then we're fucking talking to you straight up. And that's how our fucking family is. Because my fucking kids are running around, and my fucking wife is here too, and we're fucking listening to the audio program that we're making. And then we're fucking adding words of wisdom and advice to you right here. And that's a fucking family. That we're all fucking trying to help you with words together. Connect, or as in connection to a higher purpose to fucking help you in an audio program. Rather than fucking talking to each other. I mean, imagine that we never even fucking document this audio program. And then my family goes and fucking talking to each other without you in the picture. I mean, imagine my family talking to each other without you in the picture. I mean, who fucking cares then, yeah? I mean, guess what? I mean, that's stupid, isn't it? I mean, how about my family talking together with you? I mean, how's that? Because what? I mean, how do I do that? I create a voice memo like this, and I place it fucking on the table while we eat. And guess what? we make a fucking entrepreneurship motherfucking session every fucking night with my family for fucking tens of hours, mate. For 10 hours, we're fucking sitting on the table just speaking to you, mate. Understand? Because that's a fucking family of fucking driven purpose. Understand? We have a fucking driven purpose to help you. Who are we fucking helping over here? Who am I helping over here? Who's listening to me, man? Somebody's listening to me, I promise you. I'm never fucking wasting this day. Understand? So make sure you understand that if I have 10 people in a gathering with me, then we're going to fucking all speak some of my fucking ideas into this fucking audio camera, man. I'm going to fucking hypnotize you, man. I'm hypnotizing you right now. I'm making sure you understand my nice and beautiful passion with my family around here. Understand? So when I have 5, 10 kids and more, and a wife, and guess what? Or else I have everything already. But we're all speaking to you while we're eating. And we're all speaking to you while we're going to the park. And we're all speaking to you together. And literally, just like this, in terms of how I'm speaking to you, but other people are in involvement with me speaking to you. And they're talking to you as well, like I am. But it's a freaking personal development seminar, isn't it? It's fucking positive, isn't it? You must understand that what's amazing is that's much better than a family who never fucking records this audio program in the first place. Those families that never fucking do these audio programs like this, they're fucking stupid families, man. I promise you. They're families of poor people. I promise you. Poor people never have time to do these audio programs. I have all the time in the world to do this now. I'm making sure you understand 72 years to go and more. 72 years of life and more. I'm just 28. I'm just 28 years of age. And guess what? There's 100 years to go. I promise you. I'll make sure I make it to 130 years of age. You understand? So make sure you understand that. I hear someone in attorney, I hear Jim Rohn saying, an audio book on wheels, man. I'm creating some audio books on wheels, man. Understand what this is right here? This is an audio book. This is my audio book. I never had to fucking write a physical book to read it out to you. I understand other people, such as many people in the planet, are creating fucking physical words, and then guess what they're fucking doing? When they're fucking going in the studio, mate, and they give fucking $10,000 to fucking read out to you their fucking words they wrote 10 years ago, man. You understand? They need to fucking go to a fucking studio, mate, somewhere, to fucking get in this fucking closet or some shit, and they need to fucking talk to you with headphones. Somewhere where somebody's working in the studio. But my fucking studio is right here. And I never have to fucking go to somebody else to talk my fucking audio book, man. My audio fucking book is right here. And everything that I write physically is in my words, man. You understand? I understand that other people are fucking writing physically their words, and then they fucking go and word for word fucking read to you, man. They're fucking reading their words word for word. Understand? Let's say you fucking create a nice and beautiful, let's say, 100,000 word book. And now you want to put it into an audio book. I never fucking do that. I never fucking create 100,000 words and then try to fucking read it to you. That's the fucking most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's the most fucking stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. You understand? Because why is it so stupid? Let's say you create 1 million words. Let's say you create fucking 10 million words. Let's say you fucking create 1 billion words, man. You're going to fucking read it out to me. Let's say fucking let's say you go and do 1 trillion fucking words, mate. You just fucking wrote 1 trillion words down into physical format, such as the Bible of Jesus Christ. Does Jesus Christ have to go create the audiobook, man? Does Jesus Christ have to create his own audiobook for the Bible? It's already fucking written in words, man. Why do you want to go create a fucking audiobook where you just fucking did, let's say, 50 billion fucking words you wrote down? And you want to fucking go to a studio? You want to go to a studio to read 50 billion words to me that you just fucking wrote? 50 billion words, man. How about 50 trillion words, man? Let's say you fucking wrote 50 trillion words down. Or else you want to fucking go to the fucking studio to read 50 trillion words and more to me in your audiobooks? I mean, how fucking long does it take you to read 50 trillion words, man? I mean, how long does it take you? I mean, how long does it take you to read 50 trillion words in life? I mean, how stupid is it when you go to the fucking studio to read your own words that you've written 5 years ago? I mean, it's the fucking most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, understand? I mean, what am I doing here? I mean, this is fucking on the spot, mate. I need no fucking other people. I don't fucking need other people. I have Jesus Christ in my life. I have more than enough. I mean, understand? I mean, guess what? I mean, I never fucking have to do this audio content ever fucking again, man. I mean, that's like me fucking having to do this fucking video and then fucking, in terms of life, I understand I have to do this, let's say, audio content, for example, and then it's like me having to do this audio content and then put it into a video format. I mean, how fucking stupid is that? I already fucking gave you the audio. I gave you the fucking audio. Whereas my video is in the fucking audio. I mean, you can picture me, man. I mean, you can put the imagination into play, man. I mean, imagine me having to fucking redo this video in a fucking video version somewhere. I mean, now listen. I mean, it's an amazing thing. But why do it word for word? I mean, imagine me having to fucking go into this fucking format now and have to fucking write all the fucking subtitles for this video now. I mean, how much fucking words did I say in this video? I mean, how many words did I say in this video? I mean, imagine how long it takes me to put all the subtitles of this video. I mean, fucking 1 month. I mean, 1 month to do all the subtitles of this video. I mean, I never fucking do that, man. I just saved 1 month right here. I'm making sure you understand that I never have to do subtitles for this video because that's how stupid it is. I've already done the subtitles in my words. I'm giving you the words already and those are my subtitles. And then guess what? I mean, how about fucking going into a audio session like this and then fucking reading word for word everything I fucking say in this video in terms of my audio program here and then reading it out to you in the video. I mean, how about I fucking said all these words already and then having to fucking do in a video now? I mean, how fucking stupid is it? I mean, how fucking stupid is that? I mean, I gave you the fucking words, but other people are just like this. I mean, they go to a fucking audiobook store in terms of they write a nice and beautiful, let's say, writing on the floor. And guess what? I promise you, the audiobook store is excellent. But guess what? That they write words on the fucking floor or in the fucking paper, and then they go fucking to the studio and they give $1,000 to put their voice on the audio. I mean, they give $1,000 to put their voice on the audio. I mean, get a fucking phone that's $100 and do it. I mean, this phone here is $230. I have more than $230. I mean, understand? I gave around $230 to have a Samsung. I gave around $230 to have a Samsung A20 Galaxy. I mean, do I have to fucking go to a studio to read you an audiobook? I mean, this is my fucking studio. I mean, how much did I give to have this audio program? I gave around $230, mate. I mean, how many audio programs can I make like this? Now, every single day I can make 4 hours and more of audio programs. But some idiots or some people go into a fucking studio to give $1,000 to put their fucking voice into a fucking phone. I mean, you understand? I mean, they fucking put this, and guess what? I mean, they're giving. I mean, it's excellent, and they're trying. But guess what? I mean, instead of giving $1,000 to go to a studio with somebody who's very professional, who may take away from you $1,000, I understand you keep $1,000 and get yourself the latest iPhone. I mean, get yourself the latest iPhone and record a podcast, mate, with yourself and your audio program. Instead of going to the fucking studio to give $1,000 to somebody else. I mean, just go get yourself the latest iPhone and record your own program, mate. I mean, isn't that simple? Now, guess what? Many people are trying to fucking go online today and make fucking subtitles of their videos. And they're trying to also fucking place, they're trying to fucking place audio programs that they've done into fucking video programs. And they're trying to say the exact same words of the fucking audio programs. And they're trying to read everything word for word, man. I mean, never fucking read word for word for anything. I mean, this fucking audio program is done already. I mean, since it's done already, I'm just giving you everything already. I'm moving on, man. I mean, this is my audiobook. I mean, what did you think is an audiobook? I mean, I read many audiobooks out there, and guess what? I mean, this is Audible. And guess what? I mean, that fucking starts some fucking song or some shit. I mean, some freaking song starts, in terms of some freaking song starts in the song, and in the Nice and Beautiful equation. And guess what? Then it goes in chapter 1. I mean, now, either way, it's like an audiobook, isn't it? But this is my fucking audiobook. I mean, guess what? I mean, how do I start my video here? I just start talking, man. I mean, where's the singing in it? I mean, where's the music in it? I mean, where's the fucking table of contents in it? I mean, it's all in my fucking words, man. You understand? I just want to teach you guys very quickly that instead of placing your nice and beautiful spoon or cutlery inside the bowl, just place it on the side in a way that you're leaning it toward the bowl, in a way that you're placing it on top of the bowl, but never inside the bowl. So what happens if I place my nice and beautiful, let's say, fork in the bowl, then it falls into the freaking soup. Understand? So what I do is I turn the nice and beautiful fork in a way that I place it on the table, but it's leaning upwards on the actual bowl, and it's actually just on the bowl, and it's sitting on top of the bowl. Understand? So it's like a stick that's on top of a, let's say, I mean, it's like you leaning on the wall. Understand? But it's actually much better than that. I mean, let's say you're doing push-ups on the floor, but you're leaning on the actual push-ups of the floor. I mean, you're leaning on the floor to do push-ups. I mean, it's just like that, although the fork is on the actual bowl. Understand? And that's how I do my spoon and my fork and knives and all that. So I place it on the bowl in a way that it's never in the bowl. Understand? I see also the amazing thing about being able to do this nice and beautiful audio content is I get to speak with myself along the way in a nice and beautiful manner, but also I get to rewatch my videos. I'm very happy right here being able to go and do my content along the way. But I'm also very, very much more curious about understanding on how to actually start my content regardless of what's happening in my life. So I'm understanding every single time that it's just that kind of nice and beautiful spell that I put on my nice and beautiful customers like you. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that everybody understands how to be much more spooky in a way that we're better. And then we're understanding to just, we're just understanding to go and do something better for ourselves. So make sure you have some private time for yourself if you want it. And then understand that is how I understand life. I'm understanding that, guys, what's important is understanding to connect your videos together. So when I have music production videos here, I'm understanding that what I do is I connect all the videos together. So I'm making sure that I can go and really, really dwell upon a better life for myself in a way that I'm connecting videos together, and I'm also teaching you what I'm doing along the way. So what I want to be doing is understanding that I can eat while I'm actually doing my nice and beautiful Instagram content here, while also having my private time, which is my nice and beautiful teaching time over here, where I'm teaching you along the way what I'm doing. So I'm understanding that either way, I'm looking at my nice and beautiful social media to see who is watching me today, and I'm understanding either way to go and search up the likes and all that in terms of life to see what's so nice about people and what's so good about people in terms of their ideas. And then I can go and read in terms of Instagram and see all these nice and beautiful contents that people are giving in a way that I can go and do a greater job for myself to upload content into YouTube and to see is everything uploading so I can go and be on top of my contents. So I'm understanding that what's important for myself today is understanding that with my music production videos, I connect it all together. And I connect and I also nicely post anything that is, let's say, nicely and friendly online so that everybody can watch. And then I understand every single day that I make all my YouTube videos made for kids, and I make sure that all kids can watch it all the time, because that's the whole picture. And then every single day that you must understand that if you're never making your nice and beautiful content in terms of personal development for kids, then who are you making it for, man? I mean, kids are the future. So you must understand that no matter what, that everything is right now. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that you must go and develop your heart to make sure that you're better. And then just go and double check your content to see, is everything actually working over here? So I'm understanding that when I'm actually deleting videos and all content inside of my nice and beautiful content, I'm making sure that I want you to realize what exactly I'm deleting from my phones. So I go and do a screen recording as well, so I can understand that I can do a screen recording now while I'm actually doing the content. So that's amazing. So every single day that while I'm doing my actual screen recording process in terms of my audio programs right here, I can actually go and do a nice and beautiful recording right now just to practice and just to see something new. So what I do is I record a nice and beautiful, let's say, screen recording. And with the screen recording, I place it as a course, and then I go and download all my screen recordings and I put it online somewhere. So this is the example of my screen recording right here, where I'm actually going and recording my nice and beautiful screen right now. I say, hello guys, so no matter what, you guys can realize every single day that when I go and really do something every single day to go and focus upon my life over here, I'm making sure that you understand that these are my nice and beautiful aspects of life that I'm deleting today in terms of my phones, so that I understand every single time that what's important every single day is focusing on your life in a way that you're motivating people. So you can see how much fashion photos I'm doing every single day. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that I have a nice and beautiful attitude to say every single day. So make sure you understand that no matter what, you have to always be recording yourself and your content and what you're giving. So make sure that's 210 photos and images today, and also 4 videos that is going in the recycling bin today. But making sure that anyway, that everything's online. So making sure that no matter what I do, that I'm just going to double check my nice and beautiful Instagram over here in terms of my Mega Drive, just to check really what's going on around this video. So I'll just pause the content right now. Alright, now I have to just pause this content right here, just so I can check and double check this video over here. So I never want to delete it. I never want to delete my content unless it's already inside the video or in terms of what I've done already. So I want to make sure that content is up and it's online already. So I'm making sure that you guys understand that before I delete content, I make sure I double check. I just double check to see is everything working. So making sure either way that I just go and I have a nice and beautiful pause and unpause function of the screen recording process. So I just go and unpause the actual screen recording now. I understand you guys can hear me now, so I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning to say that it's 210 images and 4 videos today. So I'm just going to recycle that in the bin. But make sure you're understanding, guys, that you must be also understanding that no matter what, you must be inspirational today, and just keep on understanding how to grow yourself. Alright, either way, you must understand that's my nice and beautiful screen recording that I've done while showing people my recycling bin in terms of what's happening inside of my phone and what I'm deleting out of my content, because I want people to see what exactly I'm deleting from my content today, so that people can get more ideas about my life and what I've been deleting from my phone as well. So when you delete content from your phone, then I do a screen recording about that, and I show people exactly what I'm deleting, because it's just ideas about everything. So that's how you can actually understand life. And then I understand that when I put photos and screenshots together, I put photos and screenshots together in a way that I'm recording a nice and beautiful scenario of making sure that everybody understands what I'm doing around life in terms of Instagram and everything. And then I'm uploading all photos online, and I'm making sure to do some screenshots or something like that, where I can post some woman or something online, where I can go and understand that I'm doing all these Instagrams every single day. I'm also eating in the process of what I'm doing. So I can actually eat while I'm actually doing my content like this, and I can actually upload content and do whatever I want to do in terms of content while I'm actually coaching you and actually doing my content like this. So I'm actually always understanding that I'm uploading videos into nice and beautiful YouTube right now. So I'm focusing on understanding that you have to leave the nice and beautiful phone in an unlocking position, and never lock your phones when you're uploading online into YouTube, because that way you're going to have a better time in the process of doing what you're doing in terms of having a nice and beautiful way to upload content really quickly online is the whole point. So I have 16 hours of video over here, which is so amazing. I have over here, I have 22 hours of video inside of my nice and beautiful phones, which is so amazing, isn't it? So I'm making sure every single time I'm recording all my screens, I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to upload content right now. I'm uploading content into my travel videos online, and I'm making sure that I just go and upload my videos while I'm eating, and also while I'm actually doing an audio program right here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning how to really talk to you every single day. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to have a better attitude in the process. And then I'm actually going and uploading all my travel videos. And then what I do is I go and rename them. I rename my videos. So I understand that it's something that I can do, and it's something that's much better to do so. Then I actually go and do some screen recording as well, and I upload it into my screen recording courses online. And then I go and just upload everything together online, so I can always have a better time in the process. And then I understand every single time that once I do that, I'm making sure that I'm doing something along the way to do a better life over here. So let's have a look over here. I'm doing that right now. I'm making sure that you guys understand that once I upload my content online, that I delete it from my phone. I'm uploading all my content in terms of what I have online, so I can realize that I promote everything. I understand that, for example, with Instagram, that when I upload Instagram photos, what happens is it sends me these nice and beautiful textures and colors of my photos. So I just go and upload those textures online anyway. So I'm uploading always random photos here and there, and I'm making sure that you guys can understand that. And then understand that those people who really hate me right now are the ones who are losing, and that's why I understand that no matter what, I'm winning all the time, baby. Because I understand that no matter what, that I can always do a content audio process right here with everybody. And I'm making sure either way that I'm always exporting content along the way, because it's so important to understand how fast you have to be in terms of your nice and beautiful work today, and making sure that you're promoting yourself and what you have. So if you promote yourself today, then guess what, I promise you that's the best way of life. And then constantly be always uploading new content into your nice and beautiful YouTube account, and make sure that either one of the nice and beautiful YouTube is uploading online, or the nice and beautiful Mega Drive is uploading online. So make sure you understand that no matter what, if you want to go and do it both together, then understand that either way, that what's important is understand, go and do it as much as you can, and go and see for yourself, for example, with Mega Drive and YouTube, how it's actually uploading online. But make sure you understand that if you want to understand something better, is just let it be and just upload one at a time, and you're never ever losing time if you understand. So just be able to understand that what's important is go and test out the notion of yourself. But for myself, I understand that what I do is I upload to nice and beautiful YouTube alone, in terms of I actually have to go and let it be that way. And then I understand that no matter what, then I upload YouTube content into Mega Drive, and I understand that Mega Drive is much more important than YouTube. But I go and upload everything into Mega Drive first, and then I go and upload it into YouTube. So that way I'm understanding that as long as it's uploaded, in terms of as long as it's uploading and it's upload in terms of it's an upload online in terms of life, I understand that. Although as long as it's online and I've done the uploading for all my content, then I delete it from my phone. I'll make sure that everything goes into Mega Drive, then YouTube and Instagram, and then I go and delete it from my phone, and that's it. I make sure that no matter what, that I'm always looking for something to say over here. I'm making sure that I have content to give. I'm making sure I'm always ready to just be the notion of life in a way that I'm coaching people something about life. So I'm always understanding that either way, I have another video over here to upload. So I'm making sure I'm uploading those videos quickly into the online feature of Mega Drive right now. And I'm making sure I'm exporting every single audio from my nice and beautiful videos, and everything I have doing in terms of everything I'm doing in terms of life is going into an audio fashion, and also videos and all my content is together. I'm making sure that I'm organizing my videos and photos and content all the time, while also checking the battery of my nice and beautiful phones and whatever. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that I always want to be charging my content and my phones and videos in terms of whatever's recording, in a way that I'm always charging it. I'm always charging my phones, because that way I understand that what's important is understanding that my life has a better way of friction, in a way that it's a better friction all the time. And I'm understanding that I want to be always understanding more about what's happening around my life in a way that I'm recording. And I want to be recording so much, and I understand that either way, that if you have a chance to go and upload your content into 130, in terms of if you have a chance to record your nice and beautiful content into 320 nice and beautiful, let's say, MP3 files, then make sure you understand that either way, that you have more than enough in a nice and beautiful 320 file over here. So make sure you understand that if you do that, then you're never losing anything. But make sure you understand that you always keep uploading 320 kbps. So if you can do that all the time, then with your nice and beautiful audio programs from your voice memo, then understand that it only ever exports the nice and beautiful 128 kbps. So make sure you understand that no matter what you want is 320 kbps all the time. So make sure that if it's the final version and let's say the program only allows you to export 120 kbps or 128 kbps, then make sure you get those numbers better, because 128 kbps is something that is lower quality than 320 kbps. But make sure to understand that you need much more quality today to understand that you're always promoting much better quality. So go find yourself better quality, and always understand that way that you can always be a replica, and you can always understand that you can replicate that, and you can go and monetize it, and you can also do whatever you want with it. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you have to be learning along the go, and you have to learn quickly about life. Alright, now since I'm learning quickly about life, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I have a YouTube account over here. I'm making sure that I'm uploading content, and then I'm always understanding that no matter what, that I'm ready to eat much more food and drink over here. So what I'm doing is I'm always learning much more. So what's amazing, guys, is before bed or anything in terms of life, just always be recording a audio program daily, and be understanding that there's so much more words that I can speak. I mean, there's every single day that I can speak these words. I mean, you understand? So I'm always bringing my A20 Galaxy or phones with me, and I'm always making sure that my selfie stick is with me, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that I go and really make as much content before bed and after bed, and once I wake up, I start my day journaling in a video like this. And now my schedule is changing, and I'm understanding that I'm doing more audio work than journaling now. I mean, do you understand that? So I was doing more journaling before than video work. I was doing more journaling than audio work before. But now my audio work is fucking skyrocketing. And this audio right now, you can see it. So every single day, just imagine 4 hours and 30 minutes coming up on YouTube. I mean, every single day, 4 hours and 30 minutes of programs, every single day on YouTube. I mean, guess what? I mean, that's a lot of talking, isn't it? But that's like 12 years of talking and more. I mean, guess what? I mean, that's the kind of frequency you have to be at. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that's the kind of peak performance I'm doing, and I can make those kind of videos and more. So I'm just beginning now, but I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning how to really be an entrepreneur now. And I'm understanding no matter what, that it's much more better for me. And I'm understanding that no matter what, I have a better life in the process, and I'm much more able to just speak over everything. So I pause the video, I eat a bit, and then guess what? I say something to myself here and there, and then an idea pops up, and I unpause the video here, and I start speaking to you. And then I pause it, and then I eat a bit, and eat a bit, and eat a bit, and then I unpause it, and then I speak to you again. In a sense, so I'm always constantly speaking to one program here, and I'm understanding to always look at my phone. I'm always being more aware about everything, and I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and really successfully just be an individual who helps you the most in your life. And I understand that no matter what, I want to be always understanding that I want to be ahead of your content right now. So I'm understanding that I deserve much more freedom. So if you deserve much more freedom, then guess what? I mean, be speaking so much in front of people, and that way you're going to understand how to deliver. And now, if you're delivering content that's from your audio programs, then make sure that you go and connect it all together and make a 10-hour program so that people can listen to it. So this nice and beautiful program is going to come up with my other programs, and then it's all together. And either way, it's going to be something that I understand, for example, that I understand I have to place it into a video. Now, since I have to place it into a video, I understand I want to be careful here, because I want to be making sure that I can upload it all together. I understand that either way, that since I can do it, I understand that I may as well give it a go. But I understand that what's important for myself is always understanding that it's all jam-packing into one video. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm understanding that I may as well just let it be and just upload as it is, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's much more doable to understand that in bite-sized pieces that you can do everything. So just one step at a time, guys, and just make sure that you're always keeping an eye out on all your content and making sure that you're doing your content along the way, and then you're never puffing out. I mean, there's no chance that you can puff out. But if you're talking more than eating food, then there's no chance that you can puff out, because you can see your energy and how you're talking. I mean, you can see exactly how you can stay on top of the food and drink as long as you're recording audio programs like this, and then you can also delay food and drink as you are talking more in a video and audio, and then you can also tempt yourself like this in a way that you're never tempting yourself, but you're delaying gratification, because what's happening is you are talking in the video or audio or your writing materials. And then as you're coaching much more people, as you are doing video programs and audio programs and writing programs such as I am right now, I'm eating, but guess what? Am I eating right now? I'm talking to you. I mean, how can I be eating something? I'm eating my words though. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that I have to pause the video to eat food and drink. But I understand that my food and drink is talking to you. So I understand that's what I mean. I'm making sure that no matter what, they understand that I can go and do some Netflix as well while I'm actually eating right now and drinking, and I can do some Netflix as well. So I'm understanding either way. And it's much more nice and beautiful for me to just keep on going, and every single day I focus upon understanding that it's much better to go and watch Netflix while I eat and drink, and while I'm pausing my videos, and while I'm doing something around the day. So I'm understanding that I can also fit in my nice and beautiful, let's say, Instagram, and I can do whatever I want every single day, because I understand I can speak the words and I can do with the words. So it's just nice and beautiful for me to go and watch this series, which is the Shadow and Bone series. So I'm understanding that when I watch films, when I watch anything in movies or anything, I make sure I'm just watching the nice and beautiful, let's say, the pictures. I'm watching the pictures of all the films, and that's it. I never even watch the audio. But I'm understanding either way that this is season 1 of some kind of film, and it's some nice and beautiful film right now because it has a nice and beautiful image. So the image is capturizing. So when you're watching images all the time, I mean, you're always watching for nice and beautiful ways of thinking and strategizing around your life. But making sure you understand that most people never care about your legacy. But guess what? I mean, that's why you are going up ways, and that's why you are doing much better. I mean, I understand that when you're looking to promote yourself in ways that you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to really, really dwell upon life in ways that you've never done before, then you understand that either way, that you're just charging up on the best kind of ways to really, really strategize your way into the best kind of dictionary in the planet. So I'm understanding that now I'm always watching Netflix as I do my audio programs and as I do my nice and beautiful eating programs as well, in terms of as I eat and drink, and also I'm doing Netflix and my audio programs, and also I'm uploading content along the way. So I'm understanding that it's all coming together by making sure that no matter what, that I can learn something about films, and I can learn about the crowds. I can learn to lay down, for example. I understand that there's something happening right here where I'm seeing fatigue for some reason. So I understand that since I'm seeing fatigue, I understand it's because I'm eating the food and drink. And now I understand that the food and drink does make you, let's say, in a way that you understand that it can make you fatigue. So what I do is I just talk more and I just delay the food and drink a bit more, and then I eat just slowly. I eat slowly and slowly and slowly, by making sure I'm always watching what's happening with everybody, and I'm making sure I'm talking over everything, by making sure that I'm nice and beautiful along the way, to make sure that I live my life in eternity, to make sure that you guys are understanding something about life and freedom every single day. So I'm understanding that if you go and really, really speak out your words daily, and you understand that no matter what, that you're going to go and do the best job in the planet. So I understand that some people are charging $60,000 to teach this kind of content, man. I understand, so make sure I understand that I may as well charge for free, because I understand that you guys deserve it. I understand you deserve to have this content for free. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that due to their skills, they're charging $60,000 to have them as coaches. I understand that. I understand either way I'm doing for free. I understand that every single day. I understand that I realize I just have a better opinion. I'm doing something greater. So I'm saying that it's just a big joke on somebody, because I understand that no matter what, I can do much greater, and that's it. I mean, make sure you understand that I never ever put a price to my name, man. I understand, because I understand that way that there is somebody else that can do more content than you. And if you're charging $100,000 per hour, but another individual is charging for free, and they're doing more content than you, then you look like an idiot, mate. I understand, so make sure you understand that what you need to do is a greater way of life for yourself. So make sure that if you really, really deserve something of your nature, in a way that you're really, really absorbing all that nice and beautiful imagery every single day, and just understand its eternity, and it's something that you really need to watch, and it's really something that Netflix can help you with. And Netflix just shows you this happiness, and it shows you this joy of watching films in a way that you're nice and beautiful, in a way that you can go and eat, and you can go and really, really do what you want to do. So making sure all the time I'm eating, and I'm also doing my content along the way. So I'm just eating some white rice as well, and I'm understanding that you can eat white rice. You never have to eat with bolognese sauce if you never want. Leave some white rice in your freaking mix as well. But some people, they put all the fucking spices and all the fucking sauce in the rice, and there's no fucking white rice in there anymore, man. I mean, sometimes it's really nice to just eat white rice. Understand? So there's a color. And then what I have is soup over here, and I put some nice and beautiful white rice in the fucking soup. And then I eat white rice in the soup. I promise you guys that when you become so successful, then other people are so jealous of you. And they're so jealous of you because they never have the woman or man that you are. You understand? So what you need to realize is when you understand either way that when you're really, really, let's say, enjoying life, and a woman is with a man who is so much lower than you, and that man is never even doing as much work as you, or that woman is never doing as much work as you are, but those people who are with those people are losing because they're never with you. Understand? And either way, and then you have the crowd behind that. So let's say that crowd that you're hanging around with, and I realize, and all those women and men are going for somebody else other than you, and you're more successful than all of them. They all look like stupid idiots. And then guess what? I realize they look into each other to see which woman or man did get with you, and then they realize that none of them did. They realize that none of them did get with you. And guess what? That's why they're all stupid idiots now, and that's why you're actually going around the world while their men and their women have to work a 9-to-5 job. You understand? And isn't that the most blissful way of living life, where you're so successful, but they have to live with people and they have to go work a 9-to-5 job, just with the people who are also in their lives, who are all working a 9-to-5 job, because you're the one who's successful, and you're the famous one, and you're the one who has a great legacy, but they just wish, and they just dream to be with you now. But before, when you were fucking nobody, guess what? You have to understand that. They never want to fucking go for you, because you were fucking nobody. You were fat. You were fat. You were ugly. Your teeth were never showing. You were a drug addict. You were hanging around with certain people. You went somewhere else. And that's why they never went for you. But now, since you're fucking successful, and more successful than their men and husbands, and more than their fucking wives, and more than their fucking cousins and families, now they want to fucking be with you. Because you're fucking successful now. Understand? But no, guess what? You run away from them. Never fucking go to them, because they never deserve you. Understand? If they deserve you so much, then they're going to chase you. And if they want you so much, then they chase you like Jesus Christ chases you. Understand? Somewhere in your life, Jesus Christ came up to your life in an idea or in a fashion and said, "There's God." And you said, "What is God?" Understand? I promise you. Somebody said Jesus Christ, and you said, "Who is Jesus Christ?" I promise you. There was a time and place where you said that. I understand that. I understand it's a question, isn't it? But that's how questions open the door. Understand? So open doors in your life and other people's lives by asking questions. And now if you're asking questions, then ask the questions with the word I. Because most people start with when and what and where and why and how and who. But you have to understand, you never start with those questions. You never start with closed-ending questions. And you never start with open-ending questions. Ever in life. That's never the sales game. Whereas the sales game is the word I. Whereas if you want to start a sentence, then you start with the I only. You never start a question with a question. You start a question with the word I. Understand? So make sure you understand that's the best way of living life. I want you guys to understand also that what you can do is you can add some nice and beautiful extra virgin oil on the nice and beautiful rice, in terms of white rice or brown rice, because white rice and brown rice are equal value. And now people go against white rice, for example, and they go for brown rice. But other people go for brown rice without white rice. And other people go for white rice without brown rice. So guess what? What's the real rice? What is the better rice? The better rice is both rices. Go for both. Because it's equal value. Understand? And the equal value is, understand that rice never gives anybody cancer, and rice never gives anybody disease. Understand? So make sure you understand that. So what you need to realize is, I eat rice. I'm a vegan. Now, I eat white rice, I eat brown rice. Understand? So either way, what's important is, understand, I can put some extra virgin oil inside of my nice and beautiful soup as well, with my nice and beautiful rice that's in the soup, or in just on white rice with the bolognese sauce on top, or I can put on my bread. And now with the oils, I just eat extra virgin oil. I never eat anything other than, let's say, from the oils I eat only the nice and beautiful extra virgin oil. And I eat vegan food, but I'm making sure that with the extra virgin oil today, I'm making sure I'm just trying it out today. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I've done it before. I'm understanding that it's been over 2 years since I've had extra virgin oil, so I want to have some more. So I'm understanding either way that I did discipline myself for 2 years to stay away from the extra virgin oil. I mean, so make sure you understand that. I just want to say, guys, that the nice and beautiful Vegeta with boiling water, in terms of the water that's warm with Vegeta, and just the Vegeta on its own, gives me fucking more value than extra virgin oil. And now extra virgin oil is something that you can pour over all of your food. But now never ever place extra virgin oil on frying pan food or anything that you cook on a frying pan. Do you understand? Because what happens, or because what happens is, I understand that the oil goes into trans fat, and now trans fat are cancerous, and anything that's a trans fat is something that gives you disease. And now understand that no matter what, that if you place extra virgin oil if you place extra virgin oil as it is on rice or pasta or spaghetti after the frying pan. Now you're making food, for example. You go make food. You're making rice in boiling water. You're making pasta in boiling water. You're making spaghetti in boiling water. And that's how you make it. And that's all you eat. Understand? On the frying pan. Eat nothing else except that. That's the best way, and that's how I eat. Now, then you get extra virgin oil. Once you take off the nice and beautiful boiling water from your ready food already, that's already the rice and spaghetti and the nice and beautiful spaghetti, which is the rice also, and also the nice and beautiful pasta. Take it off the oven and take it off the stove. And just make sure you go and eat it as it is. And put no spices on it. And now go and throw on extra virgin oil on it. And go and throw on some spices on it now. And go and put on some bolognese sauce on it now. Understand? Because that's how you make it. So either way, I'm understanding that now Vegeta is a spice. And it gives me much more value because there's actually flavoring in it than extra virgin oil. And extra virgin oil has a flavoring, but it's very, let's say, in a way, it's never even close to the nice and beautiful Vegeta. Because Vegeta does give me the nice and beautiful courage and the nice and beautiful, let's say, spice that I need. And it satisfies me more than the extra virgin oil. But extra virgin oil has so much fat in it, guys. And there's 91 grams of fat. And there's saturating fat in it as well. But there's no actual trans fat in the extra virgin. There's no trans fat in extra virgin oil. So that's excellent. But there is saturating fat. And there's also 13 grams of saturating fat within extra virgin oil. And now, my limit on the nice and beautiful, let's say, saturating fat with food is 3 grams per 100 gram. But the extra virgin oil is 13 grams per 100 gram. So understand this, that saturating fat is very unhealthy. But what you have to realize is because it has saturating fat, then there's also monosaturating fat and also polysaturating fat in extra virgin oil. And because of that, it's healthier. And that's why it can account for you to understand that because there is poly and monounsaturating fat inside extra virgin oil, then the saturating fat is counterbalanced. There's a big counterbalance going on here, which makes it worthwhile for you to have a nice and beautiful, let's say, extra virgin oil. But what's so disgusting about the extra virgin oil, and I'll tell you right now, is the actual fat total of the actual extra virgin oil. So if you go and you drink 500 mils of extra virgin oil, I promise you what happens is 500 times 91. I see now 5 times 91 is, let's say if you drink half a kilo of extra virgin oil, then that's like placing on fat in terms of your system, and you're placing half a kilo of fat on you. So for every kilo of extra virgin oil that you eat, then what happens is you place 1 kilo of fat on you. Because the oil is all fat. I mean, it's actual fat, guys. I mean, just like animal fat is a plant fat. I mean, it's the same kind of fat. I mean, you guys understand that? And it does make you fat. I understand, so make sure you understand that extra virgin oil is something that you never ever want in your life in a way that you're eating it every day. I mean, make sure you understand that extra original oil, I realize now, extra virgin oil is something that has to be completely out of your equation altogether, because it's so much fat, guys, and understand it's going to kill you. I mean, understand that the extra virgin oil kills you, guys. I mean, it kills you so much, and it's because of the fat. I mean, do you understand that? I mean, do you want to go fat and ugly? I mean, of course not. I mean, of course never. I mean, of course you have to understand that you're better than all that. So what you have to realize is understand that the sugar in the nice and beautiful extra virgin oil is very low in sugar in terms of the nice and beautiful, let's say, the nice and beautiful extra virgin oil has low in sugar and low in sodium. And now there's no sodium and no sugar and no carbohydrates inside the extra virgin oil. And that's excellent, because that's excellent. But then the fat total. And now, if you're having a little bit of fat, I promise you it's even a lot of fat. You understand? So what you need to do is be minimal with what you're eating over here. So make sure you understand that no matter what you're doing every single day, is focus on understanding that you want to be understanding that extra virgin oil is never something that you have to place into your category of foods and drinks. Well, make sure you understand that I can burn off this nice and beautiful extra virgin oil fat very quickly, because it's never part of my diet. I mean, never make it part of your diet. I mean, if you make extra virgin oil part of your daily equation, then you've lost in the game of health. I promise you. I mean, make sure you understand that. I promise you. Now, what's amazing is understand that extra virgin oil has no cholesterol. And it can never ever give you disease other than it can make you fat. I mean, extra virgin oil can make you fat. So what you do is you remove, I mean, if you are making the extra virgin oil a part of your daily life, then make sure you remove it from your equation quickly, and then you can lose 10 kilos in 1 month. I mean, you can lose 10 kilos of fat in 1 month if you just remove extra virgin oil from your life. I mean, 10 kilos per month you lose if you just remove extra virgin oil from your life. I mean, you understand? Because it's so fatty. I mean, there's a lot of fat in it. So that's the only equation about extra virgin oil. And if you just remove extra virgin oil from your diet, then you have nothing to worry about with extra virgin oil. I mean, it's the most healthiest oil they can get out there, but all that I'm saying is just never make it part of your diet. I mean, yes, you can have it as a side dish here and there, but never make it part of your diet. I mean, never make it your go-to food, man. I mean, in a sense, that's what I'm saying. I want you guys to understand that what's important is understanding that if you can eat and also talk like this during an audio program, it's the best kind of audiobook on the planet, because you're giving ideas and you're enjoying yourself along the way. So I'm understanding that I'm never wasting time now. I'm always aware of how much words I'm giving, and I'm understanding, yes, I'm alone for 5 hours talking, but guess what? I'm enjoying my life. I mean, look at the conversation I've had here with myself. I mean, I'm having the best conversation that I've had with anybody in terms of just my eye. I'm understanding that you must understand that this conversation I've only had with myself, and it's the best conversation I've had in my life. I mean, nobody else can amount to the conversation that you're having with yourself. So make sure you understand every single time that I have some nice and beautiful lightly sparkling water over here. So making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to grow. I just want to let you guys understand something about extra virgin oil. That if you're going to place some extra virgin oil in your mouth, I mean, you're going to understand that there's little to no taste in it. I mean, do you understand that? I mean, there's little to no taste in the actual, there's actual little to no taste in extra virgin oil. I mean, you understand? I mean, once you taste it, it's like there's no taste on it. I mean, what's so good about extra virgin oil, man? I can say your best opportunity is just remove extra virgin oil altogether from your life, because it has little to no taste in it. I mean, go and try it out for yourself one time. I mean, either way, you're going to understand that there's little to no taste in it. I never understand what people find so attractive about extra virgin oil. I realize if you guys want to understand why they love extra virgin oil so much, it is because of the fat. When they love to eat fat, I mean, who wants to eat fat in life? I promise you that you must understand that you must never eat fat. I promise you, if you eat fat, then you become fat. I promise you, the whole point of being vegan is to eat low-fat food. I mean, low-fat food. And even though extra virgin oil is vegan, but vegans really eat low-fat. Actually, low-fat food is the best kind of food. And low-fat food is never oil food. So if you're looking for anything that's low sodium and low sugar and low fat, I promise you, hence the best. I promise you, as a vegan, you have to eat low-fat food, and you have to also eat low sugar and low sodium food. Of course, as a vegan also, you must eat high fiber and high carbohydrates and high plant protein. And now, extra virgin oil never gives you the high plant protein, and extra virgin oil never ever gives you the fibers, and extra virgin oil never gives you the carbohydrates. I mean, ta-da! I mean, guess what? I mean, all that extra virgin oil is, I understand, is fat. I mean, there's nothing else in there that you need. Unfortunately now, polyunsaturated fat, in terms of poly and monounsaturated fat, is something that's good for you. I promise you now, that's excellent for you, but the fat is so bad for you. I promise you now, if you want to understand from a percentage of good and bad in terms of life, I mean, guess what? I mean, everything's good. But if you want to understand my opinion from a percentage of how much you must be eating the nice and beautiful, let's say, extra virgin oil from 100%, I say 10% is eat extra virgin oil. And 90% says, in my dictionary, that you must never ever eat extra virgin oil. Whereas now 90% of my opinion is stating never eat extra virgin oil. But 10%, or else now 10% of my nice and beautiful way of life is understanding that you must understand that I never eat extra virgin oil, but it's just how it is. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, that it's just that kind of day, isn't it? So make sure that you're never eating so much fat, because it's so, let's say, in a way, you must understand that if you go and eat something that's never good for you, then guess what? I mean, you must understand then that you become someone who's never good for you. Understand? So make sure you understand that you have to eat good to be good. Understand? So that's the way. I can say, guys, that since I'm actually sharing words with you here, I'm making sure I have all the time in the world to do everything. And now, since I have time to do everything, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm speaking more words as I'm doing my nice and beautiful content. And now, since I'm doing my content much more every single day, I'm focusing on making sure that you understand how it is and how it feels to be Danny Milivojevic. I promise you, it feels amazing every single day that I can wake up every single day and do some content, and I can make sure that I'm always living my life to the fullest. I promise you, every single day I'm focusing on understanding to give you the most content I can, so that I can go and really become more for myself, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's all about making sure that you can become much more for yourself. So if you can become much more for yourself, and you can understand to always be doing your content, and also talking more words while you're actually eating and drinking, then guess what? Then the fulfilling part of the whole scenario is the words you've given, and never the food and drink that you're eating. You understand? So it's all the words that you're giving is the fulfillment of life. And it's never the actual words, other than it's your words. I mean, your words are the actual fulfilling part, but it's never the food and drink, I mean. You understand? So make sure you understand that what you want out of life is to be a success, and then you want to understand every single time how to really dwell upon a better life for yourself. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to go and learn much more about it all. But what's important to me in terms of my life is, for I understand that no matter what, I go and never die by making sure I'm learning how to grow my heart. And now, since I'm growing my heart, I'm growing the words. I'm always learning how to grow those words, because that's how I look at life. I look at life in ways that is helping me. So no matter what, that when I go and make a fashion photo shoot, I look so different than doing selfie photos, for example, in my house. So make sure you understand that if you want to go really dwell upon life, then understand that you have to go and show your face. And if you show your face in a way that you're learning something about life, and you're learning to really promote yourself in the best ways, then focus on understanding that I want to go and understand that my fashion photos are something that actually go into my YouTube account always. So I'm understanding that's how I really promote myself. I promote myself through fashion photos. So understand that what you need in life is to promote yourself always. So have yourself as a friend and have yourself always promoting yourself through fashion. I mean, if you can always state a fashion statement in front of life, then people understand that they feel unattractive to you. I mean, people feel unattractive when you're doing all these photos of yourself. I mean, in a sense, so go and really do more photos of yourself, and that way you become more attractive. And that's how I actually look at life. I look at life differently than everybody else. I'm making sure I'm always learning something along the way. I'm trying out different foods. I'm learning something along my way. But I understand every single time I'm learning how to make sure that my nice and beautiful life is getting ahead of me. So I'm understanding that I want to go and do as much as I can every single day. So I'm learning, always understanding. I'm always learning and understanding that the practice of life and what you're doing now is much more. So it's always been a dream come true for me to be doing 5-hour programs in terms of audio programs. I mean, it's always been a dream come true for me to be doing 5-hour programs every single day in audio. I mean, in a sense, so just recently I was speaking 3 hours a day in my nice and beautiful public speaking range in front of people. But now I'm doing 5-hour programs with myself alone. I mean, understand? So I'm doing much more than that. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I always have much more to do every single day. So that's why I'm recording myself right now, always. And I'm watching Netflix as well. And I'm just enjoying life. And I'm making sure that no matter what, I have food in front of me. But guess what? I understand that what's satisfying me really is a nice and beautiful, let's say, the nice and beautiful dictionary of what I'm saying right here in terms of my words. And now since I'm actually saying my words right here, I'm actually understanding that I have so much more to give and so much more to feel every single day. But if you want to find a nice and beautiful movie that you can watch, then you can watch that nice and beautiful movie I did say earlier in my video, and I'll just go and find it for you also. But make sure every single time you're understanding how to really become that nice and beautiful star for yourself. So I'm understanding that when I become much more all the time, and every single day I'm focusing on a nice and beautiful way, I'm understanding that you guys have to go watch the Shadow and Bone film, because that way you're going to understand nice and beautiful imagery of the film. It's so beautiful. So I understand the imagery of the film has a nice and beautiful video shoot. So I'm understanding that I'm learning to just go and really quickly say right now that you just watch the images of the film and just go really quickly throughout the film. And it's much more likely that you understand that no matter what I do daily, I'm focusing on understanding that I have to complete my food here, and then I want to go and really do something different, and I want to make sure that I'm doing something that's really helping me move forward, because that's the whole point of life, isn't it? The whole point of life is making sure that you can go and do something that you've never done. So understand that you have to give ideas. And now when you're giving ideas, I mean, just make sure that you can go and understand how it is to feel your nice and beautiful courage every single day, and making sure that you can go and dwell upon understanding that if you want to have a bath, for example, then go have a bath and go and talk it out in a bath. So that's a nice and beautiful scenario where you can go and understand, where you can combine your nice and beautiful audio programs with your bath or shower, and you can understand every single time that you can be doing something around content all the time. So make sure that you're turning into a new way and you're going a new direction all the time, because that way you're going to understand something that's helping you move forward. So it's actually you. So make sure that no matter what, that if you focus upon the beautiful images of life, and then you focus on something that is really fulfilling you, then it's actually the words that you're saying. So we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that we have to expand ourselves and our mindset every single day to focus on understanding that we have to push into greater freedom. And now if you want freedom in life, then understand that no matter what, that we have to chill, and we have to understand how to really dwell upon a better life for ourselves in different ways, and making sure that no matter what, that we're doing audio content along the way that's really helping us. So as I talk this way, I mean, you can just imagine how much I've taught you in this video. I mean, you can understand that this video is my audio program. So I'm understanding that my video right here is my words, as I'm talking about. I'm talking about in terms of my words is the video. right here. So I understand that you're listening to my video. I understand. So make sure I understand that no matter what, that I'm learning how to grow all the time. I'm making sure that I always have much more to give, and then I'm always understanding that much more satisfaction in life, because I understand that either way I have more than enough in what I'm saying right now. So I'm understanding that my food and drink right here is something that I can clear away right now, because I understand that my food and drink is my words over here. So I'm understanding that it does fulfill me, doesn't it? So whereas now I understand that what's amazing about my life right now is I'm understanding that I can go and just let it be now. I'm making sure either way that I finish up, and I make sure every single day I have more than enough right now for myself. So what am I doing right now? So it's more that I feel that my nice and beautiful food is my actual way of life. So that the food and drink of my life is my words, and it's never the actual food I'm eating. I understand. So I'm eating my food in terms of my words. So I'm understanding that it's really I understand something about life. I understand how to treasure my life. I understand how to do my life a favor, and I understand how to drink something. I'm just making sure that you guys understand that every single day I'm focusing on doing these audio programs in terms of audio programs and video programs and writing materials like this every single day, because now I can go, and no matter what, I can go and record my voice like this everywhere I go, because it's that kind of scenario where I can go and enjoy my life, and I can make sure that I can promote myself all day long, because that's self-love and that's self-interest. So if you want to go and understand every single day to give ideas here and there, then that's the best way. But I understand every single day now that 5 hours I've spoken into a video today. I understand I've spoken into an audio program today, 5 hours of talking. I mean, otherwise I have to write it physically in a journal. I mean, it's much better for me to just speak it out like this, because that way I feel that I've done some work. I feel like I've done something very quickly, and I've learned so much today. I mean, you must understand that. I'm looking for ways to guys understand something about life here. So what I want to do is always understand that I want to be always cleaning up in a way that I'm speaking on audio programs like this. And I want to be tackling the audio program system day in and day out. I want to be understanding, I want to be doing this all the way. I want to understand that it's much more something that I understand that I can chuck out the rubbish while I'm doing my nice and beautiful content as well. So I'm understanding that what's important for myself is I stand up and I do my nice and beautiful programs in audio while I'm actually, let's say, tackling the audio right now. So I'm giving as much words as I can while I'm actually cleaning the table everywhere. I'm cleaning everything up. I'm making sure that I'm placing everything back where it is and where it belongs. So I'm making sure either way I'm making a new transition today. I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm freedom every single day. And now because I'm freedom, I'm understanding I'm doing the work of freedom right now. I'm doing Jesus Christ work in this audio program. And you must understand this is what Jesus Christ does. I mean, go and ask Jesus Christ what he does. I mean, Jesus Christ tells you to do what Danny Milivojevic is doing right now. I mean, you understand? Because what else is fucking Jesus Christ then? I mean, make sure you understand it's either Jesus Christ or nothing. I mean, make sure you understand to always be polite and everything. And just be doing Jesus Christ work all the time. And just make sure that no matter what, that you're learning every single time that the words are something that makes it count. And if you understand the words every single day, then understand that those people who are never in your life are going to regret it. You understand? I mean, they're regretting life right now, because they're never in your life. Understand? So that's why they're regretting life, mate. Because that's how it is. So make sure you're always performing in a way that you learn how it is to be free with yourself and others. And then make sure you understand that I can go and bring in my dogs as well now, because I understand I did eat, but I understand that time actually went slow, because I understand that I realized I was never wasting time, and I didn't never waste my time in that point. Because why? Because I understand that what's important for myself is that I turn on the light and never work other than I do work all the time. By making sure I'm turning on the light in the kitchen before I actually walk into the kitchen. Because I want to be able to see where I'm going. So that's very important, isn't it? So make sure that what's important is you place the light on in terms of the stove place, and place a nice and beautiful, let's say, hand towel or sink towel, in one of those sink towels where you always rubbing the sink with the towel, and put a nice and beautiful tissue paper or towel, something, or a towel over the actual frying pan where your rice is. So make sure that your rice and your frying pan is covering with a towel. So put a towel on top of the rice let's just say inside of the nice and beautiful towel of the frying pan and rice. You have a frying pan and there's rice inside, but you're going to eat it in a better time, and you're eating it in a better time, but just place something on top of the frying pan so that it blocks out the air or the mosquitoes from eating your food. In a sense, to block all that in a way that you're helping yourself to grow, but just agree with everything, and I agree with everything always. But what's important is cover up. Cover up your food is what I'm saying, so that it's just something that never goes out of date. Understand? So that's how I understand either way. I'm washing the dishes now. I'm making sure I'm speaking over my content here. I'm doing something every single day to focus upon being much more. So when I'm much more every single day, I want to be focusing on loving my life in different ways. I'm making sure I'm never wasting my life, guys. I'm making sure I'm doing my content in a way that I'm helping you move forward. I'm making sure that somebody does care, because who does care about you right now? It's those people who listen to you in terms of what you're doing in audio content and video. They are the ones who care about you, because they're the ones who are listening to your audio program. So those who are listening to your audio program always do care about you, because they're listening to your audio program. So I'm understanding that whoever's watching me right now and whoever's listening to my program does care about me to some extent, because they're still in this video and they're still in this nice and beautiful audio programs. And you must understand, either way, I'm learning how to wash the dishes as well. And since I'm washing the dishes, I'm making sure that you understand I never place any freaking products inside of my bowl or plates. I never try to go and place one of those carpet cleaners or the nice and beautiful, let's say, dishwashers and all that freaking, let's say, that stuff that you place in the plates. So it's all that cleaner stuff that they place. I understand that this one here is the ultra concentrate, or as the refreshing stuff over here. I understand that it's some kind of cleaning method to clean the dishes. It's all these pest cleaners and stuff. Either way, you must understand that what you need to realize is understand that if you go and wash the dishes, then wash it just with the water, and never ever wash your glass with a glass cleaner or anything like that. Never ever use these products or chemicals. Why? Because it's just a waste of time, guys. Never use any Dettol, in terms of Dettol or anything that kills germs. Never use that, please. Never ever go and be the one who's using these chemicals to wash the actual hands of yours. Never wash your hands with soap. Never wash your hands with anything other than water. Water's more enough for you. And make sure you understand that water is what I use with warm water. I use warm water, guys. I use warm water to wash my dishes. It's warm. It's not. It's never boiling hot. So make sure you understand how to really roll upon your life. So if you want to go and do something about your life, then understand how to have yourself the best time with yourself, and then understand that you're never wasting time if you're doing your audio content today. So make sure that other people who are for the past 5 hours smoking cigarettes and doing drugs, and they're also drinking alcohol and having sex and having orgies right now as well. And guess what? I'm doing 5 hours of content right here, and that's it. I'd rather do 5 hours of content than have orgies, man. I'd rather do these 5 hours of content, understanding that 1 billion people and more are going to be watching this video, and are going to be understanding this product right here. And they're going to understand who Danny Milivojevic is for the centuries to come, and for millennials and millions of years to come. And they're going to understand Danny Milivojevic and how he was living in 2021, I promise you. But the other ones are having orgies and sex right now, and they never fucking care about you. Understand? So make sure you understand that what you have to realize is understand that I want to give you the most value for your time, because you're here with me. And then I'm understanding that no matter what, you have to learn from somebody. I'm learning from Jesus Christ all the time. I'm learning everything that I set out to do every single day. And then I'm focusing on understanding that I want to clean up my nice and beautiful, I realize my nice and beautiful home here, which is my word I, and I understand that my word I, in terms of my life, is everything. But I'm understanding I'm always clean. But I'm understanding I'm just cleaning up around the area around here. So making sure that no matter what, that I am somebody who has much more energy when I speak all day long in a nice and beautiful podcast like this. So I'm always figuring out what to do, and I'm always planning my life ahead of me. I'm always making sure I always have nice and beautiful grape juice with me and some water. And when I drink water, I drink tap water. I see. So guys, so what's important is always be throwing out the bin every single day, and make sure that your bin, in terms of your rubbish bin, in terms of the rubbish bag, be throwing out your rubbish bag. Be throwing out your rubbish bag daily. In a sense, to make sure you understand that what you need to realize is we need to always focus on the greater life, or else we need to focus on a greater life every single day to focus on understanding what it is that helps us grow. So when you're always remaining cleaner for yourself, and you're understanding that waste goes in the red bin, and then also in the yellow bin goes the recycling, and then in the green bin goes the green products. Anything that's natural, like grass and stuff like that. So we have to understand, to replace the nice and beautiful, let's say, home with your nice and beautiful word I, because the word I is your home. So if you go and use your nice and beautiful shopping bags, which is something that I understand that is much better for you to realize something right now, which is just go and actually use up your resources over here. So understand that's the whole point. And then understand either way that what you want out of life is to be much more successful. So focus on understanding that you're using your nice and beautiful shopping bags from Woolworths and from supermarkets to throw it into your nice and beautiful, let's say, your nice and beautiful rubbish bins. So focus on understanding that's the way. I promise you, when you're doing that, it's much better for you to just use it all up. And just make sure make sure just make sure that you're never ever closing your gates in a way that you're never ever locking yourself out of your house. In a sense, I can bring in my dogs now as well and understand that. So what's important for me is understand the time now. It's 12:43 a.m. in the morning, and I'm understanding it's getting late, but guess what? I'm still doing my content, aren't I? I'm just walking outdoors somewhere, and I'm just making sure that you guys can hear my audio content right here, and I'm making sure that I'm always understanding something about life. So make sure that you understand I always have an audio tape going on, and I'm always talking to someone. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that it's cold outside over here. So luckily I'm never on the street sleeping, and I'm always understanding either way that I get myself back in the house, because my house is the word I. And I'm always living my word I, because there's something better that I have to give you. So I understand that what I give you now is understand I give you the best treatment, to understand that there's so much more to do. So I realize that now I can actually go and have a nice and beautiful bath over here. I realize that since I'm having a bath, I'm actually going to be pausing my nice and beautiful audio. And now I understand either way that I make my nice and beautiful shower, and I make the water run, for example. So let's have a look over here. I make the water run, so you can actually hear me anyway. So making sure that I have nice and beautiful warm water as I have a bath. So I want to have a bath because it's been about 1 year. It's been about 6 months since I've had a bath. In 2 years, I had about around 5 baths in 2 years. 5 baths in 2 years, man. And I understand I deserve one. I deserve a bath. And while I'm doing a bath, guess what? We have a date with Destiny right here, because I want to be able to come and do a nice and beautiful content with you over here with my audio program. So I place the selfie stick in my bath with I, and I make sure that no matter what, that I have always my technology in a way that I'm never ever losing my technology, but it's in the bath with I in a way that I'm taking care of everything. And I'm never losing my content. I'm never losing my nice and beautiful humor every single day, to focus upon understanding something that I can fart when I want to fart, and I can do whatever I want to do. Say, yeah. I say, what, really? I say, did you say that? I say, yeah. I say, fuck your mother. I say, yeah. I say, no matter what. I say, now either way, I realize, just go and realize something about life, that you can change, and you can change it to the best person you want to be every single day. And then you can focus on doing something around your life. And when you're doing something around your life, then we're focusing on understanding that we have to clean our work desk, and we have to clean what our space is. And then understand either way that you're just always just taping your nice and beautiful contents. And when you're taping your contents, you're doing something along the way to make sure that people can hear you. So make sure you're flying throughout life. I mean, you're flying in a way that you're making sure that people can hear you and what you, or else they can hear you and what you have to say. So be recording your nice and beautiful program all the time and tackling your nice and beautiful, let's say, program in ways that you've never done before. Because what's important right now is understanding that you're writing everything down and that you have a journal that you're always writing down. I mean, make sure you understand, I'm taking off my shoes, I'm taking off my socks. I mean, that's all done now because I understand that no matter what, I'm taking off my clothing right now to go have a bath while I'm doing an actual audio program right now. I mean, do you see it? I mean, you must understand. So what I'm doing is I'm giving you ideas. I'm giving you nice and beautiful ideas as I'm actually doing my content right now. So I'm actually understanding that no matter what, that I want to actually teach you something. I'm understanding that. So what I'm doing, and I'm always learning how to actually go and plan my life in ways that I have to go upload content still. And I still have to upload content. So my content is uploading online while I'm actually doing content. So what I want to be doing is I want to be doing some more audio work while I'm actually uploading everything else. So I can get ahead of the content and so I can go and upload everything and be ahead of everything. So once I'm ahead of the content, then I get into my music production. And then I'm actually planning my life along the way. And I'm making sure that I can go and wear my nice and beautiful content over here. So I place it on my camping chair. And I'm also separating what I'm wearing after my shower as well. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I place my stuff or sleeping pajamas right next to my couch over here. And I understand that no matter what, I'm separating my content. I'm wearing my socks as well and my singlet while I sleep. So I'm wearing my singlet and my shirt and jumper and tracksuit pants and also sloppy Joe. And also wear skins into the nice and beautiful bath, and with nice and beautiful socks. I sleep in socks because it's winter, and since it's winter, I sleep in socks. I mean, you understand? I have to be sleeping in socks while it's winter. And now, with my going out socks, I understand my going out socks goes in my nice and beautiful, let's say, shoes. And my other socks are in my nice and beautiful suitcase here. So I'm making sure I'm always wearing new socks in my life. So I'm making sure that you understand I invest in about a $60 suitcase is more enough for me. And I understand that it's just that kind of nature. I never need a freaking bigger suitcase than $60. I understand, so I realize it's just that kind of way. And then I open up my suitcase and I have the Bible of Jesus Christ in there as well. And I'm understanding that's how I really grow. So I want to be entertaining myself. I want to be making sure that I'm doing something along the way. I'm learning all the time about what I'm doing. So I'm actually always studying about the Bible and what's happening around the world. But I'm also somebody who follows Joel Osteen. And now Joel Osteen teaches me a lot about the Bible of Jesus Christ. And I understand that if it was never for him, then I understand either way that he gives me a lot of knowledge about Jesus Christ. So I'm understanding that way. I'm learning from somebody. I'm always a student of the game, man. I understand, so I have to go have a shower. Or else I bring my juice with me. I bring my nice and beautiful juice. So in terms of my grape juice with me. And I bring my other technology phone with me as well. So I have two phones coming with me. And my selfie stick and my remote stick in terms of my nice and beautiful, let's say, phone over here. So I have two phones and my selfie stick. And my remote control from the selfie stick. So what's important is to understand that the remote control from the selfie stick is in the selfie stick. But my earphones, I never need the earphones for now. Because what's important is I'm doing my nice and beautiful audio content. I'm doing my audio content inside of the bath. But what I do is before I even get to the shower, in terms of the bath, I make sure to switch off the heater and the lights in the room. So I never want the light and heater to work or to be working inside of my room here. Because I understand that everything's my word I. I want to switch off all the technology and I want to go into the bath without having the lights on in my room or the heater. So I just left the room, you understand? Alright, you guys understand? I understand that either way. So what's important is I left this room, but the room I have right now is the word I. So make sure you switch off all your technology when you're in the room in terms of when you're going and doing something around technology. So the whole point is place your nice and beautiful selfie stick right next to the toilet somewhere so that you can go and do your content like an individual who understands something about life. And then understand that you jump in the bath and make sure the bath is nice and, let's say, warm for you to store it. So understand that I'm in the bath right now, but what I'm doing is I'm making the warm nice and beautiful, cozy feeling of the nice and beautiful, let's say, bath over here, in a way that it's all working for me right now. So I'm saying that no matter what, that the bath is very hot right now, but I'm saying either way, I want to be making sure that everything's nice and fluent for me to be able to love my life. So I understand that since it's very warm like this, I understand I can enjoy my life, and since I enjoy my life I'm just realizing something. I'm realizing something. Or is that it actually works. I mean, actually works for you to be able to go and do whatever you need to do while you're actually doing your content. And then you're just enjoying your life in different ways, and you're making sure that your nice and beautiful content is heard in a way that you're enjoying your life. So making sure that no matter what, that you can hear me now, but understand that the water is here. So for example, I want to be always dwelling upon life in different ways, and I also listen back to the content to see exactly what you can hear in terms of my audio content right here. So I'm understanding that I'm creating content, but I'm actually placing it in a way that you can hear me. So what I want to do is just that. I just want to be understanding that you guys can hear me, and I'm understanding that no matter what, there's just that kind of frequency, isn't it? I'm making sure that I'm loving my life, I'm focusing on the greater life for myself, and I'm in the bath with skins on, right? Skins. And then I'm just enjoying myself in the bath. And now, you guys must understand that now since I can go in the bath, and I can go and let's say shower, and I love I apologize, but I love I so much, I understand that what I can do in a nice beautiful shower here is I understand that I have to keep clicking my nice and beautiful screen over here, and since I have to click my screen for you guys to hear me over again, I want to make sure that you guys understand what I'm doing by making sure my battery in terms of my phone is always ahead of the game. So I'm always ahead of the game in what I'm doing in terms of my content, and then I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful dictionary of what I'm doing around here is that you can hear me exactly in terms of what I'm doing. So making sure that I'm never wasting time, but I'm making sure that I learn on the go something very nice and beautiful. And making sure that if something happens right here, where something happens in terms of life over here, I'm making sure that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? So making sure that if you do something to, let's say, touch it from this point, I promise you, you must understand it's that kind of freedom right now. So let it be, I promise you, let it be, I can catch it, I can understand that no matter what, that I do something that's really going to make me move forward. So if you're in a dangerous position to do anything where you may touch that nice and beautiful blue mountain right here, then make sure you just move it all the way. And just make sure that it's never ever going to even get close to your nice and beautiful content right here. And then either way, just make sure that you are doing your content in a way that you're living life to the fullest, and you're making sure that your content in a way is moving forward. So if you're moving forward and you understand how you do that, and I understand that either way, then you're just enjoying your life, aren't you? Because guess what, I realize now since I have my phone inside of my nice and beautiful, let's say, bath over here, I understand that what I'm doing is my audio content. And since I'm doing my audio content, I'm making sure I'm lifting myself. And since I'm lifting myself, I'm making sure that you understand that I before was always writing in my journal physically in my bath. And now I'm actually speaking it out on an audio. So what I do next is the next level, which is do a video of myself in the bath. And that's different, isn't it? And that's the whole level. I mean, that's the whole show right now. And I'm saying no matter what, now eventually I get myself a phone, and what I do is I have a phone, but I have to get myself a better phone, and I have to get myself newer phones and newer technology to be able to go and start surfing out to go do better technology videos. But if you're doing a nice and beautiful live event somewhere around the world, then make sure that you can also record your nice and beautiful audios with all that, because what's important is understanding that if you have no, let's say, support with video content in terms of video camera quality or video storage on your phone or internal storage on your phone, then record voice memos at your public speaking events and do voice memos then. In a sense, to make sure you understand that it works. And that way you're going to understand how to do it much better. And that way you save money on a cameraman. You must understand it's much better for you to go and afford a cameraman or camera hire or camera woman to be able to go and dwell upon a better way for yourself to record it all for yourself. But make sure you're always understanding that what you want to do, or what you want to do throughout life, is record yourself, making sure that you're doing the best products in the planet. So when you're doing the best products in the planet, you're making sure that you're loving your life in ways that it's all nice and vibing for you. And once it's nice and vibing for you, go and realize that what you need out of life is yourself the most. And understand that when it's freezing water, wow. You must understand the cold and hot, huh? It's much more to understand how I feel about cold water. I understand that either way, that when you have to choose about cold water or hot water that's boiling, and you must understand that no matter what, you never ever try to scare people, but you must understand every single day that no matter what, that you can imagine somebody choosing to die in a volcano over dying in imagine somebody trying to choose, let's say, dying in a volcano over dying in a cold water fashion. I understand that most people do choose to die in a hot fashion, in terms of something that's boiling or something that's hot in terms of life, or they choose the cold water end over the hot way. So you must understand that you never have to choose to die, but make sure you understand that what's important is understand that you're always learning that nice and beautiful process. And now the process of life, I understand, is actually understanding something. That if you go and understand to never ever place your selfie stick inside the bathtub where water is. Understand? So make sure you understand that the water does move, and the water can push your nice and beautiful technology into that nice and beautiful place that is under the water. Make sure you understand that you never want your technology to be able to wreck itself. So place the technology in a way that's going to help you move forward, and that's it. Make sure you never ever screw yourself over in life. Make sure you understand that what I want to do right now is I want to save this content right now, and I want to understand that. I realize now either way, I'm just actually going and just restarting my nice and beautiful content right here, because I understand the previous one is 5 hours long. But what I want to do is understand that no matter what you're doing daily, make sure you're recording your voice programs and everything you're doing over voice programs with those. Make sure you're doing it with your phones. So make sure that you understand that if you're recording something with your phones today, then you're focusing on life coaching your people in a way that you'll understand that no matter what, that you're going to learn how to coach. So if you learn how to coach all the time, and you learn how to really be in the bath as well while you're talking in front of people, then you're going to understand how it feels to be able to go and do whatever you need to do, to lay down if you want, and also to try everything out for yourself. So make sure you understand to go and do as much as possible in a way that you're learning. So make sure you never touch your technology in a way that it may fall. So make sure you understand that you place it back the way it was every single day, and make sure that you understand that you go and learn how it is to feel your nice and beautiful way into fruition. And now if you're fruition type of individual all the time, and you're focusing on understanding that you want to go and live your life, otherwise you want to live your life to the best of your ability, but then you can understand to always go and, let's say, record yourself in a way, record yourself in a way that's really going to help you to satisfy yourself. If you're satisfying yourself in a way that's going to help you move forward, then you're going to learn something about the nice and beautiful industry of learning the nice and beautiful successful game of life. Isn't it nice when you're actually relaxing in a bathtub and you can place both of your arms inside a bathtub and you can write your journal? Isn't that nice and beautiful? But the nice and beautiful aspect of life here is that my journal is my audio program now. And I was always writing my physical journal, and I was able to understand that no matter what, that I'm still always able to understand. But now, since I'm understanding that my life is moving forward, I feel
much more of, let's say, serenity about life. So I'm understanding how upset I was because I understand I'm now moving forward. I understand that since I'm moving forward, I realize that it's my first time recording audio programs in 28 years of my life. And it's much more that I'm recording audio programs in a way that it's in my bathtub. And I'm understanding it's a new way, and it's something new that you have to do. And most people never even do it because they have no talent. I mean, they have no skills to even speak up on audio fashion like this. I realize, although, that what's important is understanding that you connect your videos together and that you'll be working upon something that you want to do. So make sure you're always learning something about the life that you have, but push yourself in a way that you're understanding something. I mean, understand that if you're relaxing in your bed, I mean, how do you feel when you're actually learning something along the way? I mean, learn how it is to feel how you feel as you're doing what you're doing. I mean, be able to go and understand how to go and really do something it takes for you to succeed more. I mean, be able to push yourself out of comfort zone right now. I mean, be able to understand that you have to push yourself to go and upload content. And now when you upload content, and when you do what you need to do, then go and have the comfort. First, then have the comfort zone. Understand? But if you have no comfort zone, then that's the best zone. I mean, the best zone is when you understand that I can go and watch Netflix, for example, in my bathtub, and I can also picture something great with myself every single day, and I can go and really dwell upon a better life for myself. So I'm always learning how to focus upon my life in a way that I'm learning how to go and grow myself. So I'm understanding that what I want to do all the time is focus upon different areas of whatever it is that makes me succeed. So what makes me succeed is understanding that I'm always talking, and I'm always making sure that either way that I'm understanding something. I'm understanding that I'm uploading content, and I'm in my bathtub, and I'm doing Netflix, and I'm doing whatever it is that helps me succeed. But I never need earphones inside my nice and beautiful bathtub experience. But I can have a bath now whenever I want. I can have a bathtub whenever I want, and I'm never wasting time. And now there's a new answer here that I can have a shower as well while I'm actually recording myself. And that's something beautiful, isn't it? Because I can go anywhere around the world and be able to shoot this content. And now since I'm doing that, I'm getting ahead of the game really quickly. So what I can do all the time is I can focus on loving my life, and I can share my nice and beautiful content with people who are replying to me on Instagram and who are talking to me on Instagram and all that. So what I can do all the time is promote my videos on who I am every single time in a way that I'm learning how to grow myself. And now since I'm learning how to grow myself, I can actually just go and do what I need to do to make sure I'm successful. So since I want to just relax, and since I just want to help myself succeed in different ways, I want to just lay down in my nice and beautiful, let's say, bathtub here, and I want to just enjoy it. I want to just look in my imagination, and I just want to enjoy my life. I want to make sure that no matter what, that you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm talking in a way that I'm enjoying my life. And now when I'm enjoying my life and I'm talking to you like this, I'm looking for imaginational aspects of life to talk about, because when you're talking about different aspects of life, you're making sure that your nice and beautiful communicational skills is actually something that's really growing you. So when you're growing you in different ways, and you understand that no matter what, you're nice and beautiful in what you're saying, then you understand that no matter what, that you guys can hear me. So I'm actually focusing on understanding that it's actually showing up on my nice and beautiful, let's say, voice memos that you can hear me. So I'm understanding that my voice memo and audio is working. So that's an amazing thing, that my tape recorder is my phone, just like this, and I can actually talk all day long, just like this. And I understand I'm rich when I do that, because I can just realize what Jesus Christ can do with this. I can understand that Jesus Christ just talks with himself like this all day long. And that's how he lives life. And guess what? He's just the biggest star than everybody here, even in this time. Understand? So just focus on understanding that no matter what you do, you're focusing on a greater life, and you're putting the potential in your favor, you're in favor of your success, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you're nice and beautiful, language is every single day looking toward a greater life. I promise you now, if you understand that no matter what, that I always look for nice and beautiful ideas really quickly, I'm making sure that my first experience here in my life is a nice and beautiful bathtub with myself in it, and also doing a nice and beautiful audio program along the way, as you can hear me now. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm also covering the light with a nice and beautiful curtain right now, because the curtain is inside of my bathtub and there's a light. And now the curtain here, in terms of my bathtub, in terms of my bathroom here, that's my biological dad's bathroom, is the curtain is here to prevent the shower screen, in terms of it's a shower screen, you understand? And the shower screen is the nice and beautiful curtain that goes around the bathtub. And you must understand that it prevents the shower particles or the shower water from going everywhere on the tiles and stuff like that. So I'm covering the nice and beautiful light with the shower curtains, and I'm covering the beautiful light with the shower curtains and the shower screen. So I'm saying that's a nice beautiful way to make sure that your content is something more. So when you're looking for ways to improve yourself, I mean, what are you really looking in the water and everything that you're doing? I mean, make sure you're looking for your word I all the time. I mean, make sure you understand that when you're learning something about life, that you understand that no matter what, you have to talk it out. I mean, be talking it out all the time with yourself, but make sure you're always powering through that communicational skill. I mean, that nice and beautiful communicational skill in a way that you're understanding that you must learn and grow yourself into freedom, but just be honest with yourself. I mean, do you really need to masturbate on an audio fashion? In terms of, do you need to be masturbating to people while you're actually doing audio content? Well, you never need to be doing that. But understand that if you understand something about life, that life is an experience. So make sure that what you want to do in life is being a successful individual in different ways. And then you're focusing on just loving the life in a way that is going to help you move forward. Because the whole point is understanding what your life is about. So if you understand what your life is about, then you understand how to really live life. I mean, understand that no matter what you're doing today, is you're living life to the fullest. I mean, make sure that's the number one answer all the time. I mean, be always washing yourself all the time, and be trying out different ways to do stuff. So I understand I can do a shower right now as well, and I understand that it makes a noise, but guess what? Rashi, either way, Rashi, it's something new, isn't it? Rashi, make sure every single day that you're learning how to shower, and you're learning how to do something, and you're understanding every single day that if you learn how to be much more than you are, then you understand that you deserve it. I mean, you deserve to be much more than you are. So focus on actually looking at your content while it's actually playing. So if you understand that what's happening here is understand or as my phone went into lock mode. And now since my phone is into lock mode right now, I'm understanding that I have to see the phone. I have to see the actual wave files of my voice memo to continue this nice and beautiful seminar right here. So I'm making sure that I unlock my phone right now, and I want to unlock my phone so I can see the nice and beautiful voice memo coming up. Because I never want it to stop. I want to be able to watch it as it's actually playing. I want to be able to watch my voice memo waveform. Because I can see the waveform now because I did unlock my phone. I just did unlock my phone. I mean, do you get it? And now because it's in the voice memo type of screen right here, and I can see it's around, I realize I can see it's around 11 minutes now, and it has a nice and beautiful wave pattern that's showing me that's showing me my nice and beautiful tones, and showing me my nice and beautiful waveform. I want to make sure that it's always on, and I want to see that every single 10 minutes of my nice and beautiful, let's say, content that's happening for me, I understand it's actually happening in a different way. So I'm focusing on understanding that when I really do something that's actually content like this, I'm focusing on understanding that I have to go and really do content much better. And I have to be faster about showering and about what I'm doing right here. Because I understand that what's happening right now is I'm the fastest I can be right now. I'm understanding that. I mean, this is the fastest version of myself. I mean, that's it. I mean, no matter what I'm doing, I mean, as long as I talk content much more in front of people, that's the fastest way to succeed. I mean, it's just being able to find more ideas to give people. Whereas if you find more ideas to give people, then focus upon understanding to wash yourself in the best manners and to be grooming while you're actually doing your audio programs now. So make sure you're involving your audio programs through the whole day of what you're doing. So make sure you understand that, and make sure you understand that what you want to do every single day is understand that you want to be somebody who's helping people. So if you're somebody who's helping people all day long, then guess what happens? You're actually more successful because you're enjoying your life, aren't you? I mean, you're making sure that every single day you're actually learning how to really become a star, and you're actually understanding that you have to always go and understand your life is much more powerful when you're actually giving content. And when you're giving content, you're actually learning how to speak in front of people. So be very quick in terms of how you communicate. I mean, look how fast I communicate here. I'm making sure that you understand that I'm very persuasive, aren't I? I'm making sure that I'm very fascinating. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning different interests right now. I'm making sure that my life is getting ahead of me right now. I'm making sure I'm learning new ideas along the way. I'm learning something I've never learned before. I'm making sure that my life is actually helping myself to move forward all the time. So I'm always learning. I'm learning something new. Understand? I mean, I have to learn. I have to learn. I have to grow. I have to grow. I have to grow different aspects of my life right now. I mean, always understand that no matter what you're doing in life is focus upon loving your life. And if you focus upon loving life in a way that's going to be helpful for you, then live your life in a way that's really, really dwelling upon what you're doing. So understand no matter what you're doing is understanding that you have to go and really, really experience everything that you can in life. So focus on understanding that if you have shame about doing something, then understand your communicational skills behind that. So focus on understanding that you can if you want to. But understand that what's amazing about life is understanding every single day to focus upon understanding that once you experience it, then guess what? Realize everything's one time. So just focus on understanding that no matter what, that you go and really live your life. I mean, live your life to the point that you enjoy your life. I mean, enjoy your life so much that you understand that you always have your word I. I mean, everything is your word I, guys. So make sure that you have your word I over that. Or else now, if you want to overcome some kind of situation, then understand that you never have to go and embarrass yourself. But make sure you understand to put the word I in that situation. And then that way, you understand that either way, you're learning how to deliver the content that you need. But then watch the steam lines of the nice and beautiful, let's say, water around here. Because technology around steam can wreck itself. So understand either way that this is, I realize that this is much better than I'm making sure that no matter what, that this is just the way it is. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys realize every single day that I'm never ever saying ever again. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning. I'm making sure that you guys are really, really profound in what you're saying. So if you understand that you have to give ideas and be able to move your body language as you're actually speaking. So before bed, I mean, guess what you're doing? I mean, you're doing an audio program before bed. I mean, you're doing an audio program once you wake up in the morning. I mean, just start your day off with an audio program right away and just start doing an audio program all day. And it gets you up and it gets you going because you're actually speaking and you're speaking more with somebody today. And that's how you speak today. I mean, today you have to understand that you speak in the way of format, that you're doing something behind the scenes here where you understand that you have to understand how to speak your content into the world. I mean, speak your content while you're actually doing all that. So I'm understanding that if you understand every single day how to open up fully about what you are, then understand that no matter what, that you can actually overcome it. I understand. So what you need to realize is if you're helping people with what you're doing with words, then go do what you want. I mean, you understand? I mean, understand that you can pause the audio right now and you can go do what you want. But if you're doing it on audio, then guess what? Then understand. Pleasure and whatever you're trying to do in life is something different. But make sure you understand that you have to go and really, really dwell upon a better life for yourself. So focus on understanding that no matter what, if you want to be richer and help more people now. Go and do something now that's going to help you. So focus on understanding that's the only professional manner that you have to do now. Like I said, so make sure that you're doing something right now that's going to help your life, and then you're understanding that you're actually fast and appropriate in a way that you're actually successful. Be successful in a way that you love your life. So if you have more enough right now to go and succeed for yourself, then understand that you have to be quick about what you're doing. You have to be quick about successful habits. Successful mindset. Making sure that you're learning that game. Learn the game of art. Learn the game of whatever it is that you do. Learn every single day how to have some juice in your bathtub. Go and try something that you've never done.
I mean, in a sense, so make sure you have your why as well. So we're focusing on the greater life and we're pausing the content when we're drinking something. I want to teach you guys very quickly that what's amazing about fruit juice over here is understand that fruit juice has a lot of carbohydrates. And now, since it has a lot of carbohydrates, I mean, it's fruit juice and it's natural. So, of course, carbohydrates are excellent for you because fruits have carbohydrates. Carbohydrates in rice is excellent. And the same carbohydrates that white rice and brown rice have, and food that has pasta and spaghetti and any sauce out there has carbohydrates. So carbohydrates is good, but make sure you understand that what is never a thing that you must be eating is high fat food and high sodium and high sugar. I mean, never eat that. But make sure you eat anything that's low fat and anything that's high fiber and high carbohydrates. Make sure you're eating that all the time. Alright, now make sure you understand that I'm always coaching people how to live life for the better. I'm understanding that I do have some content to recover from my nice and beautiful Apple Watch. I'm understanding that I have to get myself an Apple phone so I can go and get that, because that's what my purpose is now. And it's something I have to recover. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and learn how it is to be more than what I'm doing. So I'm focusing on understanding that something here is dragging me fully into the better life over here. Because there's something I have to recover. And there's some information here. Now, because it's information product, I have it right now. I have it in this video. I have it right now, and I have something more to recover. So I understand that no matter what, at the speed of light, I'm getting there. I'm getting in a better way. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm aware that I'm living life. So something's dragging me right now fully, because I'm understanding I want to be helping Jesus Christ here. I understand. So either way, I'm understanding that I have a nice and beautiful way to understand that it's an escape plan that's going to help me move forward. Right now, I'm safe. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my Apple Watch helps me to have an escape plan to do something much better. So I'm always understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning my content along the way, and I'm understanding that now I can watch DJs, I can watch whatever I want, I can sit in the bathtub all I like, I can make sure I can go to the swimming pool, and I can just do my audio content like this by the pool anywhere. And I can go do audio content, I can do video content just like I was doing in Cairns. I can just do that beside the pool somewhere. I can do video content at the nice and beautiful beach. I can do audio content all day long at the beach. I can do video content all day long at the beach. I can do video or all day content in terms of, I can do content at audios and videos. I can do audios and videos every single day, and content in videos and audios every single day, everywhere. Everywhere that you can think of. I can do it in the nighttime, anywhere. I can do it anytime. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I go where the silence is. And there's so much success everywhere if you're willing to speak your voice. And then the voice of your life is understanding that if you go and speak your voice in a silent nature somewhere, where you're speaking so much, and then guess what? Everything's working for you. But if you're around people, and the more you're around people and other people who are talking, and noise, if you're around noise so much, then you have low opportunity now. Where the noise is, I understand the noise is so much low opportunity. So I straight away understand how Serbian people of the planet, they go to nightclubs to have loud music. And they're always functioning at loud music events. So where the loud music is where they go. So I understand Serbian and Balkan people here. So I understand that many people do this. And it's not just the Balkans. I'm understanding many Serbian people around town here are also doing it around Bonnering area and Splav, and also around other areas like Kafana Nights in Rockdale, and all these areas around Sydney. And they're finding themselves around music. And understand that. But besides that, if it's never for the music, then they're with their families. Now, if they're never with their families, then they're with their friends. If they're never with their friends, then they're with their co-workers or people around life that they never recognized. And now, people who they never recognize is the growth plan. That's where you grow. You grow with people who you never recognize. Because with the people that you recognize, that's where growth stops. Growth stops where you actually recognize somebody. I mean, if you recognize them, then guess what? I mean, growth stops in a way that it's just you who understands that if you go to them, they hate you. I mean, they hate you so much. So never go where you recognize people, because that's where it's comfort zone. I mean, what you need to do is expand your comfort zone in a way that you go where places are, where it's silent and where it's new people. I mean, that's the best road. I mean, the best road is where somewhere where you can go where it's a new road and where it's somewhere that you've never been in terms of life. And that's your road. So I had to go away from the crowd to find a new road and direction for myself. And here I am, and I'm doing a greater life than all of them. I'm making sure that either way, I'm learning very fast and very quickly to be, I'm very effective in what I'm doing and understand how people consider me a joke. I mean, people consider myself a joke, understand? So other aspects of life are just that kind of joke of the party kind of thing. Understand? Because they consider people a joke. So what you need to realize is every single day, go and understand to be better than a joke and be the most smartest individual anybody's ever seen. I mean, if you want to go and plan your life in a video or do something in an audio product every single day and you want to own the world, then understand that no matter what, that your words can make it happen. I mean, your words can do anything, but it's amazing how I can sit in a bathtub and I can just go and speak into an audio fashion. And it's the first time I've ever done that. Understand? And nobody's told me what to do. I mean, nobody's told me to do this. I just went and done it. I just went and done it. Understand? So either way, I'm learning. I'm learning to grow. I'm making sure that no matter what, that everybody's accountable in my videos and my audios and my writing materials. So I have over 33,000 quotes. I have over 800 hours of talking. And I'm understanding either way, I'm just learning fast how to do music production too. And I have over 3 years of journaling in physical writing format. And I have over 3 years of music production experience too. And I also have over 1 year of comedy experience and more. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning really quickly to become a singer too. And I have over 1 year of experience in singing and more. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning very fast to just enjoy my life. I'm understanding either way now, since I'm actually learning very fast to pick up my business skills and to actually do everything much more. I'm also a fashion model who's a vegan, and I'm also sober and I'm off the drugs. I'm understanding that way, I'm understanding how to really live my life. And I'm understanding either way that I'm never going to nightclubs and festivals, because now, during the coronavirus, I'm understanding I'm exploding in a way that I'm doing better. I'm doing better during this pandemic, and I'm understanding either way that I realize what's going on, but my nice and beautiful legacy is growing regardless. I mean, they're never stopping my legacy. I mean, listen to the coronavirus, mate. I mean, look. I mean, guess what? I mean, listen to everything that's Jesus Christ only. I mean, only ever listen to Jesus Christ, but only ever believe in Jesus Christ. I mean, if you believe in Jesus Christ, then you find your word I. But understand either way that what's important is find so much more material every single day where you can help yourself. And now the coronavirus alone is something that they are saying that they are trying to control people here. And guess what? I mean, nobody's trying to control you. Make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you go and understand that the coronavirus pandemic is the best pandemic where people out there are never helping my legacy grow. I mean, you are never helping my legacy grow, really. I'm making everything happen right now. I'm making it all happen. I mean, you're just part of the journey. Understand? So that's the kind of aspect I am in. So I'm understanding that no matter what, it's all alone when they're going for their own legacy. So if you're going for your own legacy, then you're alone in your journey. I promise you. I promise you. If you want a great legacy, then that's a lone road. I promise you. If you don't want friends, you can easily get friends. Anybody can get friends. Friends can stick together for eternity, but do they have great legacies? I mean, do you understand? I mean, friends are just friends. And some friends tear each other apart, and other friends are best friends in a way that they're growing each other. Understand? But make sure you understand that if you grow alone, then understand that you never ever play with anything that's around your technology that's next to water, please. So make sure you understand that I never want you to regret anything in life So make sure that you understand that what you need to realize is become more aware of what's happening around you. So you understand that no matter what, I'm that type of baby that goes and plays with all the materials of the planet. I start touching everything. I understand when I grew up as a baby, and guess what? I'm always touching everything. I want to see what everything is. Understand? I understand how babies are. I mean, imagine a baby that's born today and then going running around the house touching everything. I'm the same way. I'm just this little baby. I'm always touching everything. I understand. I'm understanding that. But guess what? Or else what you need to realize is if you want to go and really be a student and you want to help yourself move forward, you go and do the best job you can every single day. To go and sit in a bathtub, and whenever you're in a shower, to try everything out right now as much as possible to make sure that you're learning that game of arts that you can be doing every single day in a better way, and then focus on making sure that your life is growing in different ways. And that way you're going to understand freedom and luck, and anything that is really diversity is a better way for you. Understand? You're going a better way. You're making sure that your life is ahead of you all the time. So you understand that you're tackling the technology and audios. Be doing everything you can. Be the one with all the answers. You understand? Make sure that your life is something that is helping you move forward. But I'm understanding either way that 2 years ago, I did start an audio podcast. I'm much better now. It's just incredible how much more performance I have. 2 years has been a nice and beautiful journey for me. And I can tell you right now that I can see a massive difference in the way I was making audios before and the way I'm making audios now. Jesus Christ can see that. I'm not saying that it's just a big difference. I'm not saying there's a massive difference. Wow. Just in 2 years, and just very quick. I woke up one day, and guess what? I said, fuck this. I just left my biological dad's house. And then I was alone. And I just kept going. And I said, fuck that. I'm never going back. I'm never going to the crowd again. I had many opportunities to go, but it just was never something that was me. I was listening to Grant Cardone, and he says, never go to the crowd. And never go nightclubbing, man. Put your career on the line in the way that you're going for your career much more than other people, he says. I'm like, yeah, I agree. I agree with this. I understand that what is amazing for me now is I understand that since I'm listening to Grant Cardone and Jesus Christ, I'm understanding that I'm listening to Jesus Christ more. But I'm understanding that either way, that what's important is it's nice to have people who are successful in your life who are teaching you how to be success. And Grant Cardone is one of them, and Jesus Christ is another one of them, and there's many of them. I understand although that Jesus Christ is teaching them more, but I'm understanding that you must understand that if you want to go and really be much more productive, then be able to go and persuade yourself to do more content regardless, and be able to record yourself in a video camera doing it. So be able to understand that if you want a video camera of yourself doing it in a nice and beautiful shower or whatever, while you're actually recording yourself doing it, guess what? Then you can go and extract the audio from that, and it's working for you. You understand? And either way, that what you have to realize is my voice is also working. But what I really understand is there's more enough audio content for me to do, for me to be able to do video content in a way that it never has to be in a shower. In a sense, so I can exchange it here, and I can make video content specifically in front of the camera where I look more professional. In a sense, so in the shower, I can do some audio content. That's different, yeah? You must understand. So either way, I'm learning something along the way, and I'm understanding that I can exchange my services here, and I can do something along the way to make sure that everything is working for me. And that way I'm understanding that I'm always uploading content regardless of what's happening. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning along the way how to be the best influence. So if you want to be the best influence of life, then you want to go and study something about life. And then you want to understand that no matter what, that you have to go and do the best you can all the time. And when you do the best you can, then you focus on loving your life. And then you understand that you're always uploading content regardless. And you're making sure that your content is doing better for you. So make sure you understand that's how I see life. I see life by understanding that I do better. But those who say that they see life with a grain of salt, then make sure that it's much more insufficient evidence about what they're saying. But if you see life with a grain of salt, then you see life very small, man. I promise you. Understand? So make sure you understand that if you realize something about life, then understand that if you want to look at life as a grain of salt, then you look at the word, or then you look at the word I, because that's a grain of salt. Understand? A grain of salt is the word I. So either way, understand how much they look at the world as a grain of salt. I understand straight away how much they're looking at life, mate. Because they have no word I when they say that. When they're all liars. You understand? I mean, they're all facades, mate, and hypocrites. I promise you. I promise you now, every single day, if you want to really relate what people are saying to the words that they're saying, look at the word I. And then you understand the truth behind what they're saying. I promise you now, if you understand my word I lead you straight to the word I, mate. And then that's how you understand I'm real. I'm real when I enter the nice and beautiful scenarios of my life in a better way. By teaching you something about life right now and forever. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is always doing handy in the work of God. I'm understanding now how to love inspiration to success and forever and beyond we go. Alright, now that's the kind of video that I'm posting into the Nice and Beautiful YouTube. I want to be careful over here when I'm actually talking to I over here. So I want to make sure that I'm learning to be much more careful about everything, because I do have technology over the Nice and Beautiful water here. So I'm understanding at Danny Miller Voyage Instagram is my Nice and Beautiful content. So what I want to do is I understand the quote over here, but making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning how to really work faster in a way that I'm actually uploading content. So I'm uploading content the best way I can right now, and I'm understanding either way that since I'm doing that, I'm understanding that I want to go and create more content as well, but I create more content in audio first, and I just keep uploading all this content, and then I place it together, and that's how I catch up to everything. So once I do that, I'm understanding that I want to be careful when I'm doing a Nice and Beautiful one arm and just massaging myself. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly upon how to do better. Alright, now since I'm doing better, I'm making sure that you understand something about life here every single day, that whatever you're doing about life is just focus on understanding that if you really enjoy something to do life in different ways, then understand that in a space of 36 minutes in a bathtub, I mean, imagine what I've done already. I mean, imagine what I've spoken in this video already in terms of this time right now. I mean, understand, I'm talking so much in this video, but you have to understand that. I mean, you have to understand how much I've been here already and how much people will go in the bathtub and they just waste hours and hours and hours like this. Understand? I mean, they do nothing in the bathtub of audio content like this. Understand? So, isn't it worth it to be able to do 36 minutes like this and more in a bathtub? I mean, of course it is. But it's worth it. I mean, do you see it? I mean, make sure you understand that other people are masturbating for 36 minutes, man. I mean, they're having sex for 36 minutes. I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, they're doing nothing. Understand? I mean, make sure you understand. I'd rather have sex than do nothing. I promise you. I'd rather have sex then. I promise you now, every single day, I understand that what you need to realize is now I have course motivation. I say motivational course over here. So I have motivational course 40, in terms of 84, in terms of 84 series over here. So making sure that no matter what, you guys have to learn the art of communication with people in a way that you're helping yourself move forward. So if you're helping yourself move forward, I can actually see the differences of what's going on in my life really quickly now and how fast I'm progressing forward. So I have nothing to worry about in my life as long as I keep doing this. And as long as I keep doing this, I'm a billionaire, mate. I'm a billionaire and more. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning how to persuade myself into growth. And when I persuade myself into growth, I'm just doing all that work, and it's really easy to just speak it out. And once you speak it out, I promise you, life is so easy when you can actually speak your words out. So it's just a dream come true to be able to be this type of individual from the individual I was. And I remember how I was, man. I understand how I really was and how long ago that was. I understand life goes really quick. I understand life goes really, really quick, guys. And you must understand that no matter what, that now I'm living life much better. And I can say that it's much better in terms of what I went through and what I did experience, comparing it to other people, because here I am much more successful than other people. And also, I'm much more successful than other people in other fashions too, where I went downhill as well. I went downhill in life to the point that they were never ever able to do so. And also, I did experience that too. So I'm understanding that I went like a low life kind of individual. I was much more of a low life than most people from my high school, I promise you. I mean, either way, you must understand that since I understand that, I can realize I'm having much more success now anyway, by making sure I'm learning. So I'm always gaining results from Nice and Beautiful YouTube, and I understand that people are really, really, let's say, watching me, but never as much. And now I understand either way that my impression click rate is up. I'm understanding that no matter what, that people are coming to see something about me online, but I'm understanding either way that what's important is that's why I'm uploading more videos and more videos, because regardless of them, I never care about them. I care about making sure that I can grow my content. Or else when I can grow my content every single day, I'm understanding every single day how to go do the best kind of way. So if you understand that no matter what, that sometimes you can rhythm in your words, but make sure you're learning how to grow yourself. I mean, learning how to grow yourself is something big, but I've done 16 hours of content in just music production in the past 48 hours. I mean, 48 hours and 16 hours of that has been music production. And here I am doing another 6-8 hours of actual life coaching. So in 64 hours, I've done 24 hours of content through communicational words and more. So I'm understanding that. So either way, I understand that I want to be doing far more work than that. I want to make sure that no matter what, that I'm learning quick upon what to do very quickly. I'm making sure that I understand how people are watching me and how people are running away to go their ways and all that. And that's the best thing for me, man. I love that. I love that. Because I understand what's important for me is I never need them. I never need those people. But I understand that what I do need is to upload my nice and beautiful way of life over here. So and that's the funniest aspect of life over here. But I'm understanding either way that what I realize about life is every single time I'm focusing on understanding how funny that is. So I'm focusing on doing something that I need to do every single day, to focus on understanding that it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? So I'm focusing on understanding that it's the funniest aspect of life all the time. So just make sure all the time that if you want to look more professional in what you're doing, then you understand every single day how much you need to go and love your life in different ways. So always focusing on different ways of being inside that nice and beautiful way of life and what you're doing. But it's just that kind of way, isn't it? I mean, it's just that kind of way that you have to go and love your life in different ways. And then you're focusing on what you want out of life, and it's just you, man. I mean, that's it. I mean, every single day, focus on letting it be, and just understand either way that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? But understand that no matter what, if you go and be much more like you want to be, I mean, just understand it's just like that. I realize I'll let it be that way. I'll let it be that way because I understand that's just funny for me. I mean, either way, it's just that kind of way. So what you need to realize is go and focus on making sure that you teach people something about life. So if you're teaching people about life, then go and upload, upload Instagram Reels and understand to be uploading content all the way. And then just upload and let it be. Never even do captions, because you're doing captions in your audio programs all day long. Come on, man. That's a new way. The new way is never do captions online anymore. And just do links. Post links now and just focus on your life. Focus on something different and understand that what you want out of life is a new way now. And you want to understand either way that there's so much more to that. There's so much more that I can write down in terms of what you never do. But I'm understanding either way that since I'm doing that, I have to be able to sit down and be able to write down everything. And what I can do in terms of that is I understand that I can go and write it down quickly into my phone while I'm actually talking to you. And while I'm talking to you right now is how I can actually do that. So I'm focusing on understanding that now. Since I'm understanding that, I'm learning how to go and grow myself that way. So I want to understand every single time there's so much more to do every single day. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to go and focus upon loving my life. So I'm always understanding that I have to just upload content, and I'm making sure that I'm always taking myself in my life. I say now, every single day, I understand that no matter what, that I'm always learning something. But if I do that, then I have to say what I'm really meaning to say. So I say never doing a shower while doing video. I say never doing a shower while doing audio content with a bath, as shown. It works. For I understand either way. I'm just writing everything down now. I understand that no matter what, there's just that kind of way, isn't it? I say doing a shower while doing video work for I. So I'm just realizing all the time that I want to be making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon life. So when I'm learning quickly about life, I'm making sure that my biological dad is right now in the house. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm connecting all the nice and beautiful videos and audios. So I say never connecting all audios. I say never connecting all audios together and doing audio work until all my phone's content is online, by stating the I in action always is best for I. So now I realize that's all that I realize. Now I just say over here also, now I want to just keep going. I say playing with content. That can destroy my technology and throw it inside the water. As shown, it works out for I. Alright, now it's so important for me to be able to write this down. So because I write it down, people can understand it's in writing. So either way, that what's important is it's an equal attempt to help you in different ways. So yes, it does help. I realize it does help. So it's just something that I want to understand, that I'm learning how to really, really understand, to absorb my nice and beautiful areas of life. I say never doing voice memos and video content and writing content outdoors, everywhere, with anybody, at any time, in silence, and around people, and before bed, and once I wake up, in all ways, as shown. Why? So I'm just understanding that I'm writing in a way that it's just the overall picture. So I'm understanding that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? So I'm understanding that no matter what, I realize that I want to be making sure that my life is moving forward. I realize now I can relate everything to the word I over here. I say never relating everything to the word I, by also placing olive oil on foods that is after the frying pan to do better for I. Whereas now, either way, I'm just revising all this content. So when you're revising content, you're making sure you're giving ideas quickly. And you're making sure that you're just writing everything down quickly. Because you want to help people and you want to be able to love your life differently. So I'm understanding that either way, that since I'm doing that, I want to do this as well. I say never feeding the non-human animals food and drink, so they agree with I, always, for I, to teach them to get out of the house, so I do better only for I. Whereas now, that's how it is. And now, if you're hiding information from somebody, then guess what? I mean, just do you. Understand? I mean, you're never hiding information if you're helping people. And especially if you're helping non-human animals, then guess what? I mean, just do you. I mean, focus on understanding that what's important is loving your life. So understand that what you want to do is joke around with people and ask them for how long they are in terms of this nice and beautiful country, and understand either way that if you go and realize something about life, to just watch out about everything you're doing. So I'm understanding now with captions online, I never do captions online anymore. I say doing captions in writing format online anymore. So I do better as it all goes into audio and video format for I. Whereas now that's faster for me in terms of life to do that. Whereas that's much better. So what I want to do is I want to place my Instagram link only. I say never placing my Instagram link into YouTube only is best for I to deliver it all better and for I see that nice and beautiful check mark on Instagram. It's something of a, let's say, persuasion technique to lead you into greatness. So yeah, I mean, you must understand. So you must understand that if you know anything, just know your word I only. But if you realize something about life, then deserve better. I mean, deserve better than those people who treat you like crap. Makes sense? So make sure you understand that there are people out there who are trying to screw me over in a way that they're going for the pleasure with other people, and they believe it's something. I mean, they believe that it's something good because they're having pleasure with some woman or man about life. And you must understand either way. I just do I just realize something. I just enjoy it. So I just do this. I say, never making my biological dad's house my backyard studio, my studio, to do better while doing all functions inside FL Studio with all automations and effects and generators via portable speakers by default is how for I. Alright, now I'm just writing more about everything in terms of what I've been doing today in terms of my nice and beautiful functions, so I can move on. So I'm understanding that as I do this, I'm actually pronouncing everything into fruition, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys understand something now. That since I'm actually fluctuating my life in a different manner, making sure that either way I can go up and I can go and do myself a nice and beautiful shower here quickly, and I can understand that it's just that nice and beautiful testing of life, isn't it? I'm making sure I'm testing life in different ways. I'm making sure I'm uploading content along the way, and I'm making sure that you guys can understand what I'm doing, and that's the kind of way it is. So I'm understanding either way that since I'm doing that nice and beautiful content, I'm making sure that you guys can hear me all the time. So make sure that you're always pronouncing yourself in a better way, but you're focusing on understanding to go and focus on what you're doing in different ways so you can understand how to really talk. So I see a nice and beautiful way of saying that I see everything is the word I. And then focus on understanding that what you want to do all day long is love your life. I mean, love your life in different ways.
and drink when you want to drink, and just pause your audio content when you're drinking. See, because you need to drink. See, so now I want to try something really new now. I want to make sure that I can go have a shower really quickly, and I want to see exactly what I can do to have a shower here. So I'm understanding how to place my nice and beautiful contents in a way that is helping me move forward. So I want to move forward in ways that I've never done before, and making sure that you guys can hear me. And then I want to go and do the shower. You understand, when I'm doing a shower, you guys can hear me over here. So I want to go and test everything in terms of audio. I want to make sure that you guys understand something about my life. And then I'm understanding that no matter what, there is so much more that I can give you, that if I understand anything about life, there's much more how I realize this. There's much more I have to realize that it's more enough for me right now to be able to just do this now. Whereas now, I understand either way that I'm realizing something now. I'm understanding that no matter what happens, let it be now. But I'm realizing I've learned from the occasion, my beautiful shower, and I'm understanding now to just enjoy my life again and again in different ways, because what I realize now is there's something different I want to try out. Because I've done already that shower stuff, but I'm understanding that the bath is something now much more privileging to do around what I'm doing now. And I'm understanding that. So since I'm doing the bath, I understand that every single day I never need to do a shower as much as anymore. And I understand that shower is something different though. Whereas now the shower is still important, but I'm understanding that something different is happening now. I understand that since I'm understanding the shower this way, I'm understanding now I want to just go deeper now. But I'm understanding that there is a point in time where you need to be doing some shower work as well. I'm understanding that since you're doing shower work in your life, I want you to do something else all the time that you need to try out. And just try it out the first time and see how it is. So if you don't really study upon life in a way that you've done something that you can help yourself with in different ways, then just make sure that you're learning how to go and prosper in different ways. So if you don't understand it all the time, so you go and really shine it up in a nice and beautiful way, because guess what? Honestly, that's the kind of attitude I need. You need that attitude to understand how it is to go and feel a nice and beautiful way of life, where you're always dwelling upon your life in different ways. To understand that if you go and really pronounce your nice and beautiful love in the planet with what you're doing every single day, and you understand that no matter what, you're learning the art of persuasion. It's nice and beautiful for yourself to focus on your love for yourself and who you are, and understanding that no matter what, if you delay gratification, it's the best kind of way to live life. So I understand that no matter what, I understand that Jesus Christ never does masturbate. So I understand that no matter what, that it's the way to do so. So I understand either way that you're growing stronger all the time if you understand how to really lift yourself in what you're doing. So just understand that no matter what, that you can lay down in the bath while you're actually holding a selfie stick. So if you want to go and try it, then understand either way that you can, or make sure that you're learning something. So I'm just holding the selfie stick right next to my nice and beautiful arms right here. So I'm focusing on understanding they're just different, isn't it? Or actually either way, or actually when I lay down over here, I can lay down. I can lay down as well, and I can place the selfie stick right here as well, and I'm understanding it's right next to me as well. And no matter what, it's just all different. I mean, it's all different for me because I'm trying it for the first time. I'm doing something I've never done before, and it's like I'm speaking on the telephone somewhere, but it's new. I mean, it's all new for me. I'm understanding that it's something new that I've never done, so that way I'm learning how to prosper. I want to say that's how you do it. Nourish it. So if you understand to really go focus upon your life in a way that you understand eternity is in the words you speak. And if you speak the words all day long, then focus on understanding that it's just that kind of vibe that you're saying. Although the vibe that you're saying now is understanding that you want to go around somebody to be able to go and understand it's more that kind of route, isn't it? I mean, it's that nice and beautiful way to say that you are doing better than all of those people. I mean, if you look at them individually and how great their legacies are, and if you combine the legacies with each other, and how great is your legacy comparing it to the individuality of everything that they are. I mean, of course, you have a greater legacy than them individually, so make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're learning every single time how much liars they are. And they're such liars, aren't they? I mean, you must understand that because they're lying about you, then guess what? I promise you, just move on. I mean, they want it before you. They want something before you. But because you have more than them, they're going to be jealous of you all the time. Understand? But they always want you to be jealous of them. So make sure you understand that either way, you make more people jealous of you today, because that's how you succeed. You succeed through making more people jealous. That's it. Make sure you're focusing on yourself in a way that you're learning how to grow yourself, and you're actually learning how to just enjoy your life. And if you're enjoying life today, you're learning different aspects of life in something that you've never done. So it's something totally new to make sure that your life is totally new for yourself. So try out new aspects of life that you've never done before, because that way you're going to make sure you're successful, and you're just making sure that you're loving your life in a way that's helping you. So if you're helping yourself succeed, then what else do you have to do? Make sure that it's all about you today. If you focus on different areas of doing something you've never done, make sure you understand that I never get soap. I never actually invest into soap in my life ever again, because I have a better way to live life, and I have something new to say all the time in different ways. So I'm focusing on loving life all the time with different areas of loving life. So when I'm doing life differently, I'm making sure that something else is happening in my life, that I understand that no matter what, that I want to go and develop the nice and beautiful attitude, American attitude of what? American attitude of making sure that you can understand me and you can hear me from here. And I'm understanding that way, I realize that I'm learning how to grow. I'm learning how to make sure that no matter what, I'm really, really just inspirational in terms of life. So making sure that if you really, really want something out of life, then make sure that you're being much more professional about what you're doing in life, because that way you can always be more successful. And then if you learn from it, you can go and do what you want then. If you learn something from it, make sure you're learning something different. Make sure you're understanding it's much more how much of an experience it is to be able to go and do something different. That's it. In a sense, so we're learning. Learn something different that you've never done, and see it a different way sometimes. Do you guys understand? You're learning to focus upon understanding that nice and beautiful vibe. It's that kind of vibe you need, man. It's the kind of vibe you have to understand about life that you can have with different people. And if you understand either way, that it's just that kind of vibe all the time, that if you go around what they're doing all the time in a way that you understand that no matter what, that it's much more how you have much more than that. You have much more than what they do in words. You understand? So the riches that you have is the words you've given, and never the sex you've had with other people. You understand? So somebody in your life right now has had sex more than you. Understand? They've had more sex with other people than you have. But look at Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ has never had sex with other people. It never makes you stupid. It never makes you stupid for who you are. So make sure you understand that either way, they're learning. Learn to understand that if somebody's doing something around whatever it is, then understand that you deserve better. You deserve something better. Because guess what? You are working toward it. You're working toward it every single day. And you're focusing on loving your life. What else do you want to achieve but making sure that you have life much better? So if you're focusing on living life to have more words than those people,
I mean, of course, you're going to accumulate more of what you want. Yes. They may have more pleasure than you in a lifetime. They may have more pleasure than you in a lifetime. But guess what? Pleasure never makes a great legacy, does it? Make sure you understand that some people are chasing pleasure. Other people are chasing money. And other people are chasing Jesus Christ. Where do you want to go? Chase Jesus Christ. So make sure you understand that either way, that if you look at people and what they're doing in their life, and then you see the nice and beautiful crowd of what's happening around the town, and then you understand that you're doing better than them in life, it feels great. It feels great, but of course they're never going to say it. Of course they're never going to say that you're doing greater than them. They never want to admit that because they are unaware that you're doing greater than them. But if it's clearly obvious that you're doing greater than them, but actually now it's in the spotlight. So I understand either way that it's much more happening for me now, where people are watching me now, and slowly, some people are starting to realize that I'm more successful than them in some area of life. Understand? So either way, I'm making sure that you understand that I can see every kind of point of view here. I can see exactly where people are lacking in terms of Daniel Milivojevic. I'm not saying every single one of them is lacking something about Daniel Milivojevic. I should see the fashion photos. I should see the fashion photos. I should see the YouTube videos. Or should something about audio programs or my voice or communication. Or should some people are lacking the beard like Daniel Milivojevic. Or should some people are lacking veganism like Daniel Milivojevic, or being sober, or being able to travel the world, or having Australia travels, or being free and having a greater legacy as well. And all of them are lacking. Do you understand? When all of them look at me, perhaps they see a lot of lack in comparison to Daniel Milivojevic. I can see it. I can see that. I can see it. And it's slowly creeping up on people. It's slowly creeping up on people in a way that they are realizing, hey, this guy's very successful, but he's never saying much to us personally about what he's doing behind the scenes. But I'm actually always uploading all my content online. But they're just never watching me, man. They're never watching me and they're saying that, man. You understand? Guess what? Let it be, but make sure you understand that what's successful about life is understanding that if you can go and become much more of what you want to be, then understand that you're never wasting time if you can go and do your content daily. So what you want to do is understanding something about life. If you understand that if you want to go and create something for yourself, then I'd rather make this 6-hour content than speak to any woman in the world, man. This 6-hour content is much more than any woman on the planet. It's much more that I do this 6-hour content than speak to you. I'd rather speak this 6-hour content that I've done in the video and more than speak to you. Because I understand that is how I see life. I see life that is different than you. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm looking at life and I'm planning right now, always. I'm planning something. And I'm never missing out on my journal anymore. That's the best feeling. It's the best feeling that I can go and express myself now fully in an audio fashion and be able to hear my voice and create all these audiobooks really quickly. And that's just Speedy Gonzalez. So I'm learning something different upon my body range of what I am and how I feel daily. And because I feel great and how I feel, I realize I'm just doing the best job. I'm just doing the best job I can. But now I'm picking up. I'm picking up quickly. I'm making sure you understand my communication is picking up quickly. I'm building my legacy quickly. You can never go against my words, man. My words are quick. My words is something that you need. And when I realize something about my life, that I never get confusing about my words. I'm actually always understanding that I'm always much more than anything I say. So I'm understanding no matter what that, I go and dig into my words and I'm giving those ideas and I'm speaking about different sentencing, about different aspects of life, and I'm doing something different that I've never done before because I'm experiencing something new. So that way I'm understanding I'm ahead of the crowd. I'm really ahead of the crowd, and they never realize this, but within years, I mean, they're going to find out really soon. And they're going to find out really soon about Daniel Lebojevic. And either way, what's going to happen is I'm just on top of the game all my life. And nobody can take that away from me, ever. I understand, and that's the great thing about life, that once you go up, there is no coming back down. I understand, and that's the thing about life. So make sure you understand that if you want to have a great lifestyle, and you want to do something around your fashion industry and what you want to do around life, then go be the best kind of individual on the planet. And make sure you're learning from the situation. So understand, I can be doing much more than this right now. I understand, although that what's important for me is understanding now that I'm just going to really understand my life, but I understand either way that I have to realize something. I understand it's getting cold around here. And since it's getting cold, I'm always feeling my temperature. I'm always understanding that my temperature has to be warm. So I place warm water on my actual shoulders right here. And I'm placing warm water on my shoulders because I understand that it's getting actually, let's say, cold because it's actually winter almost. I mean, right now it's winter. I mean, it's not winter for me. So I understand either way that when I understand that, or when I understand something about life now, I'm actually ready to go. I'm actually ready to go. So what I do is I pause the audio right now just to wash my hair, and then I understand I continue in a bit of dirty. I'm realizing either way, guys, I just did wash my hair. So making sure that I'm just continuing my nice and beautiful performance here with my nice and beautiful, let's say, audio content. So making sure that you guys can hear me all the time. So I'm making sure that I want to go and be the best kind of influence in the planet. So because I do that, I'm making sure that I'm never wasting my time while I'm actually washing my hair and while I'm actually drying myself off. I'm making sure I'm speaking my mindset as much as possible, because anybody who has a great mindset has to speak to themselves all day long, and that way you understand what I'm doing. I'm speaking to myself all day long in a way that is helping myself grow. So I'm helping myself grow in different ways. And since I'm doing that, I'm giving you content along the way, because what's important to me is understanding to record something along the way. And since I'm recording something along the way, I'm making sure I'm successful. I'm making sure that if you want to go around other people at night time and they're still and they're watching TV in silence or something, then make sure that they are listening to you but silent with you as you're actually doing a performance. Because if they're talking around you, or if they have a TV that's playing in the background, then understand either way, the what you need to do is realize this, that it never ever bothers me. I mean, it never really bothers me if they have a TV in the background. But what the thing is, I understand, is they may be smoking. Now, if there's smoke around me, then I have to leave. And now, is that a disagreement? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. Why? Why can it be a disagreement? In a sense, so what I do is I never ever leave because of them smoking. I leave because I need to go, because I am somebody who understands that I have a better situation than cigarettes in my life. I never want to be around people who smoke cigarettes, man. I mean, that's just a decision. I mean, that's just the way it is. You understand? I mean, that's the way it is. So what I need to realize is that's the kind of choice I made. But is it a disagreement? For sure, no. For sure, no. For sure, it's just the way I am. You understand? I mean, do I disagree with smokers? Of course, I never disagree with them. I never disagree with them. But I'm making sure I never want to be around them, because they never ever care about my breathing rate. I never want to be around people who never care about me, man. You understand? So that's it. I want to make sure that I'm around people who love me. Totally. And that's it. I want to make sure that they are coming to me for everything. You understand? So that's the whole point. So if you want people to love you, then make them come to you. Because otherwise they never care about you, man. But if you want to go up to them, then do your audio content in front of them. And guess what? I mean, now they're loving you because they're listening to you at least. And they're listening to what you have to say. And that's it. If they never want to listen to what you have to say, then they're ordering you to say that they are disagreeing with you and what you're saying. So what you do is you leave right away. And never ever come back again. You understand? And never go back to them again.
because that's the way it is. In a sense, so focus on loving life in a way that you're focusing on living life to the fullest while talking more words, because your legacy is much greater than their legacy. So let them have each other. Let them be. Let them be. Let them have all the experiences that they had. Let them have all those experiences, because you have a great legacy. In a sense, so if you have a greater legacy than them, then guess what? Let it be. And if you never have a great legacy with them, you do have a greater legacy than them. Because realize this, that no matter what, it's more about the nice and beautiful pleasure activity of yourself in the words that you say. So if you want that, then you get yourself the words to get that. You understand? Because they are people who have the words to get that. So be careful with your nice and beautiful breathing rate and what you're doing. I understand, although that if you focus on loving life, then I understand that other people are attracting certain scenarios and everything that you see in life. Other people are attracting that with their words. So yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's it. Make sure that what you do is focus on understanding on how Jesus Christ attracts his life. So realize it's all in the word. So make sure you understand that anybody who's jealous of you is jealous of the words you say. So that's what I'm saying. Never be jealous of other people's words. Understand? Because words are just words. Words are something that is eternal. Words help you to live life. So if you're helping yourself to live life, then understand words. Words are the best aspect of life. Never be jealous of words, but speak more. Speak more words. So if you speak more success into life, then understand that you never ever get jealous of success, because you are success. But those people who are never success get jealous of success, man, because they're never speaking more words, man. Speak more words and you have success. Gosh, it's so simple, isn't it? But people fail. People fail in this industry. The industry that I'm talking about here is self-education. This is all self-education. So the best kind of business in the world is self-education. And Tony Robbins says that as well now. You must understand. So either way, Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi agree with me. And so do all my mentors. Jesus Christ is also saying that, because Jesus Christ is in the self-education business. In a sense, so what you need to do is love your life and prosper. Or else I'm always finding a new way to do what I need to do so I can prosper. So there's always a new way to make sure that I'm lifting my life. So the best way I lift my life now is audio programs. Audio programs is something that's lifting me now so much, because I get to give you my audio content wherever I am. I get to be able to just go and get changed in a way that I'm changing now into my new clothes in life. And guess what? And it's because I understand that I can record my audio program too while I'm doing it. So guess what? That's why my audio programs works. So if you want to succeed and you want to make sure that you're doing something today to help your life succeed, then focus on understanding that it's the whole point that you go and do as much content today as possible to help everybody succeed as much as you can, because it's about words. And if you're giving words daily and you're understanding that you want to do something amazing today, then guess what? Then you can. You can actually inspire people daily with what you're doing if you understand how to speak. And what am I doing in this whole video? I'm just speaking, aren't I? I'm making sure that you understand that no matter what I do, is I'm learning how to understand my life completely. Because other people never care. They never care about you, man. They never care about your legacy, man. If you have a greater legacy than them, guess what? Either way, they're jealous of you. They're jealous of you, man. Because guess what? They can never catch up to you. And they can never catch up to you, so they're jealous of you always. So who do you be around when they're jealous around you? When the world is jealous of you, who do you be around? You be around Jesus Christ, mate. Whereas Jesus Christ is never jealous of you. Understand? So what you need to do is get to Jesus Christ. And do more than Jesus Christ, and that's it. Whereas if you do more than Jesus Christ, then you have much more to prosper with. And that's it. Then just be the best, and that's it. I'm already doing much more than Jesus Christ. Now, in what kind of manner? I'm pushing in every single manner now. I'm doing more than Jesus Christ in every single manner. But yes, Jesus Christ has a greater legacy than me. I mean, understand? Brother, it is. Brother, it's true. So how am I doing more than Jesus Christ? I'm speaking more about Jesus Christ than Jesus Christ is. Brother, it is. So make sure you understand either way. I mean, that's how you show God that you love God. I mean, you speak about God you speak about God more than God speaks about God. Understand? And it is. So what you need to realize is, since I'm documenting more words than Jesus Christ today, I'm also more successful than Jesus Christ. I understand? So that's what I mean. So many people are documenting more words in other ways, but no. I mean, guess what? I'm the only one that's more successful than Jesus Christ today. And that's it. I promise you. I'm the only one that's the most successful individual in the planet. I understand? I'm the only one. I promise you, there's nobody more successful than Danny Milivojevic, because I truly believe and understand that. I understand that I know my word I only. And because I understand that either way, that whether you believe me or never believe me, I mean, just believe in yourself is what I'm saying. Because I understand that I can see it. I mean, I never need you to believe in me. I understand? I never need you to believe in my words, man. I mean, guess what? I'm always successful regardless of you. But what's amazing is I'm understanding that you will find out, and you shall find out in eternity, what Danny Milivojevic is, truly. I mean, make sure, either way, I'm learning. I'm really prospering in a way that now I'm really, really excelling myself, because it's never even about what I was doing before. I understand, but now it's actually different, and now it's a new style of persuasion and new style of life that I've never ever seen before until now. I understand. So now I'm making sure that either way, I want to be doing much more. I'm understanding my audio content right now is excellent. I'm making sure I can do a greater life for myself. I'm doing something new. I'm progressing forward. I'm making sure either way I can switch off the light as well, because I understand it's 2:23 in the morning. But guess what I'm doing? I'm making sure I'm getting ahead, guys. I'm making sure either way that my mentors today are doing a 1 hour content max. I mean, they're doing 1 hour of content in terms of 1 hour only. And I understand Tim Ferriss can go and do 2 hours every 3 days or something like that. So I'm understanding every single day that what's important is every single day focus on saying that those people that are really loving themselves daily are the ones that are prospering. I mean, if you want to prosper, then you have to understand how it is to feel successful in your daily life. So if you feel that your phones are going to go out of battery, then start really, really progressing forward in what you're doing right now. And upload all your content right now. I mean, be someone so successful that you understand that you have to upload your content, and go and sit somewhere right next to the healer, right here, in terms of right there, and then understand either way that what you need to do is focus on your life to succeed in different ways, and make sure all the time that you're successful in different ways. So if you understand that I never need a cigarette, by making sure that I'm learning how to succeed, making sure I'm learning how to be the best all the time. So I'm understanding every single time that I can actually go and actually just make sure that I'm really, really successful in different ways. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm pulling on my hoodie, I'm making sure that I'm also delivering better content. I'm making sure that either way that I focus upon life. I'm making sure that I can sit at the nice and beautiful desk over here to have my laptop over here. And I'm understanding either way that what I want to do now is just focus on the greater life. But I'm understanding this computer chair is around here as well. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that what I want to do is sit in my camping chair. Because my camping chair is something that is just right here. And I have my audio content playing. And then what I'm doing is I'm building my success in different ways, and I'm loving my life, aren't I? I'm understanding either way that what I understand about life is I'm lifting my words now. I'm lifting my words completely. I'm making sure I'm successful. I'm making sure that either way that what I have on my mindset today is a different way. I have a different way of life now. I have a different way of life, but I understand either way that I'm doing this in silence and only God can hear me. And that's why I'm understanding that my life is moving forward. But what I'm doing today is I'm looking for new ideas, man. I'm looking for new ideas. I'm watching Netflix now. I'm understanding. I'm uploading content as well. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning the art of success. And that's all I want to do. I mean, once you learn the art of success all the time, then you understand that no matter what, you want to go and see what it's like to go and see what you have to do to succeed all the time. So if you want to understand your life is successful as you make it successful. I mean, you're making your life successful in ways that you've never done before, because that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is understanding that if you want to go and do something to make your life a success, then make sure that you're off the drugs, cuz, and making sure all the time that you're lifting your life in ways that is helping you forward. I mean, if you understand how to be going forward in your life, then you understand every single day how to live life, because living life is just that kind of version, isn't it? Which is just that nice and beautiful feel. And that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that we're learning how to succeed in different ways, and we're learning how to watch Netflix along the way to make sure that we're recording that nice and beautiful screen of ours in ways that we're learning how to go and be abundant in ways that is helping us. So if you want to watch others doing something without you, then guess what? I mean, why are you actually lying to yourself then? I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you want to understand anything about life, that it's much more how you feel that when you actually watching people have sex with other people, they must understand that it's much more how there's so much lies going on around that. And the lies is what you tell yourself about that. So you must understand that what you need to understand every single day is focus on understanding that they are never in it for you at all. So, I mean, why are you even watching people who are never in it for you? I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that, and make sure you understand that what you need to do is focus on understanding that it's the biggest lie to watch people who are never in it for you. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that way you focus on going your way and focus on giving content to people who have ideas. And if you have ideas, then guess what? I mean, anybody who's giving ideas, even in imagery, is in it for you. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that way you're focusing on different areas of life, and you're making sure that you're getting warmer along the way, but you're also focusing on something that helps you move forward. Because what else makes you move forward other than yourself today? I mean, every single day you're looking for something new to say, and you're making sure that there is a lot of content to say every single day. So that way we're understanding that no matter what, that we want to go and do the best job in the planet. So the best job in the planet is understanding how to really live your life to the fullest, so you can understand much more. So I understand every single day that there's so much more to do in daily life. So focus on making sure that you have that nice and beautiful need to go and sit in that nice and beautiful chair. So you understand either way that over there is a nice and beautiful way for you every single day. So focus on understanding that if you get that content right here, then focus on loving life in a different way. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that no matter what, they can get really hot, and guess what? Realize that when it gets hot, then guess what? I mean, then understand to go and change to get into a warmer spot all the time, because what you want to do is make sure that you're never getting sick in the process, but making sure that you're warmer. I mean, you have to be warmer in life. But if you understand anything about life, then understand either way that it's time to just let go and let God, and that way I'm focusing on different areas of life. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm always conscious about what I'm doing in daily life in different ways. But I'm making sure I'm very strong. I have to be stronger than what I'm doing. I have to be consciously erupting in a way that I'm learning. I'm learning different areas of life. I'm learning how to succeed. I'm learning how to make sure that I'm always understanding that I'm giving ideas. And when I give ideas, I want to be giving more ideas than other people. I want to be making sure that I have far more content to give than other people. I understand, because that way I'm much more successful. I'm understanding that way. I understand there's so much more to do. So every single day I'm learning. I'm learning how to focus. I'm learning how to understand to strategize around different areas of tactics. I'm making sure that there is so much more breakthroughs that I can do every single day, and I can make sure that I'm practicing all the time, doing nice and beautiful content daily of my life. So if you understand every single day that my nice and beautiful way of saying anything I've done is understanding that my English is directly in the manner that my Spanish and everything in terms of Serbian and all other languages can be as well. So I'm understanding that if I just learn other languages, then imagine how smart I am in those languages too. In a sense, to make sure I understand either way, that what I do is I learn as much as I can in different languages now. I'm making sure that either way I'm getting ahead of the game. I'm making sure I'm learning always what's going on around the world and how people are reacting in different ways to people. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that I see many people who are upset about life. And when I see people who are upset about life, I'm making sure I stay away from those people, because I see them on Netflix and I see I see many people who just are losing. They're losing in the game of greatness. I understand that. I understand either way that what's important for my life today is understand that what you need to realize about life is focusing on a greater direction. If you focus on a greater direction today, and you realize every single day you're going to do something today to succeed, then understand it's much more about that kind of scenario. So every single day, focus on understanding that you need to go and just look at the nice and beautiful picture in a way that I am only the word I, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you just realize every single day that there's so much more that you have to really, really plan out. If you plan out your day in a way that you're just doing your audio content like this, then you are unstoppable. I promise you, there's so much more that you have to realize all the time, that there's so much more sexiness in the nice and beautiful manner of what you're doing here, because I understand either way that you just go that way and realize that way is your way. I promise you, that way is the best kind of way to become much more mature in what you're doing. So we're focusing on understanding that is the way right now, and then you're focusing on understanding that no matter what, you're learning that nice and beautiful aspect right now, and that's it. I'm pretty sure that the nice and beautiful aspect of your life is what you make of it. So if you make a nice and beautiful life of words and what you're saying, then understand that you can also be successful because you're doing all this content along the way of your words. And now if your words are matching up and you're actually learning how to really, really do the content of your life, then understand that no matter what, that what you need to do is much more success regardless of what's happening around the world. But then you can also do these nice and beautiful reviews of Netflix and how you understand people's regards and what they're doing. But that's all life coaching anyway. So we're making sure that no matter what, if you realize every single day you can go and understand that, and then understand that no matter what, you're just making sure you understand that it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I'm making sure that you understand that I do have an Apple Watch as well, and I also see it's 2:33 a.m. in the morning. Alright, now since I'm actually doing my content right now, I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is a documentary now. My life is just like this. I enjoy this. I enjoy this peacefulness, because the peacefulness of being able to just express my mindset like this, that I'm just talking to somebody. I'm just talking to somebody who's listening. You understand? Because God's listening all the time. You understand? So either way, you must understand that. You must understand either way that dogs are somebody in life also, and also non-human animals that accompany you are somebody in your life that you can also have in your life. So if you understand that if you have dogs and you accompany them in what you're doing, and you're doing audio content while you're doing all the cleaning of dogs and all that, guess what? Dogs in terms of life, you never have to clean dogs. Dogs clean themselves in the shower of the rain. Understand? So make sure you understand that dogs are just like that. And what dogs do to clean themselves in the shower, first they get in the shower or in the rain, and they actually shower in the rain. Understand? When dogs get in the rain, and they specifically try to go and, let's say, run in the rain sometimes, and what they do is they just clean themselves like that. So you must understand that they just run in the rain, and suddenly, all of a sudden, they're clean. Understand? And they're always clean. But then what dogs do is they run in the sun as well, and the sun tears them apart. And now, why is that? Because I realize that it's really the fleas. It's really those nice and beautiful fleas that are trying to kill them. And the fleas are getting on their cuts. So the dogs cut themselves accidentally, and dogs are trying to do something around town. And what happens is the dog runs into this sharp knife or something like that, and it cuts itself on the ear, or it cuts itself or something. And then it starts to itch itself. And because it's itching itself, probably so much fleas are going on those actual bites and all that. And guess what? I realized that's dangerous. But guess what? I mean, that dog wants it like that. I mean, why? I mean, it's much more how they're talking to themselves in ways that they are negative. When they are negative about the situation of their life. So that, I mean, now I understand either way that since they're negative about their life, and that's why they're always scratching themselves. I mean, when dogs are scratching themselves, it's because they need to be cleaner. I mean, in a sense, so what's happening here is they find themselves in a drought of sorts, and they find themselves in a way that people are trapping them in a way that they are unable to even have a shower. I mean, in a sense, so what I need to do is understand that. I understand that no matter what, that sometimes you personally have to shower dogs daily. And you have to shower them every single day if you want to understand that. And you never ever rely on a, let's say, shower of climate change or something like that to be able to shower dogs, man. Understand? So just make sure you realize that dogs daily have to be with you in the house instead of outdoors. And also, they have to go outdoors too. And they have to go indoors and outdoors. And they also need a shower daily. And they also need to eat. And they also need to poop. Understand? And they need to pee too. And then guess what? I mean, either way, they're watching you realize that if you're doing all your programs around them every single day, then you're the best friend that they can have. Understand? So make sure you understand that you can do it if you want to. And you're richer and you're building your legacy in the process. So I have a reason that I can do it. I can't have these nice and beautiful dogs with me always. I understand that. I understand, although, that you can also understand how I'm more than willing to understand that. I understand, although, that either way, that what's amazing is I have myself anyway. I have myself. But it's nice to have dogs around. I promise you, it's so beautiful to have dogs around. And it's beautiful to have non-human animals around you. Because they accept you. I mean, they're with you and they're listening always to you. I mean, if you walk somewhere and they actually walk with you. I mean, they never judge you. When they never judge you for who you are. You understand? And regardless of how much they scratch themselves. I mean, dogs never have a negative persona on you. I mean, non-human animals are never negative on you. You understand? I mean, you must understand that. I mean, they're never seeking to kill you right now. I mean, you must understand that. I mean, what you really understand now is understand that what you need to do in life is appreciate everything. And appreciate the nice and beautiful beauty of animals and creatures out there. So you can understand that what you need to realize is when you go around the world and you travel and you're nice and beautiful every single day, then you're focusing on understanding that you just love your life in different ways. And then focus on understanding that what you want out of life is to be successful. And that's it. I mean, be successful in a way that's going to help you. I mean, that's all you want. I mean, you want to be making sure that you're just watching random films and random whatever, but you're making sure that you're uploading content. And now, uploading content is different, and making sure all the time that you have something to upload every single day is the best way. So make sure either way that you're learning from what you're doing. I mean, make sure that if you're looking at your nice and beautiful content, that you're learning that nice and beautiful process of what you're doing daily, so you can focus upon life in different ways. So you can focus on your word I here, then you can understand that the word I is something that is really, really precious in your life. Because without the word I, then there is no life. I realize now, I'm always understanding that what I wanted to do is just look at new images in a way that there is something new happening. So since there is something new happening all the time, I'm focusing on understanding that it's just that kind of way that I see many people who are just average. I can see average people every single day, and I understand that no matter what, that anybody who's average is somebody who I just see for the first time. Understand? So that's what I mean. So if you want to understand every single day that anybody who's repeating in your life daily in a way that they're making trend lines all the time. I mean, those people are making greatness. I mean, you understand? I mean, you must understand that. I mean, anybody who's repeating themselves in your life, regardless, over and over and over again. I mean, they're people who are greatness. I mean, so realize either way that what you need to realize every single time is focus on understanding that where you go upon life is focus upon saying that I'm just the word I. I'm not saying either way. I'm just looking at different pictures and different scenarios of life, but I'm not saying I'm just the word I. But I'm not saying either way that I'm just recognizing other people here. I'm not saying that there is so much to say about the nice and beautiful word gay and everything in terms of life. But if you want to just look at some guy or woman because you're a man or woman and you want to look at the same sex twice or more, I mean, guess what? I mean, you can, but it never means that you're gay. I mean, it never means that you're lesbian just because you want to see their face again. I have many inspirations in life, and since I'm understanding, I always watch them. I mean, it never makes me gay, does it? So make sure you understand that if you're going and doing your nice and beautiful content daily in different ways, that you're growing, and you're growing. You're growing your frequency, and you're making sure that either way you're looking at that nice and beautiful way of life, that you're understanding either way. That you may see someone who you recognize online, and guess what? I promise you, if you see someone who you recognize on Netflix, that it's because they have some type of greatness. So that's why I'm saying that you must understand either way that it's because they're appearing in your life, and that's that. I'm always the word I only, and making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to go and free myself from the nice and beautiful way of life, so that I focus upon understanding that what I want to do all the time is learn how to persuade people in a better way. So I'm learning how to go and focus upon different areas of tactics. So I'm always the word I only. But if you're always repeating yourself to look at somebody, then understand that you can always understand how you can stop. And that way understand that gay, in terms of being gay, is something that's multiple in your life, in a way that you always are looking at those people, in a way that is just a way that it's a happy feeling. Gay is a happy feeling. It's something that's happy for you. It's never actually that you want to have sex with them or anything like that. It's just a way that you are happy to see them. So that's a kind of gay feeling. So everybody's gay to some type of extent. But you must understand that what you need to realize is gay is just a word. And now, if you desire to have them sexually, that's the real gayness, man. So if you're a woman or a man and you're going for a woman or man, in terms of if you're a woman and you're going for a woman and you're a man who goes for a man, then if you're going for those people because you want to have sex with them with pleasure, then you understand that you're gay then and you're lesbian. So gay people in terms of men are going for men to have pleasure with them, in terms of to go down on them and stuff. That's gay. That's real gayness. So I can look at a guy so much and I can be gay, but I never ever want to have sex with them. I never want pleasure with them. Understand? So that's a relief every single day that you understand that there's a difference. And a woman can go look at a woman every single day of her life and never want to have sex with her as well. Understand? So that's just how it is. But what you need to realize is you need to learn quickly how it is to feel greatness. So if you understand that people around you are always talking about you in a way that they admire you, and because they admire you, they see somebody who's making a positive difference, and that's what you need to do. You have to make a positive difference around you, and you have to make sure that you're doing something on audio where you're tackling the audio. You're making sure daily that the audio that you're actually speaking with is something that you have to be doing much better with. And you're making sure that no matter what, that your life is more successful, because you're going to understand that it's more successful to be you than anything else. So make sure you understand that if you understand every single day, that if you understand the nice and beautiful positive words that I'm saying out of my mouth today, I'm making sure that you understand how it is to talk. So, realize, so focus upon understanding that if you want to go and do something today to make sure that you're successful in different ways, then focus on talking over Netflix and talking over aspects of life that you understand, so that you can go and do much more, and so you can love your life much more, because that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you're learning how to be successful. So learn every single day how to be much more, and that way I realize you have to talk much more, and you have to talk much more on a camera today than ever before in terms of video and audio and writing materials, to make sure that you're just more in what you need to be. So anytime you want to be more, then understand Danny Milivojevic is here for you. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you want to go and do something more today than ever before, then we have to learn the art of actually being much more in different ways, so you can be successful in the most different ways possible. Because if you can understand how to be successful, then you can understand every single day what it really is, that you understand that no matter what, the positivity is the best way. Which there's nothing else that you have to do than just making sure that you're successful in different ways, and making sure that you are loving life always. In a sense, so if you always love your life, then you're focusing on understanding that there is always a better photo that you can always post. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you go and do something that you've never done, then go and love your life. Love your life every single day, and making sure that always that you're fascinating in a way that you're curious about everybody, and that you're opening your mindset all the time to different people all the time, because that way you can understand that no matter what, that you have to deserve success right now. You have to deserve that. You have to deserve all the time. And you have to realize that, yes, I realize somebody else will attract them because they have the words to say. And that's it. You must understand that no matter what, if you have the words to say it, then guess what? I realize if they have so much words to say, then how come they have no word I? Now, guess what? I understand that have no word I, then how are they attracting all of those people? Guess what? It's much more how I understand that. Now, since I understand that, it's much more how I feel that I get much more deservingness here. So it's much more how I understand that no matter what, that I realize something. I realize that I just deserve better. I deserve better, so I just go and do I realize now, no matter what, that it's much more how I feel. And if you feel something that is success, then you have to build an empire with yourself only. And that's how you understand that you go and really, really dwell upon something that's greater for you. But if you understand that no matter what, then now I'm always documenting my life. And now since I'm documenting my life, I'm making sure that I'm learning something. So I want to make sure that I'm never duplicating my videos in a way that is never working. I'm making sure that everything's working out for myself over here. So I'm making sure that I want to be always inspiring myself in different ways to grow, so that I can show people a different side always. So if you can show different sides to yourself in different ways, then you can also understand how it feels to be much more in life. So focus on loving your life in a way that is helping you grow, and then that way you have more. And now because you have more, then you're understanding that no matter what, that you have to go and learn what it is about life. And then also before sleep, just make sure they're always making sure that you go and export those contents that you have in terms of your life that is much more in duration in terms of audio and video, and be able to connect it before sleep. So while you're sleeping, you have that content that's exporting, and then you're always working faster. But make sure you understand that you never need sleep. You just make sure that you understand that you just need yourself to be able to grow yourself. So that's what I understand every single day now. I understand that when I look at myself all the time, I'm understanding that I always have my word I over here. And I'm understanding now I'm always loving my life. I understand either way that when I realize something about life here, I'm understanding that there's so much more to do daily about what I'm doing. So since I'm understanding to live my life to the fullest every single day, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I need to go and dwell upon something better. So there's always something better that you need to do daily to make sure that you are uploading all your content online that you never did upload before. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? Make sure you understand either way that what you want out of life is to focus on uploading stuff to YouTube that is uploading in terms of a nice and beautiful mega drive. So anything that is in your mega drive already is something that needs to go on YouTube right away. So you can focus on understanding that you just go and be quick about it, and just be quick about uploading everything to YouTube once you get into the nice and beautiful Mega Drive. And then understand that no matter what, that you're just learning quick about everything. So I say, kako da. Whereas now, I just want to pause this quick. Whereas now, if I'm really talking about Serbian or any type of other languages right now, in terms of what I need to say in other languages, then I just pause the audio program to speak the other languages with something I'm doing, so that I can understand that I just never want to disrupt the English video here, because I may be speaking some other languages, so I never want to speak those languages in the audio program, because I never want to waste your time. Whereas now, what's important, guys, is understanding that if you go and understand that you're uploading videos and online and all that, I mean, just really understanding that you just upload right away, and then just upload your content in terms of the nice and beautiful images of that once it's uploading online, and then that way you're going to be working faster regardless. So make sure either way that what you're doing is uploading the newest photos of yourself online, because that way you're going to understand that we need to go and keep working on ourselves to be greatness. Now, that's it. Now, just make sure that no matter what, that you're always inspiring people with your content. I mean, you're inspiring people with doing something that other people are just dreaming about doing. I mean, so make sure you understand that no matter what, you can realize all the time that you realize every single time that I can see every single time how people are acting with each other. So understand that no matter what, that I'm understanding that if you go and really communicate yourself into much better, in terms of you're doing something much better to love your life and focus on yourself in terms of words, then guess what, I promise you, then you actually win. I mean, you win off everything in terms of life. And then either way, now you're actually learning quick about what you need to do always. So no matter what, I realize something about life over here. I realize it's much more how I can see the nice and beautiful answers of life always in terms of what's happening. So I'm understanding that what I want to do always is love my life. So when I love my life all the time, I'm understanding that there is so much more how I can see life itself, and I'm making sure everybody can understand myself and what's happening around me. So I'm understanding that no matter what, if you really want something out of life, then focus on getting it in a way that you focus on something new, and that way you go and really focus on your life, and that's how you go and grow. Grow yourself differently. Grow yourself in ways that you've never done before. That's the whole point, isn't it? Just make sure you're always growing yourself in different ways, and you're making sure that if you go and make sure every single day that you focus on lifting yourself in one way or another, that you're always learning how fast you can actually do it. If you just expand it as much as you can, and then focus on understanding that either way, you just learn how to go on your own. And I understand either way that what I'm doing now is I'm just uploading content online, and I understand that either way that you can also realize that no matter what, that if you download content while anything's uploading into YouTube, then just let it be and just let YouTube upload its content. So that way you understand that no matter what, that you're going and really planning a nice and beautiful life ahead of you in an audio fashion right now. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I apologize for that. So I'm understanding that something did drop in terms of my phone. It did drop on the actual table. So I'm understanding that I just have to have a drink. Just make sure that you're uploading your content quickly online, and you're always working on your Instagram and what you're doing. So if you understand that there's always more work to do in terms of what you're doing, but make sure every single time that what you want to understand about life is making sure you're successful in different ways, and making sure you're just uploading content regardless of what's happening. Whereas now, since I'm understanding that that's more enough for me, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I need to upload more content. I'm understanding either way that I'm just really understanding something about life. So realize every single time that if you really understand something about pleasure about life, then understand it's the words you're saying right now. When I understand that it's just more enough for I, and I understand every single day that if you want to go and do something around life, now understand that it's just that kind of life, isn't it? You're just making sure that you're loving life and you're living free to the fullest, but you're focusing on doing something around content in a way that you can lay down and you can just see what you're going to do. I mean, you must understand every single time that if you want to go and do something that's really nice, then understand that you can lay down and also be able to speak content. And you can speak content on the site as well if you want. But it's much more like that. I mean, it's much more how it is. I mean, it's all different, and you can close your eyes as well if you want. And either way, if you close your eyes while you're doing it, and then you can put a sleeping mask on, and what you can do with the sleeping mask is you can place a sleeping mask on and also be able to go and really minimize the nice and beautiful, let's say, lighting of the screen as well. So you can understand that you can do your content like that as well. So we're just focusing on different areas of persuasion here in a way that we're learning how to grow each other in different ways. So just make sure that no matter what, if you want to learn how to grow, then we're learning how to speak in front of people. I mean, what else is there to do? I mean, we're making sure that no matter what, the other people are understanding life and understanding that they never must hate anybody. So understand that no matter what you want to do every single day is learn how to succeed. I mean, it's just the words, mate. I mean, just understand that no matter what, if you realize that they are wasting time with each other, man. I mean, there's nothing going on with them every single day. And they have nothing to give you. I mean, they have no words to give you. I mean, you understand? I mean, they're just losers, man. I mean, you understand? I mean, what? I mean, pleasure. I mean, guess what? I mean, never ever run to other people because of pleasure. I mean, if you run to them because of pleasure, then you sell yourself for stupidity. I promise you. I promise you, the only thing that's very smart in life is focusing on a greater life. And if you focus on a greater life, then I'm always motivating myself to succeed. And because I'm doing that, I'm learning. I'm learning something about life. I'm learning that there's something different I want to be able to add to the picture. And there's something always that I'm doing in life. So since I'm doing something always now, I'm making sure I'm always loving my life. I'm completely successful. I'm making sure I have more than enough in my life. And I'm understanding that there's always more. Or there's always more to give. I'm understanding that no matter what, it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I mean, you sit beside the fire and you just relax and you close your eyes and you just enjoy. I mean, just enjoy yourself. I mean, you get yourself over the hump. And what's happening with me right now is I'm understanding that I'm just on another frequency level, and I'm just understanding that since I'm on another frequency, I'm understanding that I feel like making more music production right now. I feel like making more music, but guess what? I realize it's much more how I feel. I realize that since I feel like this, I understand that it's more how I understand that either way, I need to go and make more music. But when I make more music, I understand that it's much more how I have to lift my tone. And I have to lift my tone in different ways. And when I lift my words in different ways, I realize there's so much more. I understand that it's much more how I feel. So I have to focus on understanding there's just that time of day. I mean, it's a time of day. I mean, it's what time? I mean, it's really, let's say, 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I mean, that's so I understand I'm never upset. I'm never upset about anything, but it's just morning. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm actually doing this, and I'm actually understanding how it is. And it feels scary. It feels scary to be doing this much content. I can tell you right now. I mean, it feels scary to be able to just push through with words. I can say it feels like that. I can say it feels like that. I can say it feels like I'm extending my capacity. I'm extending my capacity to speak in different ways. I'm understanding that I feel much more able to just do this, for example, because everything else seems too much for me to do. And I'm telling you right now that I can do music. I can go and do Netflix. I can go and do Instagram. I can go and do more uploading. But it's so much work. Just never work. Guess what? I can go read more Jesus Christ Bibles. I can go walk somewhere. I can do something else. I can go and speak to somebody online. I can go see somebody. I can go watch somebody online. I can go read something. I mean, there's so much work to do in terms of all that. In a sense of, I mean, what do you do? I mean, in a sense of, make sure you understand that either way, that I'm learning something, and I'm understanding either way that I just want to sit down and I want to relax like this. Because either way, if you are doing something in terms of life, and you're giving ideas and you're performing and you're outperforming people, then understand it's because you're speaking the words. I mean, in a sense, to make sure that if you do something today to help your life succeed, then make sure it's never pleasure. I mean, pleasure never helps you. I mean, what helps you is the successful endeavor in being able to make a remarkable improvement in yourself, to make sure that you're always somebody who is flying. I mean, fly through the year and make sure you understand that no matter what, that this year is your year. I mean, make sure you understand that. I mean, make sure you understand that this year is my year. Approach this year, I'm flying. I'm flying everywhere there. I'm approaching that no matter what I do now, I'll make sure that I want to be able to do much more Serbian content too. I want to be making sure I do a lot more content in front of people. But it's more about what you're doing behind the scenes than what it's. I mean, it's more about the behind the scenes nature than it is in front of the people. I promise you. Either way, that since I'm understanding now how I have a nice and beautiful life with myself. I'm winning, guys. I'm winning so much because I actually get to understand exactly what's happening with my life now. I'm actually understanding how to actually succeed in this lifetime and how to be with myself. Because it's so different. And it's different in a way that I can record myself and understand that everybody's listening to me. I'm sure somebody out there is listening to this. And because somebody's listening, I understand I'm never wasting time. I'm never wasting time because I'm helping somebody at least. And that way I'm actually giving that nice and beautiful content in the planet that you need. I mean, everybody needs this content because it's something about life. So that way I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to be uploading content. I want to be expanding myself. I want to be making sure that no matter what, that I realize I have to get stronger. I have to get stronger in my words. I have to get stronger in the persona I am. But if you have more purpose to speak words, then you have more purpose to live life being more awake. I mean, that's how it is. So have purpose to never go to sleep. I mean, have a purpose to never go to sleep. Understand? I mean, have a purpose to be awake always. I mean, the only way to have a purpose to be awake is to speak more words. I mean, that's the only way. So if you're dreaming about somebody, I mean, what are you dreaming about and why? I mean, is it the nice and beautiful shape of the person, or is it a nice and beautiful way of saying anything else? I mean, make sure you understand that you already have all that. I mean, you already have all that in your word eye. I mean, the only aspect of life that you need is the words that you say. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So if you realize that if you sit next to a heater and the heater makes you tired, I mean, the heater makes you fatigued. So I realize something now. Otherwise, it's just the way I need it. I want to make sure that the heater is going to train me. I'll make sure that the heater is training me right now to make sure that I'm speaking to you much more. Because nothing can really, let's say, get in my way to speak to you. Because as long as I stick to the purpose that I have words to say to you, then I'm always alive and well. And I'm always alive in a way that I'm always alive to give you the words. Because that's my purpose, and nothing can make me fall asleep. I can never fall asleep doing my passion, man. I can see that now. I can see now when I'm really pushing it, I'm really pushing the content. I'm pushing the content into you. Whereas now, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, you have to understand it's more original work, and I can never fall asleep doing my passion. So every single day now, I realize that what I need to do daily is something new. I'm not saying either way that you hydrate yourself all the time. I have to hydrate myself I have to make sure that either way that it looks scary to never ever even drink water. So make sure you're always drinking water. Alright, so either way, that what you realize about sleep is change it into speaking more words about your passion. And that way you understand that you can always be awake, and you can always understand that you can push through because you can be awake to have your passion. I mean, your passion is something you have to push through. And you have to be able to do your passion regardless of how fatigue, in terms of how much fatigue you have. I mean, if it's your passion, then do it through the fatigue. I mean, make sure you never have fatigue when you're doing passion. I mean, saying because your passion is something that is making you happier. So my passion is speaking more words. So if I can speak more words while I'm in fatigue, then guess what? I'll never be in fatigue. I'm never in fatigue then. I mean, then so make sure you understand that fatigue can never go against words. I mean, being able to sleep can never go against words. I'm understanding now I'm much more powerful. I'm understanding that nobody can go against me when I speak more words. I understand that. But other people disagree. I understand that. I mean, they can never go against me when I speak more words. So what I need to do is just be able to agree with those people. I'll be somebody who's agreeing with those people who never want me to speak up. Understand? So make sure you understand that either way, and since they never want other people to speak up, I mean, it's because they're never speaking up. And then zombies. I mean, they're zombies, man. And they have nothing to do, man. Ugh. I mean, what you do is just talk all day long. I mean, what else do you want to do? I mean, there's nothing else to do, but you wake up really quickly. I mean, words wake you up really quickly. I mean, that's how I see life now. I see life in a way that I'm learning. I'm learning how to just enjoy. I'm learning how to just be around myself now. Whereas when I'm around myself, I'm talking. I'm talking about different aspects of life. I'm talking about making sure that I'm the best version of myself. I'm loving my life. I'm making sure every single day I have more to speak. Making sure I have to go and really, really dwell upon a way that I can go and really do my content. And that's what I'm saying. The passion is something that you need to expand in your life. You need to expand your life in a passionate way that you say that the word I is everything. I mean, make sure you understand that. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're going to find the best way of life. But if you feel that you're missing out on something, that you are understanding that you are just doing you, I mean, you're never missing out. I understand either way that what's important is you have your word I. I mean, they never have a word I. I mean, in the sense of what you do is understand either way that if you're getting in, let's say, fatigue over here, then understand it's because something in your life is, let's say, in your face right now. So what you do is understand that it's a nice, beautiful way of saying that I have to go and get up. I have to get up because I feel that the heater is actually making me fall asleep. So making sure that no matter what, I want to go and do something great over here. I want to make sure that it's much more how I feel. I feel something that just really, really was so draining, or else it's maybe the gas from the heater. So I'm understanding either way that what I want to do is I'm understanding that no matter what, if you talk it up in a way that you love your life, then just move away from the heater if it's so hot. I mean, otherwise, just make sure that if you go around the heater that's so hot, then it makes you fall asleep in a way that it makes you fatigue. So just make sure that you're learning how to actually overcome the situation of fatigue with more words. I mean, speak more words than the fatigue, and the fatigue can never get to you. I mean, it's because you are learning how to speak your words, and that's why. Alright, so what I'm realizing is that my frequency level is getting stronger, but I'm not saying that what I want to do is just do I. I'm not saying that either way that my life is different. I'm not saying that I want to go and do differently. I'm saying that either way that when I go and really pronounce my voice into the planet, I'm making sure that no matter what that I need to go really, really dwell upon something that I can do. And that's it. I'm not saying that I'm just doing I. Yeah. Or else it's just that communicational signal, man. But just talk. I mean, just talk it. I mean, be able to talk through it. I mean, talk through everything. I mean, make sure you understand that you're strong when you're talking. But when you talk, I mean, that's your strength. I mean, that's your strength right now. So make sure you understand that way, that you're strong in a way that you learn. I mean, learn how you grow. I mean, learning how to grow is the best way to live life. And do you understand? But then make sure you're laying down if you want. And then guess what? I mean, just talk and just realize something about life. That I never die. I never die. I'm making sure I'm learning to grow. I'm growing in different ways. I'm making sure that way I'm living life. And then I'm really, really absorbing my life in different ways. Because what's better than life is understanding how much you want to succeed. I mean, do you want to succeed, baby? I mean, what else can you do, man? I mean, make sure every single day that if you want to do something to succeed, then make sure you understand that everybody's a baby. I mean, make sure every single day that you're learning the passion of art in your life. I mean, the passion of art. I mean, the passion of art is something that you want. I mean, it's something that you realize that if you go and talk up just much more in front of people, and you just go inspire people. I mean, there's nothing else to do. I mean, just understand to just persuade yourself to get a blanket and put it on you, man, and just relax. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand either way. That you just feel so cold sometimes to even move somewhere, huh? I mean, make sure you understand that just move up and just talk to yourself. And just make sure you're just never losing. I mean, just never lose for anything. I mean, just make sure that if you can get up, then go. I mean, make sure you understand that either way. I can always get up. I can always get up, but I understand that I want to understand something a little bit. A little bit. I have a nice and beautiful way of life over here. I mean, if you're really, really that interesting about life, then what are you going to do about life? And how are you going to succeed, man? I make sure every single day I'm learning how I understand that what is important is talking the words. And if you can talk the words, then it's much more better than being a nurse. I mean, it's much more better than being a police officer, man. Understand? So focus upon loving life in a way that's going to work for you. And how nice I can understand this. There's never really being afraid that helps it grow. I mean, it's much more than understand that no matter what, that if you really, really feel that you are losing consciousness or something like that because you're talking, then it's really the other way around. Or else it's much more that you're gaining consciousness when you talk. In a sense, so all you do is understand that God's never against you if you want to talk more. In a sense, what you do is forget about what they're saying about anything out there. I mean, just go to Jesus Christ. I mean, understand that you have to go and cover yourself because it's getting cold around here. And you must understand that if it's getting cold, then there's a temperature going on. So I feel that I have to do it. I feel either way that I have to go and make sure that my life is strong. So when I'm strong, I want to go over there and I want to cover myself with a blanket. I want to make sure, bring a blanket over here. And now either way I'm getting stronger. Understanding that I feel that my life is stronger now. I'm understanding that I'm stronger in a way that no matter what, I'm learning how to get the blankets. And I'm getting the blanket over here. And I'm making sure I'm learning how to just be with myself in a way that I'm learning how to overcome sleep. I'm learning how to overcome sleep by talking more. And I want to understand that it's much more how I feel that there's a scary scenario going on in my life. And what is happening is I realize that there's so much fucking work to do that I fucking feel afraid to do it. I feel afraid to do all that fucking work. I mean, understand? Oh, I mean, it just is. I mean, do you understand? So I fucking feel that it's much. I realize it's much more that it's. I'm much more how I say so. But what I'm doing is I want to do it. I want to do all that work. But it's just fucking a lot of work. I have to fucking push myself to do it. I understand? So it feels scary in a way that, you understand? Whereas there's so much work I want to do, but it feels scary to do it. Oh, so I realize I have to push my limits. I have to push my limits in a way that I understand how to do it. Oh, I have to go and realize something. I have to push myself to be a night individual. I understand how that feels, man. I mean, it's all different. I mean, it's all different when you're pushing yourself and you're realizing that you're on top of your game in terms of the audio content, man. And the audio content's working in your life. But if you realize my life now, if you understand how if you understand how I was living life before, man, then you understand how much change there is in my life. I mean, then you understand every single day what I mean about a great life. I mean, there's always a great life in your life if you feel that you're developing yourself. I mean, if you're developing yourself and you're focusing on loving life, then you're focusing on making sure that your life is the best it can be daily, and then understand that I feel that there's coldness around me for some reason, and I understand the freaking window is open. So there's a freaking window open over here, man. Oh, I understand a stupid window. I understand either way, man. That freaking window is open, man. I understand either way. I feel that the window is just open freaking 10 centimeters long, and fuck, I realize either way. What's important is I have to cover myself with a freaking blanket for the first time in 2 weeks over here in Sydney, man. And guess what? I realize either way. I mean, what can you do, man? I mean, all you can do is be successful, and you can check the time, and you can check to see what's the battery and what's happening with everything. But isn't that kind of day? I mean, for sure, you can go camping. You can go camping and you can go and do audio programs like this at camping. You can go bushwalking in the jungle, man. You can go hiking and you can go everywhere doing audio programs. I mean, that's a beautiful scenario. And you can go bus riding, you can go bus trips as well. And you can go from central Sydney to fucking Perth and just be fucking doing audio programs all the way. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's fucking nice, huh? I mean, guess what? I mean, it's nice and beautiful, but you get to see the road as well. And you get to enjoy something, and I see Perth lockdown is happening right now. It's 3 days of lockdown over there in Perth. I say, fucking idiots. I say, now, either way, you must understand that what's important is understand that no matter what, that we're going to learn something about life. And if you're learning about life, then learn how you can strategize your way around that nice, beautiful scenario. Where you understand that you feel like you're limiting yourself in a way that you're wanting to do it, but then it feels like there's nothing going on for you in that scenario right here. So it's more like you have to go and focus upon something else in order for you to have a better life. So why is that? I mean, it's much more how I feel. It's much more how I feel in different areas of life. I mean, it's more how I feel the tiptoe of life. Whereas I feel that I have to change it up a bit. I have to mash up music with something else. Otherwise, I understand. I mean, it's much more, I need more spice. I need more variety in my life. I feel that there's no weakness going on in my words in terms of how I speak. You understand? I mean, there's no weakness going on in my words. But what is the difference here? When it's much more that there's something different that's happening here. I mean, it's much more how I feel. It's much more how I feel about the content I'm providing in a way that there's a scenario going where there is just so much content going on, and now because that is going on, I understand it's just how it is. I mean, it's just how it is. So what I need to do is let it be. Unfortunately now, every single time I'm understanding that I want to go and understand how people are watching me. Now people are watching me and they're saying, hey, I mean, this guy is successful, man. I mean, they can see it. I mean, they can see how successful I am. Because I have something to give, man. I'm doing something all the time to help people. I understand, because I'm understanding that no matter what, that is how I do life. I mean, individually, I'm giving more content than anybody, man. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that way, I'm focusing on understanding exactly how much content there is and how much I can do. So I'm focusing on loving life to the fullest, man. I have to go do more. I have to go do more content. So when I'm understanding something about life, that if you push yourself in your content daily, then you have what it takes. I understand that. I understand that no matter what, that it's much more that you focus upon understanding that the sleep is something that you want to be awake when you're sleeping. So what you do is realize this, that if your brain cracks, then it's because of you. I mean, understand? And that's why I understand either way. Whereas now, you must understand it's more if you are understanding to get ahead of the fatigue, then what you do is, while your nice and beautiful way of life is going uphill, whereas in terms of life, to make sure you understand that what's important is making sure your life is getting ahead of the actual fatigue. So what you do is you speak over the fatigue. I mean, show yourself that you have a better passion over here. I mean, delayed gratification is what I'm saying. I mean, so make sure you understand that what you need to do is focus on understanding on how to be awake. I mean, so that's the whole point. I mean, now, if you understand that, no matter what, that you have to battle fatigue, man. I mean, you have to battle fatigue to do more words. I mean, words win, man. I mean, words always win, man. I mean, you understand? I mean, talk more words over what you want to become, and I mean, guess what? I mean, talk more words over what you want to become. I mean, talk more words. Talk more words over what you want to overcome, and guess what happens? Whereas now, every single day. I realize now, either way, or that something did happen just now. Or else I fell asleep for a bit. Or else now, yeah. Or else now, what just did happen is I just started, I was just dreaming, man. I understand, so, I mean, it's the funniest thing ever. I was just dreaming for about 1 second. And because I was dreaming, I felt that I am really, really in that type of zone where I'm understanding that I'm overcoming my demons. I'm overcoming something different. But that sleep overtook me. And that overtook me. And I actually did dream something. I mean, I did dream something. But how long was I awake for? I was awake for just 1 minute, man. I mean, just 1 second. I mean, so I was actually sleeping for 1 second. I'm always awake. I'm understanding that what's important for myself is understanding now that I want to go and understand that love is found in the word I. And I feel how many guys have a woman right now next to them. And guess what? I have much more hours of content than them. I'm doing much more words than them, but guess what? I mean, that's why I'm understanding either way. What I want to do is understand how to really lift myself through the persuasion of the fatigue that I find myself in. So every single day, I want to make sure that nothing is getting in my way, man. I want to make sure I'm always overcoming that fatigue like that. Making sure that the fatigue of life is nothing in comparison to my life, man. Because that way I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning how to fatigue in different ways. And I'm understanding I never learn how to fatigue.
I unlearn how to fatigue, man. I mean, so that way I understand that I just learned the word I, and that way I understand that it's much more about life. I realize now either way, I realize now no matter what, I realize now that was another dream, and I feel that I fell asleep again. And guess what? I realize that since I'm falling into a better way, I mean, guess what? I mean, it's more how I feel that I need to go and keep going. But I feel it's much more how funny it is. It's funny when you are somebody in that kind of term field where you understand that you're dreaming. And you're actually dreaming behind the scenes in terms of what's happening. So if you're dreaming like that, then guess what? I realize that's lucid dreaming. When you're having a nice and beautiful dream, where it's behind the actual shadow of the dream. So you're focusing on understanding that is how sleep comes in right here. When sleep comes in right here and put my eye here. And now I want to. I realize now, either way, I realize that the sleep is actually coming into my heart over here. And I'm saying that either way, that I have to speak over again and again and again before it even comes. So I have to be able to just understand that if you want to go and dwell upon life in different ways, then understand that it's much more talk it over with yourself. I mean, talk it over, and it's the funniest thing when you fall asleep in your audio program. I mean, either way, I apologize for that. But guess what? I mean, I'm trying my best. I mean, so either way, it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I mean, guess what? I mean, keep your eyes open. And that's the nice and beautiful skill of actually never falling asleep, and that's keep your eyes open. I mean, so that way you realize something. Then no matter what, if you really, really focus on doing your life better, then you focus on understanding on how you can go and actually do better for yourself. So I realize now, if you focus on doing the best you can all the time, then focus on understanding how you can overcome sleep and pleasure and life and fantasy and all that with yourself and what you have in terms of words. So we're focusing on understanding that what you want to do is never pleasure seek, but make sure you're loving life. I mean, that's it, man. I mean, so make sure that no matter what, if you want to go and enjoy life, I mean, go ahead. I mean, go ahead and enjoy life. And focus on understanding that you did overcome some demons today. And make sure that no matter what, that you're learning. I mean, you're learning something, man. I mean, you're learning how to succeed.